It's being set up. Give it 5 minutes.
and food are not allowed inside the hall. So if you guys have gotten your coffee inside, I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to step out. She says on the third day. I've been told to warn you on the third day. The world grapples with complex challenges from digital inequality to climate crisis and socio-political unrest. Innovative, inclusive, and tech-enabled solutions are more vital than ever today. On day 3 of our gathering, we continue the conversation focused on digital, democracy, and us, spotlighting transformative ideas that are present in the room today and grounded initiatives that are redefining the way communities participate in shaping their futures. Today's session, especially the one right now, focuses on bringing together change makers from across the globe who are at the forefront of this transformation, from governance to panel of experts that I would like to invite to start the day. Can we first please have Mr. Peter Abrook, who's going to be the moderator of the session, on the stage? Can we now have Mr. Ravi Kiran, the Commissioner, Me Seva, Department of ITENC, Government of Telangana? Thank you, sir. Can we have Ali Hilli from the Marketing and Communications Director from MISWAG, Iraq? Can we have Gia Taylor, President, Network of Rural Women Producers from Trinidad and Tobago? Can we have Odetta, the founder and CEO of Change AI from Ludhiana, on the stage, please? And can we have Ms. Rachna, the board member from Telangana State Transgender Welfare Board from India? She's not here. Okay. Thank you so much for taking out the time, and over to you, Ms.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You're doing this in a very charming manner. The idea of doing a session on digital divide is to bring the WSA focus a little bit more up into the front. For the raison d'etre, the very reason why we are doing WSA is because we are trying to address the issue of the inequities in society, in every society around the world, in a way which is solution-oriented. But the very point of it is that it is not the technology which we are focusing on, but we are looking at actually the human costs of it, the suffering, the exclusion, the denigration, the loss or the not gaining of recognition, and also the way in which the opportunities in society to have for a good life are distributed in an unequal fashion. And digital divides today are very different than digital divides were when we started WSA. Because digital divides today are very much not just the dark side of the technology, but they are also one of the key things is how fast do you have to learn to use those digital technologies which are shaping our today and our future, especially when it comes to artificial intelligence. When WSA started, there was a very simple saying and telling about what digital divide is. And digital divide was that you would have to walk 3 days in Africa to get to a telephone booth. That is something which people in India today, people in Indonesia today, people in many of the African countries, in Ghana, in Kenya, and so on, don't even remember. I took a tuk-tuk now this morning, and everybody on a tuk-tuk has not one smartphone, but 2 or 3 smartphones, and they are completely connected. But the digital divides are different in their meanings today. Yesterday, I was privileged to attend and participate in some of the winners' presentations. And I was really moved by how people who are winners from various different kind of contexts showed what design from the margin actually means. Design from the margins, for instance, when you come to learning and education, and you look at design from the margins at something which is a not known disability in terms of not enough known disability, not enough taken care of. When you're neurodivergent, you have a different way of learning. You have a different way of accessing, and you are in many ways socially included. You're excluded in terms of some of your family relations. There might be an uncle, a sister, who do not understand and who do not dig the way you are different, who do not have this human essential capacity to be patient with somebody who is other, who want to engage with the otherness as a way of seeing otherness as a richness to dive into your and her and his humanity. And the same thing, when you look at the winners from smart settlements and urbanizations, it is very, very moving to see how digital public infrastructure depends on everybody having an address. And if you're going to Nepal today, you can see what it is possible. Or if you look at recycling from a completely different point of view, you're not looking at it from the abstract view of how to build a circular economy, but you're looking at it, what it means to be a waste picker in an urban area in Latin America or all around. This is what the topic is of this morning. And this is a topic to look at the digital divides and also of how to use technology and to design from the margins. And that's the reason why I'm very happy that we have such an interesting and also very knowledgeable panel here today. The format which we will have is a format of short talks, so very short interventions. And we will not have a discussion here on the panel, but we will open it up to you to ask your questions. To ask your questions, what touches you in your heart, what touches you in terms of what you see in your own community, and what touches you in terms of what you want to do with what you have learned. When we start with the session now, I have asked Ravi Kiran, together with Osama, to come on stage. And what is interesting about Miseva is how Miseva is offering on the internet, you can see 12 different services as a single portal to make it accessible for people in Telangana state to have the right to access to public services. Ravi, are you ready for your intervention? Do you want to get up or you want to stay seated? You want to come to the lectern? That would be wonderful. It's your time now.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. Firstly, let me thank for giving me this opportunity and a warm welcome to all the delegates from around the globe to Telangana.
Speak up.
Yeah.
Loudly.
Am I audible?
Better. Don't be shy.
Very quickly about MeSeva here. See, MeSeva is an electronic services delivery platform where citizens can apply for any of the citizen services, starting from your birth certificate to your education certificate to your residence certificate, a driving license, income certificate, caste certificate, the list goes on. So there are close to 500 odd citizen services which are there, and I'm sure a similar model is available around the globe. And this citizen services are offered in 3 or 4 modes. One, of course, the way when it was started, in fact, Osama was mentioning the journey right from the beginning. So close to 5,000 physical centers are there spread across the state of Telangana, reaching each and every village, each and every gram panchayat, each and every habitation, where citizens can walk into these physical centers, and the operators who set in these centers assist the citizens to apply. Now, I need not mention here the reason why this e-governance initiative was started. I'm sure all of you know. Basically, the idea was to reduce the interface between the citizens and the government officials or bureaucrats or any of the public servants, so that it leads to better transparency, it leads to better ease of getting citizen services done, so on and so forth. And that is the direction in which it started. Of course, going ahead, in addition to these physical centers, you have a web portal in which citizens can apply directly. Then you have a mobile application also through which you can apply directly. And going ahead, very recently we signed an MOU with Meta, so that we can give the access to the citizen services through WhatsApp itself. Meaning, through WhatsApp, you just say, I would want to apply for a driving license, or I would like to apply doorstep. So that is the mode in which we are moving. Now, coming to the broader topic about digital divide. See, this initiative of citizen common service easy for me to ensure that he is not the right beneficiary for this scheme. In fact, going ahead, we do not even need to ask the citizens to apply for any scheme actually. The kind of data you have, it is very easy for you yourself to give out the list of people who are the most eligible beneficiaries. And this is something in which we are moving. I believe now this is an ultimate thing where the digital divide will completely close, because even though there is a divide in the rural area or the people who are not very well versed in the digital arena, still they would be given the benefits because of the data we have, because of the information we have. I mean, I agree that even after doing that, there would still be about 5 to 10% people who would have left out. And for these 5 to 10% people, obviously, we could ask them to apply and then do a verification, which is a much smaller process. Because most of the time in the government, for the 95% of the work to be done takes much more time than a small amount of 5% work to be done. And the second part of digital divide I would mention before I would maybe pass on. When we talk of, again, specific to citizen services, like I told, we have got 500 citizen services in the state of Telangana, and I'm sure in every state there are similar number of services required by citizens and available online, offline, or any of these modes. Now, each of these services will have a trigger. Let us say, for example, you need to pay your electricity bill, or you need to get your license, driving license renewed. Now, with the kind of data we have, the citizen need not even decide when to pay the bill. The citizen need not even decide ki after 20 years my license has expired, I need to go and apply. We could trigger the service ourselves. We could take the approval or acceptance from the citizens ourselves. We could apply for the service ourselves, and we could deliver the service ourselves. For each of these steps, when is the trigger for the service? That can be given by the data we have. We only need to take the approval of the citizen, because obviously to ensure compliance on the legal aspect. And once the approval is given, the citizen need not even fill any details, because all the details are already available with us. The only thing perhaps the citizens would have to do is to make the payment for this service. If it is, let us say, a property tax payment, whatever is the amount of property tax they have to pay. And finally, how do we deliver the service? That is already part of our work. So again, here we are proactively reaching out to the citizen for each and every service by identifying the right triggers, and then the citizen has to just say yes or no and then move ahead. So I believe this is another step of reducing the digital divide. So yeah, I think that's it from my side, Peter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ravi. Thank you. Does anybody have one or two questions? Yes, I see here a gentleman and then Dorothy. Please. Yeah, identify yourself by name and where you're from, because otherwise Ravi might be confused.
I'm here.
You are here. I'm confused.
Hello, Ravi. My name is Babek. I'm from Brazil, or rather, I'm from Iran, but it's a long story. Something that you said triggers a remark or a question for me, and it's maybe not completely right to pick you out on this, but you mentioned that you had a deal with Meta. Now, my question is, why do you hand over agency to an American organization that you do not control and also does not care about you? In the sense that you are developing a service for Telangana state that is for your citizens, but then at the same time you rely on a product that is completely out of your purview. Why not also develop a similar service for Telangana or India that you control, that allows you to communicate with?
I think you understood the question. Dorothy?
Actually, I was going to say something very similar. Essentially, I know that most of India is using WhatsApp. So you as a government official are trying to make it more convenient for your citizen. However, any citizen that uses WhatsApp to access that service is still going to, they're already data compromised because they use the WhatsApp on Meta. So Meta has their data. So now it will have more data. Now, you could have had a situation where Meta pays you to use WhatsApp because they're getting more data from you. But as far as I know, you're not doing that. With the numbers you have in India, just as Barack was saying, it's so difficult for us to understand why the government has not developed its own messaging service that could make it convenient for citizens and would keep the data in India.
Yeah.
Thank you for these two questions.
Yeah.
I think you are on the spot.
Yeah, thank you. Very interesting question. So basically, very quickly, if I may explain, WhatsApp is the front end, which will be used for delivering services, and on the back end will be a chatbot. I'm sure all of you understand that. So the same chatbot can be implemented onto WhatsApp. The same chatbot can be implemented onto a mobile app which we own. We have our own mobile app called Me Seva, into which it will be implemented. It can be implemented onto the web interface, or if we don't want any of this, we could just start another messaging services like what Dorothy, yeah. So basically, why are we using WhatsApp? One thing, of course, because it is something which has been accepted by the citizens. Having said that, when it comes to the important part, I believe what you are trying to indicate is about sharing data. Now, here is the important point what we are doing, and I think maybe others are also doing. When the citizen is applying for these services, actually he is not sharing any data. He is not sharing any data except saying yes or no. Because of the reason being, we already have we have more information about you than you know. Many times what happens
Which is very nice to know.
no, many times what happens is citizens, either out of mistake or due to whatever reasons, they would give maybe incorrect information themselves. And we generally will not go by that. We will go by whatever information we have. So we will more or less take just a approval or something of that sort, but we will never be getting any information from that in any way. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think the answer is good and needs to be looked at even more. Thank you very much. Let's give a hand to Ravi, please. We move from what's happening in India to what's happening in Iraq, and I'm absolutely delighted to have one of the ecosystem builders of Iraq, the leader of the Iraqi and Baghdadi ecosystem, Ali Al-Hili. Please give a hand. You can choose between a stable microphone or a thing.
I will take the.
It's my microphone.
It's okay. I don't have. Okay, I will give you that one. Hello, everyone. Before moving into the presentation, I want to set the stage. I want to take you back in time with a journey. These are some milestones that happened in Iraq for the past 40, 45 years. So this would introduce my case of digital divide that I want to present from my country. The bold titles are the event. The below is the operation name based on who was the one who's controlling the land in the on the ground, and it was the year. So the red dot is actually when I was born, so that you can know. I did miss a lot of Iraq-Iran war, but I saw the others. And why I put COVID as a time, as a milestone in this, because if I want to build some kind of an inclusive environment infrastructure, I was busy as Iraq fighting these kind of conflicts. So even when the pandemic hit, we didn't have enough infrastructure in hospitals. It was a disaster. Hospitals burned because of the oxygen that was used, and they didn't have a control. So basically, when you look at this, you say, what kind of innovation, what kind of impact, what kind of solutions for the digital divide can come out of this kind of country. It's busy fighting. And with this, an oil-dependent country that lived for most of its time in a socialist economy, it produced some kind of huge number of public sector servants that led to retirees. And you see victims of terrorism. These are people who get some kind of social security payments from the government because of their loss of lives in the family. You have martyrs foundations, and you talk about 45 years of force, so you have a lot of numbers in here, and prisoners foundation, and actually there's a foundation for political prisoners in the past regimes. And all of these people take some sort of help, support, pension, retirement, social security payment from the government after selling oil, of course. And with all of this kind of crises or the unrest that's happening in the country, there is no sort of payment system that can make them easily access the money. So what happened is basically cash everywhere, cash vans going to public government institutions, going to banks, and in between they get robbed. We got a lot of forged papers, we got a lot of damaged papers, and it was a hassle. It was a hassle for people who are 60 years old and above. So there is no government central bank national switch. What happened is there is this guy. He founded a company called Keycard. Built a card that is not a MasterCard or a Visa, as you can see. That's a normal card, payment card, because Iraq actually, after all its naughty actions in the past 45 years, Iraq got into Article 7 of the United Nations and got sanctioned about payments. And actually, we are the only country in all the member states who went into Article 7 and went out. Okay, so we were behaving lately. So basically, what happened is he created an internal system that has a point of sale device. We actually call it point of cash device, not POS, POC, with a biometric, and agreed with the central bank that to create an internal network. And with this internal network, everybody got a card with their names and their biometrics database. And now I don't have an infrastructure. Basically, I don't have. Even if the money is inside that card, how can we deliver it to people? Next, we create the POC and we convince the exchange offices, the currency exchange offices, to become human ATMs. Okay, so they have their own cash, they have their guns under the table, security. With cash is liquidity. They have their mobile phones for internet access. So we created a human ATM, okay, across the nation. People will go there, give them their cards, stamp, take the cash from their own cash, and after they're serving all the cash they have, they go to the bank and we do one settlement instead of 100 or 1,000 settlements. And this was more secure, more cost efficient. But this created some sort of stable cash flow structure. People got their money, so they wanted to go for more solutions. The next thing the retirees want to do is to buy some home appliances and electronics for their houses. Okay, so they go to appliances offices. What happens is we don't have a credit system in the country. So how they are going to be insured to take these home appliances? They leave their cards in these shops. Okay, they get the refrigerator, for instance, and then each month they come to the home appliances shop to take the rest of their salary. Okay, so it is the only way I guarantee things.
This is a short talk and not a history of Iraq.
Okay, I have 2 slides more.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, so what happens next is they acquire a company I worked at. Okay, we create a solution. This is a very quick thing. We create a solution for this to be digitally happening, so people will get on their cards, their payment cards. Moving forward is solving more divides for small businesses into creating some sort of digital solutions for Facebook-owned household users to create some kind of extra income for their families. And my last slide would be a summary for this. This solution is not an international copycat. This solution is not international copycat localized. And basically, it was a homegrown based on whatever is happening, changing, transforming an currency exchange office into an ATM. Thank you.
You're wonderful. Thank you very much. Ali Ahili, stay here, please. Stay here. Don't walk away. Maybe there's Ali, can you stay here, please?
Okay.
Because maybe there are questions. Yes, one question here in the front, please. Next to you, Nora. Introduce yourself by name and country.
Hello, my name is Ato Olzenapia. I'm from Ghana. So can we go back to the slide where you showed the dots, COVID, and timeline? Yes.
Let's have the timeline, please.
Between 2003 and I think the youth uprising, there weren't any major things within the timeline. So I was just wondering, within that 10-year period, no, the one before. Yeah. So
Yes.
between like 2007 and 2019, I'm just wondering if you could just expand upon it. How did internet and digital infrastructure eventually help the youth uprising?
Okay, basically, this is about the communication and telecommunication. Basically, Iraq had some access to 3G networks between 2003 and 2012. In 2012, 4G was 3G was introduced. 2012, 3G was introduced. In 2020, 4G was introduced. So basically, connectivity is not an issue. Connectivity went to the private sector, and the private sector built this. But a national switch, national projects, infrastructure projects, did not come up in larger scale until COVID ended.
Okay.
Hi.
Second question from Nepal.
Yeah, hi.
Introduce yourself.
I'm Ram. I'm from Nepal. I saw there are two verification methods, PIN and biometric, right? And on biometric here, I saw there just a fingerprint. Is it enough? Or do you use a multiple biometric system like a face or any other?
At that time, a biometric was enough because you don't have enough data, enough database, enough engineers to develop programs that have all the metrics. But we are talking about the introduction of that was 2007.
Thank you very much, Ali Hili. Thank you for the questions. You saw that design from the margins. When you come to India and Telangana state, you have already a completely integrated public services offering. We went to Iraq and you saw the hurdles and the resistances just getting payment systems working integrated across different kind of technologies and markets and vendors. And now we're going to Trinidad and Tobago. We go to the lovely Caribbean and we say, here is the person who runs also the Women's Innovation Network and everybody else. Gia Gaspard Taylor, please come here. Ali has hogged the microphone and he's willing to share.
Thank you very much.
And if you speak into the microphone, it is helpful.
It's not on?
Take this one.
Thank you. And good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. And greetings from Trinidad and Tobago. I want to take you back a couple of years, and we go back to the early or the late 70s. At that time, my husband, who was the mayor of Port Spain, dabbled in ham radio and walkie-talkies. And that was used by me, I dabbled in it as well, to reach out to the rural communities, to touch the farmers, because they were not receiving the type of information that they needed to help them in their farms. Next slide, please. This was one of the opportunities that we used to reach out in the early days of technology. Based on that, we thought that we should have a workshop where we can have the farmers and the broadcasters come together so they'll have a better understanding of each other. This was again held in one of our rural communities, and we reached out to the wider Caribbean. We had, for example, you all may not know this, Jamaica, who was involved, as well as one of the other islands, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But what was unique about that meeting was the fact that the International Telecommunications Union reached out to us and asked whether or not they can become involved. And this we accepted. And as a result of that, we were able to attend a number of the meetings held by the ITU in the wider Caribbean. At one of those workshops, which we had specifically for the women because they were afraid of the technology. And we thought that we wanted them to be able to use the internet to get an email address and what have you. And quite a number of the women joined, and they wanted to come, but one woman in particular came from a very remote area. She had to take 3 types of transport to get to the area. And during that 6 weeks, she came every day. But you know what? Because she was 75 years old, the younger ones laughed at her. And they thought that they were the bright ones. But she emerged as the only person who was able to design her own banner, to design her own material for her product, which she produced in the rural community. And it was unique for her to be able to get an email address. Because of the area in which she lived, her grandson helped her with the emails to send out the information to help her. And I'm seeing this happening here in Hyderabad, where the women in the rural communities are able to help themselves. And this is one of the areas that we began to use in Trinidad and Tobago. Next, the next slide, please. On our journey to the NRWPT, and the NRWPT is the Network of Rural Women Producers, Trinidad and Tobago Impact. We reached out to the rural communities again. Here, one of our farmers was awarded by the national community for the work that she did with the young people. As you can see on the slide here, there are a number of kindergarten students participating. And this was a particular day on the World Environment Day, the 5th of June, where all of the young people came together to help to learn about farming, to learn about gardening. And this is in one of our family farms. For people who from Trinidad and Tobago would know, this is in Moruga, the furthest point in the south. Next slide, please. Again, we continued with the work that we were doing there. And this is working with the police youth clubs. There are 129 police youth clubs in Trinidad and Tobago. And we reach out to the entire group, which is 7,000 young people. And we work here again with the police the national police, the women's police, as well as the community police, so that we are able to reach out to them, and they have what is known as community gardens. And we have some of these community gardens in different parts of Trinidad and Tobago. Next slide. Here we work with the United Nations Spotlight Initiative, because one of the problems that exist in Trinidad and Tobago is that of domestic violence. And therefore, on one of the programs of the United Nations is called Orange Day. And what we do for Orange Day, we paint the benches in the park with the permission of the local government. We paint the messages where they can receive the information to help them reach out wherever that help is required. Some of them take their telephone numbers because it's there in the park so they can see it. They don't have to go searching for it. And we also hand out a number of leaflets on those days so that they have the opportunity to share that information with members of their families. Next slide. One of the examples of this initiative is how the women in the program, once silenced and vulnerable, have found the courage to speak out by offering the tools for both prevention and response. And we have empowered these women to protect themselves and their families, creating lasting change in their communities. This work aligns closely with the Trinidad and Tobago government's Vision 2030, because we work with the government on most of the municipalities. There are 14 municipalities, as well as the Office of the Prime Minister, where gender equality is a key pillar, and the UN's Sustainable Development Goals that speak to end the forms of violence against women and girls. And I might add boys and men as well, because we do work with the boys and men. Next slide. As I mentioned that. Next slide, please. Here on the Network of Rural Women Producers, we worked on the Sustainable Development Goal, the Goal 5, by providing women with knowledge and skills to ensure that they are empowered to succeed in their businesses and personal lives, thereby contributing to gender equality in the region. We also work with the Goal 8, which is on agricultural programs to help create opportunities for rural populations to move from primary product to secondary production, adding value to their products, ensuring that they are able to offer the national and international economy. And finally, the Goal 3, again, by promoting sustainable agriculture and practices, we are encouraging environmental responsibility, helping communities protect their resources, create their sustainable livelihoods, and our community of these sustainable development goals ensures that the work not only addresses to the immediate needs of the rural communities, but also contribute to the more sustainable development goals. Yes.
You are wonderful, Gia. Thank you very much for presenting us the Rural Women's Farmers Network in Trinidad and Tobago. I take 2 questions, but only from kind people. Here's a kind person from Guatemala. Introduce yourself, please.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Oscar from Guatemala. And I I'm very impressed about what are you doing here in Trinidad and Tobago. In Guatemala, I think in all parts of the South Global, we're facing the same problems, rural communities, underserved communities. And we also in Guatemala, we are breaking the chains of poverty and inequality with technological education. But we are facing an interesting problem because Guatemala is a very conservative country in some places. So, for example, we want to train women in STEAM areas, science, technology, and it's very complicated because in some conservatories area in Guatemala, the woman.
Oscar, what's your question?
I'm in the
Get to the
context.
question now.
The woman needs to ask to her husband if they can being educated, no? So how you are facing that problems in the rural areas?
Okay, so how do you overcome patriarchy in Trinidad?
Yes, we do face that problem, but what we do, we invite the husbands to come in and join so that they would learn that their wives are contributing to the home. And therefore, it gives them the opportunity to be able to share and tell us what they, as the men who leads the family in some of the areas, would be able to contribute.
So that's the soft approach, not the confrontational approach. Thank you very much, dear. And one more question on patriarchy, ruralness, or farming. Mira.
Thank you so much. So it's really impressive.
Speak up, please.
It's very impressive what you are doing, but it's really hard to do it alone. So how do you build networks, especially with governmental institutions who have similar goals?
One of the great things about me is the fact that I was born in a rural community. I married the mayor of Port of Spain, which is a capital city. So we had the opportunity to work with government from a very early age. And so we continue to build on it. We work with all of the ministries that are important to women.
Strategic marriage is the answer. That's very easy. Thank you very much, dear. Great. Thank you very much for being here. Give me the microphone, please.
Sorry.
Thank you. Yes, we went from India and from the integrated services to the situation which you saw in Iraq regarding having payment systems also available in very flexible ways, how rural farming is led by women and starting from ham radio to smart internet. And now we get to Lithuania and we see Odeta. Odeta, please. Share with us your short talk, and you have 2.5 minutes.
Oh, not
5
possible.
minutes. Okay, go ahead.
I'm diligent in preparing for time.
Okay, good.
Is it up? So let me start by stating the obvious. AI is changing at the speed of light to the point that it's disrupting itself. Take image generation. A couple of weeks ago, OpenAI has dropped ChatGPT 4.0, which introduced extraordinary image generation capabilities. Suddenly, at least 12 months worth of labor across hundreds of startups and millions of VC money went down the drain overnight. And that's the speed of change that is taking place currently. And it's not only about technology. It's a full-scale reset of the world as we knew it. It took us, well, WSA a bit less, but the world 20 to 30 years to figure out digital divides, to map out the stakeholders, identify the gaps, policies, and all of that. And now AI is flipping all of that on its head. So let me tell you a story about two people. We hired a year ago an Indian business development manager who had nothing to do with AI before joining our company. It took him roughly a month to figure out AI and start baking businesses based on AI over weekends. He was using AI to create websites, content, images, draft marketing plans, and even sell AI agents as a service. Now, contrary to a freelance social media manager who I met at an event who was complaining that AI is stealing her gigs, but she refused to touch it because she was too proud of her old skills. Who is winning here? And it's repeating across all industries. We were told for decades, get an education, you will get a job. Now, AI is coming for the knowledge workers first. Take doctors. AI detects cancer and many diseases better than radiologists. Accountants, AI defines patterns that we didn't know existed. Lawyers, contracts in seconds. Even developers are being threatened with the tool and technology that they are themselves creating. So education and experience is no longer a barrier or a differentiator. The differentiator now becomes the hunger, because hungry for opportunities find ways to upskill, learn, and thrive, while the skilled stick to their status and comfort and remain. So this is the situation where it's not the technology that is replacing or will replace jobs, it's the mindset. And in this regard, AI is leveling the playing field of the factory workers and the white-collar professionals alike. And this has never happened before in history. Who knows what divides this one will produce? We don't know yet. And on the other hand, and here I would really love to have my slides now. You can even use the old ones if that's better. Okay, well, I will use stories from WSA winners. So Livox is a WSA winner from 2014 that is using AI to enable people with various disabilities to communicate. They are using AI to detect eye movement, identify different shaking patterns, handshaking patterns, and different voice patterns, all to give voice to people who were previously completely unable to communicate. Or Be My Eyes. They introduced AI image recognition to give the ability to people, to blind people, who are shy to use help from strangers, to be able to see with AI. The results, the increase of the blind participation was 40% simply from the eye image recognition. For these people, AI is not about eliminating jobs, it's about eliminating isolation. And the web or digital interfaces moving fast to digital conversations rather than interfaces, the changes and the gaps that will build for people who are illiterate or digitally not proficient are immense. But while they are immense, of course, we have a lot of potential gaps that we don't even know of, because the rules of writing knowledge and engaging with knowledge are changing completely. And of course, regardless of the progress, some fundamental systemic barriers will always remain. No electricity, no AI, no internet, no AI. India knows it's better than anybody else. And the systemic roadblocks stack up. Another winner from WSA, Independent from Austria, has shared that a technical university of Vienna is not actually teaching students, master grade engineers, how to build inclusive interfaces. That is at the city obsessed with equality. So it's not about technology or knowledge. It's just a good example of systemic barriers that still prevail and that build our society. And then, the biggest criticism to AI is biased. Device, a WSA winner, is using TensorFlow technology that is unlocking our phones to detect a single bee in a bee colony. Don't tell me AI cannot identify race or minorities. And to be honest, these people who are building AIs, they are not incentivized or not motivated to enlarge their data sets. And as from Ghana know, and actually Lithuania know, maybe it's even better, because we also saw that some gaps from the big corporates are leaving gaps that we can fill ourselves on our own terms. But
last slide. Two more.
minutes prepared equally.
Okay, go ahead.
So let's fast forward to 2050s. AI, robots powered on quantum computers. We finally live in a perfect utopia. Nobody has to work if they don't choose to. And, we all have our amazing time, abundance, optimization is there. We get rid of all this economic cycles, and even the rural Indians don't need to be connected because they are provided to. Obviously, there is always a catch. Who controls this future? To whose benefit, on what terms? So I'll skip this slide because this is literally about hungrier and faster. And while we are all super hungry for change in this room here, we are proving that every day. Are we hungry enough for AI to be the ones who will actually control AI and define the future, the inevitable future that will be powered by AI?
Thank you very much, Odetta. Okay, Odetta gets 3 applauses. First of all, to be not irritated enough by not having her slides and telling the story. Odetta?
I did the pitch training.
Let's give you a hand first. Come here, sit. So, 1. Secondly, to think about designing from the margins in terms of the control of technology. Let's give her a hand for that. And the third thing is to understand that WSA winners are best practice examples which can be used over and over and over again. Thank you very much, Odetta. So she is building a narrative of community, and here's the first question. Please.
Thanks so much for that. I think you raised the really big question right at the end.
You have to identify yourself by name.
Tom from Australia. And I feel like, as someone who's of a certain age, I grew up in the early hype around the internet, when all of us were so hopeful that the internet was an inherently democratizing technology. I've also studied this, so I know the same thing happened with radio. When radio was first introduced in the 30s, people thought it would be a technology that inherently connected us and uplifted us, but instead we ended up with right-wing shock jocks and easy listening. The internet we thought would inherently connect us and empower us, but instead we've ended up with, closed communities and polarization. What do you think are the key actions that we can all take and that governments need to take over just the next few years that will kind of determine the course of this technology?
The question, please.
That literally was the question that you just talked over, Peter.
I think, I heard the question. I think it's co-creation. It's time we co-create. Nobody is better to do top-down or bottom-up. We need to co-create together.
Good answer.
Thank you.
Follow-up question? No, there's another question in the back. Goran, and then the guy behind you. Goran, please introduce yourself.
Good morning, Goran from Serbia. Thank you for this inspiring presentation.
Speak up.
We've heard a lot today also from you about how AI and other technologies can bridge digital divide. Although we also heard from other authors that we are disconnected in hyper-connected world. What would you assume can be done further at the level of teams who are working on AI, speaking about a requirement from multifunctional teams and engaging not solely developers, but also people from other areas and also multi-sectoral requirements? Thank you.
I think it is super important that the teams educate themselves. Not necessarily structurally as teams, but as individuals. We absolutely must educate every one of ourselves on AI because that's the future. And not choosing the giants. There is a lot of open source tools. Beevice and Livox both built their AIs before ChatGPT came out. So not go for the easy, super convenient options that come with a huge price tag at the other side, but educate and choose to build AI, really, for everyone.
Last question, please introduce yourself.
My name is Sol Kabali, and I'm coming from Uganda. My question is, we are seeing a lot of people in Uganda and other East African countries using the AIs. However, when you look at these countries, we don't have a lot of people with PhDs in mathematics to be able to code the models. What advice would you give to the low developed countries who are using these AIs so that they don't be taken by the monopolies? Thank you.
Sorry, are you saying that you're using AI off the big giants that made it so accessible and free for all, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that is a very, very good question that I don't think there is an easy answer to, but I hope at the back there is an answer.
No, the answer is come to the next WSA Global Congress and we will deal with that at that time. Thank you very much, Odetta. Thank you.
Thank you. And may I take the opportunity to actually, the stories that I shared right now about the WSA winners come from the podcast that I'm doing with WSA winners. It's called Edge of Impact. It's currently only on Spotify, but if you want to hear those stories, follow those stories, I invite you to follow it.
This was the first and only editorial allowed at this Global Congress. Thank you very much. We come to the close of this session, but I just want to give for 1.5 minutes the microphone to Rachana. She is a board member of the Telangana State Transgender Welfare Board. Thank you for coming, despite the fact that you got stuck in the traffic. Just tell us in very brief terms on what is your work regarding closing digital divides.
Thank you, and my apologies for the late.
Speak into the microphone and speak loudly.
Yeah. Thank you for this opportunity, and my apologies for the delay. As given like 1.5 minutes, I can only list out the beautiful work which I have done and which has been stalled because of various reasons. I used to work as a trans health expert for a transgender clinic. Yes. Which is very famous. The world richest person has tweeted that we have been pushing the men to be transitioned to women or women to men, which is not true. Let me list out the beautiful work which we have done through this clinic. We are able to negotiate one more legal clinic, which is only serving the transgender clinic, which means the trans legal clinic is the one. The second one, transgender welfare board, and the third one, the state policy of Telangana state, which we are doing now. The state's level, the state has given government jobs for 40 transgender people, and the state has given in all the districts of Telangana, 33 districts, similar transgender clinics in the government hospitals. And last but not the least, we are able to change the national identity card, that one of the transgender ID card is a basic document for the passport change and UID change. So this is a beautiful work which we have negotiated due to the advocacy which we have done through this clinic, and because I have given very less time, we have not pushed the men to transition to women, neither women to men. But we have minimized this transition rate, where in 4 years, we are able to register 2,000 clients, transgender clients, for comprehensive health services. Transgender comprehensive health is in which the transition is a very minuscule. Among 2,000 clients, we were able to, following the WPATH guidelines, able to help the transition only for 10 people, which is very minuscule. So the tweet which the richest man has done is a false one. I end over here and I'll be looking for the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachana. You are sitting next to Ravi, who is responsible for MiSeva, and I'm sure that you have a good conversation with him regarding the agenda. I thank you very much for this wonderful attention you have given. There's no break because we go right away from looking at the design from the margins to design by equity or equity by design, whatever Dorothy Gordon will introduce here. Dorothy, are you ready to moderate this session? Do you want to come up here? Dorothy, can you please come up here? Thank you. Dorothy. I'm introducing it because Akanza is not here. Yes. So, the session which we have now is building tech that reflects everyone. Is Akanza here? Then she will do the introduction. Thank you very much, Akanza.
Thank you so much. The next session today is going to be led by Dorothy. It's called Equity by Design. In a world that's being increasingly shaped by algorithms, platforms, and digital infrastructure, the question is no longer whether technology can transform lives, but it's a necessity, and understand whose lives we are transforming and how. So Equity by Design is not just a principle, it's a call to action. And it's a call to action to build technologies that are inclusive, representative, and rooted in empathy. So this short talk session brings together global leaders and innovators who are actively shaping a more equitable digital future. This session is going to be led by Dorothy, and I would like to invite number one, Baroness Bhivan Tanya as the advocate for children's rights in the digital world from the United Kingdom. On the stage, please.
I don't think they know. You talk too fast. Let me say it. Okay.
Uha is not here.
Yes, I know. So could I be joined by Sri Abhishek Singh?
He's on the way. He's coming up.
He's coming? Okay. And Timothy Curtis from UNESCO. Where's my brother Sachi? Okay. And we have Christine Nabulonga from Safe Bangle. So while we're waiting for them to settle, can I ask all of us to stand up? Hello, can you hear me? Can I ask all of us to stand up and give a round of applause to our hosts, Government of Telangana and DEF, and of course, the hardworking team from WSA. Thank you so much for such a great organization. It's really a pleasure to facilitate this session. I think you can come closer. And I like to think of WSA as a gang of very stubborn optimists. This is an expression that Kofi Annan called himself. He said he understood all the problems in the world, and sometimes they look insurmountable. But we are stubborn optimists because almost everyone in the room here today is an innovator of some kind, fighting to make sure that we eventually achieve the SDGs. So how do we address equity in a situation where our digital ecosystem is dominated by surveillance capitalism? And I know that all of you may have heard that expression, that they have commoditized our private human experience. Does it make sense for us to bring the 2 billion people who are not yet connected into that world where their data will be, their behavior will be commoditized, and in a situation where they don't understand what will be happening to their data? Just this week, Stanford Human-Centered AI released their annual AI report, which is indicating the exponential increase of damaging reports on negative things that AI has done. I want to thank Odetta for reminding us that there are systemic barriers that we have to overcome. And I'm pleased that we have such an interesting panel. Some of them will eventually get here, I think. But in the meantime, I'm going to give the floor to Sachi. Sachi, do you want to sit or do you want to come up? Okay. So Sachi is a great friend of mine. And in fact, we have a big imbalance on the panel. At the moment, 66.6% are Australian. But I'm hoping we'll be joined soon by an Indian. So, Sachi, are you going to talk to us about best practice in terms of equity by design?
I'm going to take some examples from my own perspective as well as some exciting things to share. So let me get started. Good morning, everyone. And I want to start with a small exercise. Which pair appears to be lighter in color to you? The one on the left or the one on the right? Okay, all of you are right. Because it's identical, it's the same color. I want to show you one more. Try to focus on that big ball in the center. What appears to move here? Is it the background that's moving or is it the ball that's moving? If you say nothing, you're right, because nothing here is moving. But if you try to focus on this big circle, you sometimes get the feeling that the background is moving. Now, these optical illusions happen because of our brain perceives visual information, specifically based on context. And this is part of cognitive psychology. It influences our perception, our emotions, and our decisions. In simple terms, context shapes perception. Similar to these optical illusions, how we design our technology influences how we feel, how we behave, and how we act. I want to bring your focus on a topic that's very important when you're talking about equity by design, because equity by designing is building technology to include and respect everyone. And I want to bring your attention on HCI, human-computer interaction. This is a multidisciplinary study which focuses on a couple of very interesting factors such as computer science, cognitive psychology, ergonomics, design and arts, as well as social and organizational psychology. Because when we talk about building technology to include and respect everyone, we need to understand all the broader concepts that's involved. Because if a system is designed poorly, it can frustrate, alienate users and make them feel really uncomfortable. On the flip side, if you design thoughtfully, carefully, you can make them feel safe, comfortable, and empowered. But let me tell you how I came across this topic through my own personal journey. I had to take you back to 2012. I was a passionate music lover and I was so frustrated based on the type of music apps I had on my mobile in 2012. How many of you remember these kind of apps we used to have? Some of you. So we had them pre-installed, they were forced into our devices, but this was horrible. I was so frustrated and I knew we can do so much better to fix this problem. Why? Because I started my career as an HCI engineer. So I knew exactly what needs to be done to fix this problem. So I created Flipbeats, a music app designed from the ground up to include everyone and provide a highly intuitive user experience. It had the most advanced audio configurations, the ones that you would find in a professional recording studio. We had a highly customizable user interface where you could change colors, change the layouts to your heart's desire. I even threw in some interesting features such as sound health profile. Because when you jam into your music, sometimes you forget your sound health. So this allows to reduce those difficult, high-intensity decibel levels to protect your hearing. I'm a visual person, so I threw in a spectrum analyzer to visualize the beats of the music you are listening to. But most importantly, I'm very proud, we rolled out Flipbeats in 6 global languages because music is a universal language. And I wanted this app to be accessible to as many people as possible. And slowly, we started becoming a bit of a global hit because people started using Flipbeats not just to listen to music, but to connect with one another purely based on their musical taste. Regardless of their background, skin color, religion, ethnicity, language did not matter. Music brought them together because we had social features to connect people based on musical interests. We started winning awards then. We even won the M-Billionth Award organized by the Digital Empowerment Foundation here. And in 2015, we won the World Summit Award. I think I looked a lot younger back then, but Professor Brook, you always looked young. And who would have thought I'd be standing here reminiscing this 10 years after? But winning WSA, it changed my perception on many things, because some of the most interesting projects I came across at WSA were designed to address people with disabilities. Did you know 16% of population globally, that's over 1.3 billion people, suffer from some form of disability? To give context, that's almost equal to the Indian entire population, or maybe in Chinese population, almost, I would say. And disability is not just what we think of as wheelchairs, white canes, and hearing aids. It's a lot more. It's a broader problem. It's both physical and non-physical, visible and invisible. Remarkably, close to 80% of disabilities are invisible, because people suffer from flashing lights, fast-moving images, certain typography, or even color contrast on the screen. Some of us, even here, might silently suffer from these digital interfaces. And this realization profoundly changed the way I approach technology. I'll give you an example. It was in 2016. I was working on a project for a Fortune 500 company. We were building an iPad app as an executive reporting dashboard. And to my surprise, people started to complain that when they use our iPad app on a moving car, it caused them dizziness, motion sickness. So we quickly corrected it by tapping into the device sensors such as the gyroscope and the accelerometer to compensate these visuals and to stabilize them. And today, we're proud to see global giants following the same footsteps. The reason iOS 18 that you have on your device has vehicle motion cues. This is the exact same feature that I spoke about earlier, but this is available at the operating system level. So every app runs on your device now caters to this feature. And this is a very good example that every design choice we make impacts everyone's daily life, often profoundly. And I want to encourage all of us, let's focus and start embodying equity into every system we design. Because when our technology includes everyone, we empower everyone. And I want to finally leave you with 4 examples today. We brought 4 great Australian projects to this global congress this year. Lend for Good, TraceX, Surge, and ConsultMate. All 4 of them beautifully embody equity by design from completely different perspectives. I'll pick just one out of it. Surge, who made this entire conference premises accessible by digitally mapping on their app. I encourage you to talk to them, connect with them, and find out how they build their technology to include and respect every user. And we can do the same. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Sachi, and thank you for that inspiring personal testimony of how design doesn't just happen, but we can be in control of the design in such a way. You did not mention it, but not only for the equity aspect, but the equity aspect opened up new market for you as well. It's my pleasure now to introduce my sister from the Ghana of the East, also known as Uganda, who has a wonderful application. She's a WSA winner. Give her a round of applause, please. You want to stand up? So she's going to show you practically what it takes to design with equity at the center.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Greetings to you all. I'm happy to be here. I came with a team of 2. They're somewhere, and we are from Uganda. and I'm here to talk to you about our innovation, a safe bangle. So I'll begin with my story. I have just graduated from the university, Makerere University in Uganda, and in Makerere University, we have lecture times, and we have lectures that take place in the evening hours, in the wee hours of the day. And usually there is university accommodation, but accommodation outside the university as well. So I used to stay in the accommodation out of the university, and it used to be risky, and it's still very risky for a student to move inside the streets of Makerere University to go back to their hostel at night. They face a risk of violence in very many aspects, and I am not the only one. In Uganda, 1 out of 3 women experience gender-based violence in various aspects, and that is where our solution comes in. At Safe Bangle Technologies, we developed a wearable safety bracelet that the would-be victims of gender-based violence can wear and are able to communicate with police and their trusted relatives or friends to reach out for help. So how it works, this is what it looks like for those of you that are able to see. But we did not begin from here. It has been a journey. We have been doing prototypes. We've been going out to the vulnerable communities that we wish to support with this innovation. Those include market women. They include ladies that work in rural factories and take long journeys and face a risk of facing any form of violence. So this is how it works. It is fashionable, and you can wear it on your wrist just like your watch or the bangle you're wearing right now. I can see very many of you have some jewelry or a watch on you, so you could just wear it on your wrist. And it is embedded with the technology, contact information of your trusted relatives or friends that you can reach out to, or the police in case you're in danger. So like I've said, it has been a journey. We started around 2018, and right now this is what we have. So we have been going out in the market, doing research and getting feedback on what the potential people that we wish to help with this innovation, what they would want it to look like. And since this session is about equity by design, you can see that it is fashionable. Just allow me pull it out. It is fashionable. It is light. This is the smallest size we have now, but we hope that with the research that we are currently doing and the feedback we have received, we are going to make it smaller, way smaller than this, because still when we took it back to the market, the people said that it is still big. But one of the challenges we have faced with reducing its size is that the technology that is inside cannot allow us to really scale it down. But when we go back and do research, we'll be able to have the right size that is comfortable for everyone. We have so far tested it out on 1,000 individuals, and the active users are now 78, and we hope to scale it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have 2 examples that we've heard so far. Sachi, when you were speaking, you didn't come out with any indication that you were co-creating. You know, Detta was just saying the future is co-creation. Do you want to touch on that? And can I see if anyone has any questions for Sachi? I see one question. Madan, can you hold on a little bit until he addresses the co-creation? And then Christine, co-creation, how much was that part of your story as well? So after Sachi answers his questions, I'll come back to you on that. So, Sachi?
Of course, Dorothy. Co-creation is fundamental to designing system to include everyone, because including everyone is not just you building something and telling everyone to use. It's getting everyone's needs and desires and wants identified clearly and to provide it in a way that it makes commercial sense so you can sustain it as well. So the same example I took about the executive reporting dashboard. If I first spoke to the executive board to understand did they have motion sickness, I would have embedded it before it became a complaint to me. So I learned that lesson, but I quickly corrected. But it prompted me that to get users involved in your design process at an architectural level itself, because it's not just a physical requirement, but they say they want. In my case, they wanted a reporting dashboard. But I should have looked at the audience and the dynamics and their behavior. They use the app on an airport, on a transit, on a train, on a car. And identifying that is proper co-creation. So you're absolutely spot on.
Madam?
Yeah, Sachi, fantastic presentation. My name is Madan from Bangalore. We work with a lot of startups and we notice that many techies have this mindset that build the product first and we can add design later, make it look nice afterwards and usable afterwards and so on. So what are you doing to work with academics and educational institutes to teach UX and UI at a much earlier stage, not after the coding is done and all that? So how are you broadening the ecosystem that way?
Actually, I lecture at a couple of universities on HCI, usability engineering, because design, I believe, is fundamental to anything and everything. If you get the design wrong, your product doesn't have mileage. So you need to design it in a way humans do understand. It's about human-computer interaction. I take this metaphor. You should be here. Your solution should be there. Your technology is underneath, not in between you. Because technology becomes a platform for you to go to the solution. Technology should not sit in between you, creating a barrier, intimidating you. So it is a fundamental mindset shift to make design a priority before you go to the level of scope in the requirement.
Interesting. Any other questions? Yes?
Hello. Myself Shashi from Bangalore. So there is a topic equity and equality. So I was wondering I'm doubtful about my questions. Is there any possibilities to include the illiterate or semi-literate people who can't read and write for this technology, or is it possible to include illiterate or semi-literate people to
Very good question. When you say including everyone, it's not including everyone who can read and write. It's including everyone who can and cannot. I took the example, visibility. It's physical and non-physical, visible and invisible. So it covers everyone. So you need to first of all identify your primary, secondary, and tertiary audiences that you're addressing with your product or the service. And once you identify that, you know who your audience is. So you design for that audience, not a separate audience that you hypothesize. So it's fundamental.
Thank you. There's one more question.
Hello, Gustavo from Brazil. I work with communication and graphic design in Brazil. So people think that thinking about inclusive communication and design is expensive. I think it's about something related with what our friend told in the beginning. So what would be your advice for small and new businesses about good practices that they can adopt from the beginning in this regard?
Help me understand your question. Are you saying design is expensive?
No, like to think in an inclusive design in the beginning is not must be a priority or expensive thing. So what are your advice in this regard?
So the thing is, it's a perception of the cost is at front or the cost is at the back. If you think it's costly, at the beginning you don't pay that cost, but you pay the price later because your product doesn't have the mileage. But if you put it in front, it becomes an investment, so the product takes the mileage and it sustains your business. So it's fundamental. Design is everything. And if you forget it earlier, you had to do it later. But if you include it and embed it earlier, then you can benefit from the fruits later.
It's an educational process, isn't it? It's an educational process, to make them to understand that it's important.
Yeah, design is fundamental. Either you put it together at the beginning or you're forced to
please see him afterwards and speak. So how did you do your inclusive design?
Like I initially said, gender-based violence is a general problem and it does not affect only the women. So to also have that kind of inclusivity, we included the gentlemen in our research to have the best product on the market. And also when we were tackling the problem, we did research and found that there were solutions that were already existing, but they were not as convenient as the product that we are developing, the Safe Bangle. And those included the Ascaris, Karate, and smartwatches. Smartwatches are relatable to the bangle, but the feedback from the market is that they are very expensive. So our product is very pricey friendly, and we hope to still cut it down in the future. Thank you very much.
Any questions for her? Yes, from Nepal. Please give your name anyway.
Ram from Nepal. Does it need a smartphone to connect, or is it self-connected to the network using the SIM card and GPS?
Thank you for your question. It doesn't need the internet to connect, so you can use it in any place where there is a local network. Yes, thank you very much.
I think you have some new clients. Good. And I think that it's very interesting to see or listen to the questions as well as the speakers, which indicate that we can be purposeful in our design, which means you have to ask yourself, how come we are struggling with the current design of the products that we use on a daily basis that have been designed by big tech? So that means they have been deliberately designed in such a way as to ignore some of our rights. And so I'm very pleased to now call on I know his name, but let me call you the other Aussie. The other Aussie on the panel, who is representing UNESCO today, which has done so much work in this area. Would you like to sit or? Okay.
Good morning, namaste, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here today, and thanks for asking me to come and speak at this World Summit Awards. I'd like to just recognize the work being done by the World Summit Awards in encouraging and inspiring the kinds of stories we've just heard now, and giving recognition. I understand you have about 180 countries coming together over the years in these awards, and we see this obviously as key to the kind of work we're trying to do in UNESCO and the United Nations system and in achieving sustainable development goals and things like that. So today I'd like to start with a small story, which is about our conversation on equity by design and why it's so essential. We know, for example, today in India, that the country is seeing a significantly higher percentage of children attending schools, thanks to the government's commitment to ensure education for all, to make it more accessible and more affordable. But we also came across a situation recently which I think illustrates the importance of equity by design. In Odisha, where they've handed tablets out to all the children, including in rural areas, a 14-year-old girl in a village opens a browser tab, but the internet's slow, but more importantly, the language options don't reflect her mother tongue. And so the algorithm doesn't understand her question. So she clicks away and she's in a way unseen, unheard. So what we ask at UNESCO is, what does it mean, therefore, to build technology that reflects her and everyone's else? And that's, I think, at the heart of the conversation on equity by design. The idea that fairness, inclusion, representation, and accountability must be built into the technology from the start, rather than patched on later as an afterthought, because the technology, and AI in particular, is not neutral. And I don't mean only that it depends on the context in which it is used, but it is reflective of the values, perspectives, and convictions of those who create it. So when major sections of the groups who are using this technology are missing in this process of creation, in the coding labs, in the policy rooms, in the design teams, their experiences are also missing, and the technology, and then from the actual products that come out. So equity by design obviously asks us to rethink not just what we build, but who gets to build it and who benefits from it. And we can see many consequences today of design without equity. In 2021, when UNESCO launched the first real international binding agreement on the ethics of artificial intelligence, the 2021 recommendation on ethics of artificial intelligence. Sorry, I said binding agreement. I should have international normative agreement because it is non-binding. But it was the first time where all countries of the world really got together to discuss and agree on a text. Is it a perfect text? Perhaps not. Is it binding? Not yet, and it's not. But it is the first step to come to an agreement by all countries on what are the ethics behind AI. So we did studies around that, for instance, biases against women and girls in large language models, lots of tendencies, again, to reflect gender biases, and not only to reflect them, but to in many ways amplify them through the AI. School systems will be at lack if they don't integrate properly AI, and if AI isn't adapted. And also, we all know the issues of increased misinformation, disinformation, how they've affected political processes, democracy, elections, and so on. So these are real issues that are happening out there, happening in real time. So what are we doing at UNESCO? Based on the recommendations on the ethics of AI, we developed what we call the readiness assessment methodology, or what we call the RAM, which is really a process of helping countries to check how ready they are to integrate AI systems into their databases, their policy systems, and so on, be it in health, be it in education, be it in agriculture, or across the spectrum. And it's a kind of checklist that we run around, bringing together not only government, but all the stakeholders, including those in the tech sector, but also those who will be, the farmers and so on, the doctors and so on. So we've done this in over 60 countries, and we're in the process of doing it here in India. We've done Bangladesh, Maldives, and South Asia, bringing together industry, academia, and civil society to ask, what does ethical AI look in our context, and how do we get there? So obviously, when you have these global recommendations, there's a lot of work that needs to be done at the country level to then bring it to the realities of that country. How many languages are spoken? What are the dynamics? What are the demographics? And what are the issues of that country? And that takes some time. We're also working on things like the global MOOC on ethics of AI. We're developing tools to educate people around the ethics of AI, but also where it's really important in education. We've developed models for teachers to learn AI, because the kids will learn it quick, but the teachers, if the teachers aren't able to catch up, then there's going to be a gap in that education generation. In the justice sector, we're training judges, lawyers, prosecutors on how AI is already shaping the idea of the rule of law, and which is essentially a fundamental tenet of democracy, and also how to uphold and maintain human rights in the digital age. So there's lots of benefits of AI. For instance, backlog in India is a huge issue in the justice system, and AI can help speed that up. When somebody's case doesn't get to court, that is an injustice in itself. However, if the AI is biased, then there are other injustices that can come. So all of these things have to be taken into consideration. And we know, of course, gender is a big issue in terms of equity. We know this is because women and girls are not going through into the STEM education and into the STEM professions. And that then gets reflected at the other end through the use of new technologies. So we do a lot of work on women and girls STEM education to make sure that the sciences, technology, innovation is actually also equally engaged with by women. So we've developed a global Women for Ethical AI network and a chapter now in South Asia, which is a collaborative platform for leaders across industry, government, civil society to discuss these issues. And so this is the kinds of things we're doing around this normative recommendation, which, as I say again, was really the first time in 2021 where all countries and leaders of the world got together to realize there's an issue, we can't wait for the problems before we address them all. And even if we haven't got everything figured out and we hear all the wonderful things, but also the dangerous things that can come out, this dialogue must happen. And I think that's the real question around the equity of AI. So with that, I think I'll end it here and just thank you for giving me some time to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very interesting. I have a question for you. But let me see first if my audience has any questions for UNESCO. We have a question here. Is there a question up there? Yes. So we have 2 questions on the floor. Those are the questions I'll take. And I'll take both questions and then you'll answer because we are a little behind time. Yes?
I'll make it very quick, Dorothy. My name is Neeti Virbani and I'm from South Korea. Thank you for wonderful insights and the work that you're doing, for sharing that. Specifically to Timothy. So you spoke about how AI is being used with children for studying, for good purpose. And you also spoke about how UNESCO is going about laying down the ethics of AI. And I think every design has to take care of the usage and the ethics so that the product is not misused. But without the regulatory framework, it doesn't work, right? No matter how much of ethics.
So that's your question.
Yeah, my question is, what is the regulatory framework?
You have a non-binding agreement, but we're still working on regulations. So does it work? Is that your question? Okay. Please, could you give the mic to her?
So excellent effort, sir. My question to UNESCO is, if you look at our present system...
I'm sorry, we didn't hear your name.
I'm Lakshmi from Center for Development of Advanced Computing, Government of India.
Thank you.
My question to UNESCO is that, see, if you look at the present system, they are all deterministic systems. We talk about probabilistic in AI, right? And you talked about readiness assessment and all. Is there any effort where we can look at what are the areas where definitely AI can be used and there is a relevance, a checklist kind of thing, which will help in schools or even other domains? Because many times it's a concern whether we should use it or not. Okay, so any checklist or some kind of efforts which will help all the countries whether really AI is relevant in that domain or not?
Thanks, that's a very tough question. And to give you a little time to think about it, my question is really, UNESCO is using a lot of applications itself, both within the office and to roll out support to member states. Have you done any assessment of those applications to know whether they have been designed in an equitable way? Or is this something that is too much of a challenge? Because, you know, we should walk the talk, but sometimes it's very difficult to do it, you know, so.
Okay, I think there's a lot of very pertinent, and I'm not sure I'll be able to satisfy 100% all those questions. But on the first questions of governance, I'd like to also perhaps look to my left here to Abhishek Singh, who's going to speak next, and thank you about that. When we do the recommendation at the global level, of course, it's non-binding, because to get a binding regulatory framework with 194 countries is an intense negotiation process. And just look what's going on in the world. So we you know, for us to get everybody to agree on everything in a governance point is a big thing. So what we do is we get the non-binding, and based on that, we're currently working, and India's working on the Safe AI India framework, and we're working with them, partnership with them based on the readiness assessment methodology. And it will be the government of India that will then set up a governing framework. And once we have enough of these, then we can perhaps talk at an international level and get the negotiations going. But if we start by heavy regulations at the global level, it certainly won't work. We have to build them up within the countries, but there has to be agreed principles. And I think that's the approach that's being taken. And I think that comes to your second question on, this is going fast. Are we on top of everything already? No, probably not. But can we just sit around and wait for everything to happen before we get moving? No, definitely not. So we've developed, our education colleagues have developed in terms of education a framework for using AI in education. It's there online, you can download it. But this is the kind of thing also we hope to keep working with the government here and with the Ministry of Education to maybe bring in the issues of all the languages in India, how the education system in India works, how will it be useful, and then we'll be doing that in India, we'll be doing it hopefully in Uganda and in other countries and all around the world. So we cannot just come with these solutions at the global level, but we have to have those discussions which allow us then to engage and build up both ways. So, and the final questions are we practicing what we preach, really, about whether our own systems? We do have a team looking into this, but we have the necessities of having to deliver. So we have to rely on commercial, so is it, we are thinking about it, we are looking at it. In terms of AI, we have certain rules on what we can and cannot use. But what we can use may not be as resourceful as what exists out there on the market, and so we're caught in that tension, as many are. But we're not. So my answer is sort of, kind of, if that's okay.
Okay. I think that we are all grappling with this. I want to thank Timothy Curtis, who's the director of UNESCO and the representative not only for India, but South Asia, if I understand. And we have a number of South Asian countries. I do hope you'll have a little time so that you can interact with them. I'd now like to call on Shri Abhishek Singh. I know from my time in India that additional secretary is as high as you can go. So we are very honored to have you with us. He's from the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology here in India. And I'm wondering what you can tell us about how you're working with equity in design. You want to speak from there? Okay, so you don't need to.
Thank you, Dorothy. Thank you, Dorothy. Tim, my colleague in UNESCO, with whom we are working on the readiness assessment methodology, the panelists on the dais, experts in the audience, friends, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed an honor to be speaking here, and in fact, I was listening to the earlier speakers. There's so much to kind of learn about what countries across the world, what companies across the world are doing to ensure equity by design, ensuring that digital technologies as we adopt become inclusive. Before I express my thoughts, I wanted to ask, did anybody attend or listen to the speech that our Honorable Prime Minister gave at the AI Action Summit in Paris? Lakshmi did. So he started, our Prime Minister started his speech by asking for all the people in the audience to do an experiment. And what experiment he asked for? He said that all the AI models that we are using, all the Gen AI tools, whether it's ChatGPT or whether it's Grok or Claude or Meta, Llama 3, Gemini, so any or Mistral, any of the tools that we all use, he asked people to give a prompt, to give an image of a person writing with left hand. And people tried, and if you give that prompt, invariably all models give you the image of a person writing with right hand. It never produces the right image of a person writing with left hand. So then he emphasized the point that the way the models have been trained is based on data which has got bias inbuilt in it. And when a model is trained on data which is not inclusive, when it is not over-encompassing, the outcomes that will come from such models will never be 100% accurate. So very simple example, but then with the way we are using AI and the way we are using technology in everyday life, such biases, whether they relate to gender, whether they relate to race, whether they relate to countries like India, about religion, about caste, about communities, about economic well-being, they produce outcomes which reflect the bias that is there in technology. So how do you mitigate that? How do you ensure that you are able to eliminate that? And then we come to the topic of the session, equity by design. We'll have to think that whenever we develop any such solution, there will be such issues, there will be such challenges, because the data that we are using to train a model is itself not 100% accurate. And if we have data that is inaccurate, it will produce outcomes which are not correct. So if we are able to understand what are the mistakes that happen, and come out with bias mitigation strategy. So all AI models globally, in fact, there was a time when you ask a model to, or Google also to ask to give the image of a person who is an engineer, it will invariably give it to a man. If you ask image of a person which is a nurse, it will give you a female. So these were like biases which are there. Over a period of time, most tech companies have kind of figured it out, and they have built algorithms to mitigate that. So one way to address that is that when we are training models, we have to be aware of what are the shortcomings, and then have strategies to mitigate that. And that's how we kind of ensure equity by design and ensure digital inclusion. India has been like an early adopter of technology. In fact, our advances in the digital public infrastructure and now in the field of AI is being an example that the whole world looks up to, especially the digital public infrastructure. But how do we start building it? When we thought of like the National E-Governance Plan now 20 years back, when we started building the e-services, online services, at that point of time also digital inclusion was at the top of the agenda. Like when we conceptualized it, the idea was to make, given the country's size and complexity, it was felt that to bring in efficiency, to bring in transparency, to bring in ease of access to services across the country, wherein people cannot travel to a district headquarter or a state headquarter, we have to have online services. But when the moment you are making services online, you have the issue of digital divide coming in, you have the issue of digital inclusion coming in, you have the issue of digital haves and digital have-nots. Because it's a fact that there are people, there are a large number of people who do not have access to a smartphone or a device. There are large areas who did not have at that point of time reliable connectivity. And there are large areas wherein even if people had devices or if people had access to connectivity, they would not have the ability to negotiate an online service. Digital skill was also a bottleneck. So that ensured that would mean that the people will be denied services if you are going totally online. If you are making passports, if you are making driving licenses, if you are making tax filing, if we are accessing scholarships online, how do we ensure that everybody is included? So we came up with a program way back in 2006 called Common Services Centers, where it was felt that those who cannot afford a device or who cannot navigate an e-service themselves, they could go to a kiosk, a telecenter, and get assisted access. And these centers were set up in public-private partnership model. They were set up by village-level entrepreneurs who would run these centers, who would offer these services, and to make them viable, it was decided that they will offer not only public services but also business services, like booking a train ticket or booking a flight ticket or applying for any other college admission, so various kinds of services. And today we have a network of 500,000 common service centers across the length and width of the country. Every village in the country has a common service center, so a person does not have to walk more than a kilometer to reach a service delivery access point. And the rates at which they offer these services are also determined by the department which is offering those services, in order to ensure that equity is ensured. So that was one of the first initiatives that to ensure that we are able to deliver services in a manner which does not result in services being denied to a group of people. And that's also like explained how the entire Digital India program incorporated the principles of inclusion, the principles of equity right from the beginning. The other dimension, especially in a country like India, comes with regard to languages. We are a very diverse country. Within the country, we have like 22 official languages and hundreds of dialects. And most people would not be able to access a service if it is available only in English or Hindi. So it was consciously decided that online services, whenever we are trying to offer, it has to be made available in all Indian languages. And to make this happen, we did take up a project called Bhashini, which is a natural language processing and NLP project, which uses a lot of artificial intelligence in order to ensure that seamless translation, speech to speech, speech to text, text to text is made possible. All services are today available in all Indian languages, so that everybody can access those services. And with the advent of generative AI, with the advent of tools with which voice has become a preferred mode of access services, we also realize that even if you make services available in all languages, there still will be people who would find it challenging to access a portal or download an app. We have an e-Naam portal for farmers, wherein farmers can go and access the prices of various commodities in the local market, or where to get fertilizers, or where to get pesticides, or get advice from experts. But how many farmers in our country, and maybe this might be true in several other countries, who would have the technical expertise to go to a portal, type in what they require, or download an app, navigate a CAPTCHA, and then make a query? They would struggle, they would not be able to do. So we felt that since speech to text has become so easy and language and LLMs are there, so we tried to make services available through voice. So one of our apps, like Umang app is there, which are 2,000 public services, has been made voice enabled. So instead of typing out a query, you can give a voice command, just like we talk to the Alexas and the Siris. So a farmer can go and say that what is the price of paddy in the nearest market, or my crop is having some yellowing of the leaves. What do I do? And then what happens is that the voice command is converted to text by the APIs which are there, speech to text APIs. Then this text is fed into an LLM. It can be a Llama 3, it can be any of the models. Answer is extracted, and then again it is translated back into the language in which the person understands, and the outcome is given. And imagine this happening in all Indian languages. So people who do not understand technology, they can also just give a voice command and get a reply back. And when this was working on smartphones, we thought that ultimately it is speech to text and text being gone into LLMs and outcome coming in voice. So we tried to do the same thing with a feature phone on a toll-free number. So those who could not even afford a smartphone, they could also use a 2,000 rupees phone, call up a toll-free number, give their query in their mother tongue. Then the whole technology backend happens. For the end user is not concerned whether you are using AI or whether you are NLP, whatever you are using. He needs an answer in his mother tongue. So that started happening. And today people are able to access, like, how do I get a scholarship? Where do I find B positive blood group? How do I apply for a government job? How do I get a driving license? Multiple things. Mothers in rural areas are asking, my child is suffering from diarrhea, what do we do? And these are easy solutions. So they don't have access to a specialist doctor. But if a voice command comes from a trusted government toll-free number, then people are able to tackle that. So whether it's healthcare, whether it's agriculture, whether it's education, multiple services are being addressed. And the LLM that India is building will be a voice-based LLM, primarily voice-based LLM, which will ensure that people are able to access services with the voice mode. And this would ensure, like today we take pride in saying that 900 million people in India are connected, 900 million people are online, they are accessing online services. But we also realize that when we say 900 million are connected, we realize 500 million are not connected. For these 500 million people to get online, for the 500 million people to get digital services, voice will become the primary mode of access, and today's technology will allow that. And when we are designing systems, when we are designing AI-based applications, we are building this in. And we are ensuring that all the public services are made accessible in this manner. The previous panel, there was a question with regard to, and my colleague also from CDAC, she asked, how do you ensure that risks of AI are mitigated? Because we also know that while the technology has a lot of potential, but it can also result in risks, it can result in harm, and we need to build ways to mitigate that harm. So for that, we are, along with the global community, developing global governance guidelines. India published its framework for AI governance a few weeks back. We had public consultations. We have got lots of comments, and with that, we are going to finalize our governance guidelines. The long and short of it is that it looks at AI usage and with the lens of user harm, in the sense that any application which results in harm to an individual or to a community will be something that will be regulated. Otherwise, we are pro-innovation. We allow solutions which are causing benefits to kind of be developed and deployed. And user harm, also the key issues that we have are like issues like deep fakes, issues like misinformation. So we are developing tools to detect deep fakes. We are developing tools to watermark AI generated content. We are developing tools with our research institutions for auditing AI algorithms, for AI bias mitigation, for machine learning, wherein if any data has been fed into a model and is resulting in some adverse outcomes, So machine learning tools, privacy enhancing tools, synthetic data generation tools. So these tools make the AI more inclusive, make it more equity based. So overall, I would just like to conclude and give some time for questions by saying that whenever they are trying to deploy technology, whenever they are trying to kind of develop tech solutions, we have to keep the citizen in mind, we have to keep the end user in mind, and try to evolve such a framework that ensures that the usage is more inclusive, all sections of people are covered, and it becomes more user friendly. So that's what I would like to share now, and over to you for the Q&A.
That was an impressive communication. And what I really liked about it is India continues to be generous in sharing the knowledge that it's gaining from all of this experimentation. I'm sure there are a lot of questions for him. I would like to hear the last speech from Baroness Kidron, and then we'll have questions which address both of those at the end. Yes. So, we've been talking a lot without thinking about the special group of children, but we know that they are among the heaviest users. Baroness Kidron is from the Five Rights Foundation, which has been lobbying all around the world, recently got legislation passed in the UK, legislation passed at the European Parliament level, and a new code also for Indonesia. So can you roll the video, please?
Good morning. I'm very sorry not to be with you, particularly because Hyderabad is amongst one of my favorite cities. One of the frustrating things about working on tech policy is that if you have a critique, you're immediately characterized as a tech pessimist, or in my case, a middle-aged woman who does not know the new rock and roll. But that's far from the truth. I was for 3 decades a movie director in a time of transformation from celluloid to digital. And before that, I trained as a camera operator, where the needs of the drama, whether fiction or fact, always pushed us to the edge of technical possibility. I'm an early adopter of tech and a lover of tech. But over the last couple of decades, it has been developed with a narrow focus on commercial interest that has concentrated power in very few hands. And it's failed to take responsibility for the social outcomes of its design. And I say design very deliberately, since tech is 100% human created and largely privately owned. It can, in theory, be whatever it wants to be. And that's why I have spent much of the last 10 years saying that we must, indeed you must, design your technology with children in mind. For example, in response to the recent debates about AI, I make the point that AI is not good nor bad. It's about uses and abuses. An AI system can regulate a preterm baby's heartbeat, or help translate education materials into minority languages, or it can game a child into spending money for virtual products. An AI chatbot can provide answers to an urgent question, or it can suggest that a 13-year-old murder someone who's bullying them, or tell them how to seduce a person twice their age. Or a facial recognition system in school may be used to help access free school meals, provide personalized learning, or deny black children entry because it's been trained on white faces. AI, just like other technology, is designed to be what the designer intends it to do. When I talk to children, that is anyone under 18, whether 9 or 17, they consistently say, like me, they love tech, but they want the uses of it to be kinder, more age appropriate, less insistent, and they want adults to pick up their own eyes from their phones. In a recent conversation with a VC, he said, "It is the definition of market failure if you cannot design to be safe or rights respecting because of the dominance of bad practice." And I thought that was an important observation, because when I talk to those who are building or investing in tech, they often suggest they're prevented from doing the right thing, the thing that they would like to do, because of the cost of doing so makes them unattractive to the incumbents, who are the main way of scaling up. In short, people who would like to do the right thing are prevented by the market, and that is failure indeed. But it's not all hopeless for more than one reason. First, lawmakers around the world are finally responding to the pained cry of parents, and they themselves seeing children increasingly anxious and distressed by their tech interactions are bringing in codes of practice or laws. In the UK, we have the Age-Appropriate Design Code and the Online Safety Bill. Both in different ways determine that the design of products should consider children in advance. The changes that have come in their wake include turning off autoplay for under 18s on YouTube, stopping notifications after 9 p.m. for under 15s on TikTok, age-gating pornography right across the piece, and stopping direct messages from unknown adults to children. They are just some of the hundreds of changes, large and small, that make children's experience better by design and default. Some of those changes were UK only, some have been implemented across the globe, but each change, however incremental, proves that you can design your products with children and children's safety and autonomy in mind. Not every jurisdiction has the same policies, but I would say to you, both VCs, who should only invest in products that have been risk assessed for child users, or for you who have founded or work in startups, that any company, service or product can act ahead of the law and institute company policy that meets the same bar as these laws. The second reason it's not hopeless is that you don't have to start from scratch. The IEEE Technical Standard 2089 sets out a process by which you can ask yourself the right questions. The Information Commissioner website in the UK or the eSafety Commissioner website in Australia similarly set out processes and protocols. And for those of you deploying AI systems, the 5 Rights Children and AI Design Code is a protocol for thinking about your impact on children as you design using AI systems. The information is there. What you need is the will. My own view of the future is that we will eventually enter a version of digital life in which we understand that to progress as humanity, we will need new design norms that enhance users' experience and have a fairer impact on the communities from technology. I hope also that we move to correct the market failure that is represented by so much power in so few hands. And in that vision, one of a fairer, more considerate, distributed digital system, I hope all of you will play a part. And where you can start is by building companies, products, and systems that have considered children by design and default. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And because she's not here to answer questions, let me just give a few elements from the children's code. But before I do that, can I see the questions that will be coming to Additional Secretary? Wait a minute. Yes, we have one from Uganda. Any more? Oh, okay, Somalia. Yes, so I see 3. So let me just go through this because we are all WSA creators. So the first thing is the best interest of the child is foremost. And then there are a number of elements that focus on data. And I would like Additional Secretary to comment on those as well. That every product should go through a data protection impact assessment. That it should be checked for detrimental use of data, that there should be data minimization. That means you only collect the minimum amount of data that you need, and that you should disclose fully the data sharing. Geolocation should be off, and nudge techniques should not be used because they're particularly dangerous for young people. There are a lot more here, but we don't have enough time to go through it. And I would now ask the mic to go up there. Oh, where are you going? You know, when you're in a hurry, then... If you're right up there and you want to speak, you better come down. Otherwise, I will ignore you. So please come down exceptionally because it's Additional Secretary. We'll take more questions. But those who want to ask questions, please come and sit in the front row so that we can be speedier. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
And we'll take all the questions then. Yeah.
Thank you, Additional Secretary, for highlighting what India is doing, especially in creating your own models. My question would be, since this is government, is this open to Indian innovators and entrepreneurs? And then maybe also, is it like open source so that in the future, maybe if somebody wanted to design, let's say, a system, maybe for the Indian market in Uganda, we do have a lot of Indians. Is it possible to also plug in some of those models? Thank you so much.
Okay, the next question here. They're all sitting in the front row to make your life easy. Yeah. So, Stephen, and please say where you are from.
All right, so I'm Stephen Moore from Kaya AI from Ghana. And yeah, what you're doing is something similar just to what we are also doing. We've developed a translator for 11 African languages. And we are trying to also scale. Of course, it's also speech to text, text to speech, speech to speech, similar to what you have done, but now for African continents. So
what's your question?
A lot of things you said were very, very important. My question is, are your models open source? Is it allowed for everyone to have access to them? And do you also provide kind of, because just beyond, aside the models, also some computing facilities. Is it really something in general you provide for the whole nation because it's a large-scale project for India as well?
Thank you. To the next gentleman.
Hi, my name is Hemant. I'm from Hyderabad. I have a question to Timothy. I know I've skipped that time. I couldn't get an opportunity. So in this session, it was a wonderful session from every member. We spoke about the gender discrimination. We spoke about work, co-working. Here we spoke about education to children, how AI has adapted. My question is, there are children with autism and ADHD. They have a lot of cognitive skills. They have wonderful memory. They have, if you see them, they are the brightest kids.
What is your question?
My question is, from UNESCO or any organization, how AI can help these kids for their communication, for the social integration and education.
Thank you very much.
No,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Thank you, Muhammad Ibrahim from Somalia via Melbourne, Australia here. Oh, okay. I'm Muhammad Ibrahim from Somalia, Mogadishu, but via Melbourne from Australia. My question is straightforward. You mentioned yourself about the bias on AI and so on. So as I was applying for visa to India, and I did many times, every time I ask the same questions. I'm just wondering whether there is a way in terms of using the technology to say, look, if you applied before, we already know you. And the second question that relates to this is, I want to know why certain data is collected. Why do you care my mom's grandfather and my great-grandfather and my religion and what sect? What relevance has that got to do with just getting a visa? I'm not complaining, by the way.
All right.
Please, I can't even.
I think you asked the question. Thank you. The last one.
Yeah, hello everyone. Karina here from Paraguay. And I was like, quick question related how actually advanced are these training in the Indian dialects on the LLMs? If it's not so much advanced, how many time will it take? That's all.
There's one question here.
Yes, my name is Nurul Hastat Ovi and I'm from Dhaka, Bangladesh. So my question is to the director of the UNESCO India. How do you plan to engage young peoples in driving the forces for AI, the forces that's coming up in the next 20 years and how UNESCO is preparing for it? Thank you.
That's a lot.
So there was a question which talked about ADHD and autism. It's a paradox. Screens, any kind of screen is actually supposed to increase that. It's supposed to take the child away from social integration. How are you going to balance the two when you're bringing iPads to children in school?
Thank you. So, wow, can you remember all of that?
Yeah, thank you. I will try to address to the extent possible. First and foremost, about children, about ADHD, about device, about addiction. How many have seen Adolescence? There is a show on Netflix. Has anybody seen? So, if you have not, I would suggest you must. It kind of highlights the dangers of technology, dangers of social media, and how it is. Okay,
clearer. The mic is, yes.
So what I was saying was that the risks that children are today exposed from technology, from AI, from social media usage, addiction, being away from their friends, being away from human interactions, talking to screens, talking to strangers, has been like very aptly highlighted in this recent show called Adolescence on Netflix. It kind of shows how children's minds are getting programmed into thinking and doing things, even taking to crime, which includes a 13-year-old killing a 12-year-old. So the dangers are real. We need to kind of have strategies to ensure how do we protect children from this. There are tools which we as parents have been using, like screen time and all, but they are registered by children. We need to have frameworks with regard to how do we restrict usage of permissions, which Dorothy was referring to, like how many apps should be allowed to take how many permissions for you, location sharing, data sharing, contact sharing, trying to contact. But recently, in fact, we have been working with all the social media companies. We came out with IT intermediary guidelines, which kind of brought some obligations on the social media platforms for kind of content that can be shown to children and all. And this is something that's work in progress. We need global cooperation. For one side, there's the profit motive of the tech platforms, and the other side, we have the very important social responsibility of protecting our children and protecting our people from the harmful effects of that. This is something that will be of top concern, developing tools, developing means for addressing that. We do have a Digital Personal Data Protection Act in India, which kind of puts a lot of onus with regard to how consent is to be taken, how any data that is shared with any entity, any data principal sharing with the data fiduciary, how that consent is to be taken. Consent is to be taken in a fair, informed, appropriate manner, and how the duration of the consent and the data principal will have the right to revoke that consent at any point of time. But this also requires a lot of awareness building, making people aware about what happens when you sign up of a free app or something. And as that another documentary I will refer to, the social paradox, which also showed the social dilemma, which also kind of explained that, which the underlying theme was that when a product is free, then you are the product. So your data is something which pays for a free product. So that's awareness is very, very required. The other question with regard to India's LLMs, whether being open source or proprietary, our philosophy is that open source. We have been sharing our digital public infrastructure, whether it's UPI, whether it's DigiLocker, whether it's Aadhaar, with the global community after the G20, and many countries are adopting. Through the MOSIP framework, around 20 countries are building the Aadhaar framework. Several countries have built digital payments similar to UPI. We are in touch with many countries for adoption of DigiLocker data architecture that is there. Similarly, the CoWIN platform was shared with multiple countries. So our AI models will also primarily be open source, but AI models have primarily been developed by private sector players. So some of it might be open source, some of it could be proprietary also. But the principle will be that it will be available, the applications that we will develop will be available for global community to use. Then there was this question with regard to, yes, that's a pain point. We always feel whether we apply for a visa to come to India or whether when I apply for a visa to go to United States, one always scratches one's brain, why is it being asked again and again? So the prime reason is that we don't have the e-passport or the e-visa interoperable system globally. So that framework is currently under development, and once that happens and there is a global data sharing policy, if that happens, then it can become very simple that just like if a country has issued a passport to someone and the person is applying for visa and that country has certified him to be like legit without any criminal or without any adverse impact, because visas are denied only because there is an adverse history. So most countries try to take a lot of history and a lot of information just to do data mining to find out any reason because of which you can deny visas. And in fact, the recent developments in the United States shows that how even data mining from social media is resulting in student visas being cancelled. So there is a reason because of which governments do, and they have their own objectives for doing that, and that's how all that data is being collected. Any other question that I missed out?
I think you got it.
Yeah, perfectly. Now so a few questions for Timothy were there.
Timothy?
Okay, very briefly, I think there was two main questions. One about, let's say, differently abled or disabled people, and the other about youth, and then a little bit about the health impacts of screen time. But the health impacts of screen time, I would say, I'd refer you to colleagues from the World Health Organization who might be better positioned than me to advise on that. We are definitely working hard on inclusion. I mean, what both these questions are is to make sure of the inclusivity of the systems and in terms of accessing, so using AI for education, for better social, certainly we're working on that, and there are discussions going on with that area. And the same with youth. We hold youth forums all the time across all of our mandate, be it in the different areas we do. So AI falls into that as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, and I think that you should link up with some of our winners. One of them was saying, no more ed tech. We want ped tech. so that we will teach the teachers how to use the technology to enhance learning. I just want to make a few remarks. I think we left a little bit to the side the importance of co-design and feedback loops. If we're designing for an audience, we need to engage with that audience to understand. And there have now been a number of global engagements with younger persons, and they are very clear on what they want removed from the kind of social media that they're using. And in fact, I think they did one, was it in Assam yesterday? In India, I was just reading the report, a consultation with young people on how to design. So co-design is very important, and we always have to keep in mind when we are purchasing, procuring, who shaped this technology? Who owns the technology? Where is our data going? And so we don't have time. I could speak for a very long time on this topic, but I just want to say that we are very lucky to have had this hosted in India. I've been a diplomat in a past life, and we have seen how much the experience of India benefits all countries in the global south and in the north, even if they don't always admit it. So we are hoping to learn many more lessons from your experience, and thank you for sharing. In fact, thank you also for sharing from UNESCO and from Australia and Uganda. And I think that together we are going to figure out how we can build the tech we really want to have a safe and equitable digital future. Thank you. Oh, and by the way, I almost forgot. This is not my book, but this is a book which has come out and which has been deliberately sidelined. Mark Zuckerberg had placed an injunction on the author. The title of the book is Careless People. They knew what they were doing was wrong, but they did not care. So wait until it comes out in paperback, and it's super cheap, but I recommend it should be read. Thank you. And I hope everybody here is not a careless person. You are very careful people.
Thank you so much, Dorothy, for moderating the session. And to all our panelists, thank you for joining us today. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so the next session today talks and focuses on digital just climate transition, balancing people, planet, and progress. This session on digital just climate will focus on understanding how experts from policy, tech, business, and communities can come together to explore the intersection of digital innovation and climate action. This session will also explore how digital tools can support a fair and inclusive shift away from fossil fuels, especially for vulnerable communities coming from the grassroots. We have a very diverse panel here to join us today. I'm going to ask Darsha Shah, the Chief AI Officer from United Kingdom, to please come on the stage. No break. I don't know. Can we also have Mr. Siddharth Reddy, the Vice President from Corporate Strategy and Global Expansion from CDRLS India, on the stage, please? Hi. Can we have Renuka Devi, a Sushnapreneur from Digital Empowerment Foundation, on the stage? Can we also invite Dr. Syed Qazi, the Director and CEO of Center for Social and Digital Development, India? Can you have Rishi Kishore, a fellow with Swanati Initiative, on the stage, please? Mr. Vignesh, who's a product specialist at TraceX from Power Ledger, Australia. And can we have Ritvika Mukherjee, the corporate cybersecurity strategist from India? The moderator for this session is going to be Maitri from Digital Empowerment Foundation. Please also note that this session was sponsored and powered by CTRLS data centers, and we're really looking forward to having this conversation. One request to all the panelists, there's a small echo that happens in the room, so every time you speak, please hold the mic close to your mouth so everybody can hear you at the back as well. Thank you so much. Maitri, you can take over.
Akanksha. Make it full screen. Yeah, thanks. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome all of you to this very important conversation on digital just climate transition, balancing people, planet, and progress. Very sorry to keep the panelists waiting. My name is Maitri. I'm a researcher at DEF, and I will be the moderator for this session. We also have a sponsor for this session, Control S. Control S is world's fastest growing data center company. They have more than 15 plus data centers across India, and they're big investors of in solar energy projects and have been supporting innovation and sustainability for more than 2 decades. Thank you, Control S, for sponsoring this session. Today, we find ourselves at the intersection of 2 big transitions, climate and digital. However, while we're facing both this twin transition at the same time, it's very important to ask whether both the transitions can go hand in hand. What are the challenges and opportunities that they bring to the table? And more importantly, is digital in a position to support just climate transition? And to discuss this in detail, we have a diverse set of experts and from technology, tech, business, community, and from civil society. Let me introduce all of them to you. We have with us Dr. Syed Qazi. He's a director at Council for Social and Digital Development. He's a researcher and he's a policy researcher at CSDD, and CSDD basically works towards digital inclusion, sustainability, social development. Syed sir has also been associated with the DF for a long time. We welcome you, sir. Next, we have Rishi Kishore from Svenity. Rishi is again a policy practitioner and researcher. Rishi has been working on the topic of energy transition and development economics for a very long time. And I also had a chance to work with Rishi as a fellow in Jharkhand, and an incredible experience. We have Renuka Devi ji with us. Renuka Devi ji is a sociopreneur from Bokaro. She again works with DF, and not only she works with DF and brings grassroots experience to the table, but she was also field researcher on our Just Transition project. So she knows both digital and climate very well. So please, talk to Renuka ji even after the session if you get a chance. Next, we have Mr. Vignesh. He's a product specialist at Tracex. At Tracex, he basically works towards increasing transparency in the environmental commodities market and creating solutions for global challenges. We also have Dr. Darshana Shah with us. She is a chief AI officer at Insta Cloud. With a PhD in neuroscience and expertise in AI, ma'am brings
like AI innovation to multiple sectors across the globe. She's also a strong advocate of sustainable tech. We also have Ritvika Mukherjee ma'am with us. She's a corporate cybersecurity strategist at Accenture, and she offers cybersecurity, cyber risk, advices to firms against advanced data breaches and cybersecurity frauds. She also chairs the Public Safety and Security Council in Bengal. Ma'am has been working with the community for a long time and building awareness against cyber attacks. Lastly, we have Mr. Siddharth Reddy. He's the Vice President at Controllers, and he looks after the corporate strategy and global expansion at Controllers. So Controllers, as I explained before, was fastest growing data center companies. And like others in the panel, Siddharth sir also works for sustainability, but in the private sector. So it was a long introduction. Sorry for that. But before diving to the session, it's very important for me. So this topic is very close to my heart. I worked on this topic for 1.5 years. So I will just give you a brief about how did we end up choosing this topic. So over the past 1.5 years, Digital Empowerment Foundation with Swaneti Initiative, we worked on a project called Just Transition. So in that project, we basically wanted to understand the coal dependency as well as, what are the sectors for diversification during the coal phase down. And we were doing the study in Jharkhand, in the two districts of Bokaro and Ramgarh. And during the study, we also, thought that, we work at the intersection of digital and climate. Let's explore what digital, can do in transitioning. In India and like at the sub-district level. So we added a few questions and we had an overwhelming response. A lot of people in the survey during the study said that they do see digital as a medium of alternate employment. They do see digital supporting livelihoods and also preparing for the new task force that will be required for, that will be required in the process of energy transition. So that's how we ended up working on this topic. And while we were working on this topic, so one of the deliverables was obviously the report. It is in front of you, yeah. So I think so. It's called. So the main report that we worked on, it was on just transition, and along with that we also worked on a digital just transition paper that is in front of you. If one of the volunteers can help people get that. So in this session, we'll also be launching both these reports. The first report is called this is basically it's a discussion paper on digital just transition. In this discussion paper, we explore how digital can help the transition, and also because in the first study we came up with a lot of sectors that the community wanted to diversify to. So this paper also talks about what are the tools, what are the apps, what are the technologies that we can use to diversify to those specific sectors that came out of the study, the main study that we did on just transition. Apart from that, we also have one other booklet. It's called Community Champions. So I would request the guests to stand up and we would like to basically launch the report and also get a picture. The colorful one and the green one. So while the discussion paper talks about how we can integrate digital into energy transition, the booklet basically reflects on the journey of the surveyors who did this study for entire 1.5 years, and it's a beautiful reflection of their work, the problems that they face, the opportunities that they see at the ground level. So when we have these booklets, these publications at our stall, if you find time, please go through them. Now I would like to begin with the panel. So the panel today is titled Digital Just Transition, Just Climate Transition, Balancing People, Planet and Progress. The questions for the panelists are, so I think I would like to begin with you, Rishi, because you have been very well aware about the project that we've done, and also how do we see digital integrating and working out on the field. So my first question to you is, based on the fieldwork that we've done in both Jharkhand and Telangana and the insights from the study, do you believe that this twin transition, digital and climate, can realistically go hand in hand, and how?
So first I just explain what is just energy transition, because for this audience. So when we talk about just energy transition, the larger objective is, as the India is planning for the net zero 2070, so for that the fossil fuel consumption will be close to zero around 2070, which means that we need to move away from coal in next 20-25 years. And when in the next 20-25 years the coal will move to, and we are going for the renewable and the clean energy sources, at that point the 51 coal district, which employ around 1.5 million people and roughly 2 lakh crore, which is around $20 billion, is going to the national and state exchequer, including GST compensation cess. Everything will be at stake, and all these 51 districts, bearing Nagpur, is a coal mono economy which is largely dependent upon the coal. So those districts need to diversify, and what will happen, what will the policy and technological intervention is required, and the no one left behind in this process of just energy transition. So this is basically just energy transition. So how the digital can play an important role in the just transition? So to explore that question, Maitri and Arpita from DEF and other, we all have worked together. We collected data from around 1,500 households and around 400 industry in the 2 districts of Jharkhand, Ramgarh and Bokaro, and the 2 districts in Telangana, that is Mancherial and Pedapalli. So the 2 interesting finding was that almost close to 80% household has the access to the smartphone and the internet connectivity, and they have a moderate to advanced understanding of how the internet and the digital ecosystem work. But at the same time, when we are talking about the government scheme and the policy would be needed for the energy transition, the major problem was no one was aware what are the policy that help them to diversify to the different industries. And the digital can play a very important role in the bridging that knowledge gap, creating the awareness, because most of the people on the field doesn't know about the energy transition, and the people who will be affected. So digital and the internet access can be a mode to educate the people also what would the just energy transition mean, and what the challenge it can pose, and what can be the alternative scheme that they can avail to diversify their business. Yeah.
Thank you, Rishi. So Rishi, my next question is to you is that what are these policy and institutional gaps that you're talking about, and how we can bridge these gaps?
See, the main institutional and policy gaps. There is no institution who can collectively talk about energy transition and the access of information. So the two intervention that can be done in the first, the some kind of the task force which can take care of energy transition and putting the digital intervention to educate the people on the field and explain how the people can avail different scheme and learn from the available opportunities. So that is the on the policy intervention part. On the digital intervention part, the government has need to come up with the some portal and the private investment is needed to push for those investment. So these are the two basic things that need to be done right now. It's a long path. We're the first foot with this two intervention.
Okay, thank you, Rishi. So my next question is to you, is that while we're talking about policy at the government level, but do you think that, do you think that we are ready for this transition at the grassroots? Is the digital public infrastructure ready for this transition? And if not, how can we facilitate the same? Yeah. So my question is that do you think that our digital public infrastructure, while we're talking about policy and governance, but do you think that our basic digital public infrastructure, are we ready? Are we ready to facilitate this transition? Not just at the policy level, but also at the grassroots level, and how we can ensure that.
Good afternoon. I think the mics are echoing, in fact, so if even you were speaking, I was thinking who is speaking, and trying to figure out. So anyways, thank you. I can use this. Thank you, Maitri, for inviting me. And of course, since you mentioned there's a time limit and we are delayed also. But my first reaction entering this room was I'm excited to be in such a big infrastructure space. And in my life, I have seen first time such kind of arrangement. It's a steep sitting arrangement and some people, two gentlemen sitting at the top. I'm excited to experience after in the lunch hours and go back and see how it looks. So that is on the lighter note, because we are talking about infrastructure. So this is also a huge, wonderful infrastructure at T-Hub. And of course, my name is Syed Qazi. My full name is Syed Sultan Qazi, but people say it's long, so just be short. And I represent Northeast India region, and I think many are international delegates here. So that is a region bounded by five foreign countries. 5 countries are bounding the region, including China, Myanmar, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Bhutan. So I come from that part of the India. And while Maitri was sharing with me that you can speak something around this, so I thought maybe something from the Northeast perspective, because now I'm based out of that region. And also we have started this startup in the last 5 years. It's 5 years now we are working in the region closely on the digital space, intersection of technology and society, because that is a region that each one of you, when you try to Google and find it out, and also historically we have been saying that we are behind the mainstream region, the country, for almost 15-20 years we are behind, traditionally also, historically also, and the national integration process, because India is just 70 plus years now, as in age, so which is like an age of a normal older person, and still the national integration process is still happening there, because there are multiple tribes, ethnicities, indigenous groups, communities, and how tribal groups and communities that work, how they are very things. So the topic is around of course, the topic is something little different here, but while I was coming, I was thinking that what is that just digital transition, which should be just and fairness. And I think many of you may know there is a great political philosopher, John Rawls, his theory of justice, 1971, he talks about justice has to be fair. So anything that we work on the infrastructure part, and currently we are talking about that whole physical to the digital infrastructure transition that is happening. So whether this infrastructure transition that is being deployed at a mass level, at a major level, at a mass level, in fact, the whole over India also. So how do we look at it? And the question that she has put is whether we as a country or at the community level, we are still ready for that digital public infrastructure is ready to be accepted, is ready to be used optimally, fairly, justly, because 70 years of a country like India, we are still emerging where more than 50% are still living in the rural context. They are still absorbing, understanding the digital transition processes. So certainly my first reaction will be that, of course, deploying something, designing something, because we also need to visualize that 50 years down the line, we have to visualize the digital transformation that India is thinking, the digital economy pursuit that we are making. So certainly these are all bigger objectives the country has to pursue, but not necessarily when we talk about this investment is leading to the ground level and people are trying to ready to use that optimally, judiciously, safely, securely, and also whether this infrastructure has been able to reach out to the people or not. Because there are examples I just wrote, I was doing some data analysis and statistics here that, for example, in the northeastern region, for example, there is a program called this broadband connectivity program in India that is happening under BBNL. It's in the national government of India's push for broadband connectivity to every gram panchayat, which means local village level administration in all over India. But in the region in the northeast, less than 50% are still connected, which means that more than 50% are still to be connected with broadband. But connecting with broadband is one thing, but using that broadband by the people for whom it is meant another thing. Because why I'm saying is that recently, very recently, the same in the Ministry of Department of Telecommunication, there is a Telecom Center of Excellence. They have come out with a program that called Digital Bharat Nidhi, which means that they are trying to push, ensure that this whole broadband infrastructure being deployed, which is a part of larger DPI, digital public infrastructure, that needs to be used. Government has done some job in deploying the infrastructure, but who is going to use now this infrastructure, this whole investment? That is where the government recently only they just notified a circular by the government of India through a Department of Telecommunication that they will do a pilot project in certain parts of the country, including in certain villages at panchayat level, at village level, that how this broadband infrastructure can be used, should be used optimally, because there has to be demand and uptake for this infrastructure and usages, which is not happening. Which means that government has also recognized the fact that they've invested heavily in the digital public infrastructure in some point or the other, but the usage part, otherwise, if there is no usage and properly not being used for services and those necessities, certainly this is not going to work, this whole investment. So this is one part of your point, that is that this ecosystem has to be built in, the services has to be built in for the people where the infrastructure is being deployed, the kind of infrastructure being deployed, so that the infrastructure can be just, can be really be logical, can be justified, that this is the kind of investment that we're using. The return is coming, social investment return is coming by usage of this infrastructure. The other point is that, which I really wanted to flag, is that I come from a region, and I think by now all of you know that you have heard about Manipur. Manipur, have you heard? Most of you have heard about Manipur. Why it is famous now? Globally, across the world, it's famous. Why it's famous? More than 200 days internet was shut down, the longest in the world in 2023, and still that state is undergoing transition. As you all know, we are sitting here, still normalcy is yet to come in that state, or it's a crucial state in India, in the northeastern part bordering Myanmar. So while I was thinking how DPI is connected to this, then where is the question that whether in those 200 days of shutdown, the longest shutdown in that world, how the DPI worked? The entire DPI has collapsed. The entire DPI collapsed in that state for almost a year. What is the impact of that? Where is the assessment of that? And how we are prepared? The question is, are we ready for that? In those kind of situations where social conflict, ethnic conflict, as I said initially, the integration part is still happening in that part of the country to the mainstream, and conflicts are happening. So in the case of Manipur is an example before us that how DPI collapsed for 1 year, and the repercussions and impact is still to be measured and understood. Why that happened, how that happened. So this is my another question, another point to share with all of you that needs to be questioned, and for us also as an organization to look, to go into further research and understand, because it's not Manipur, the entire northeastern region have conflictual, these fault lines are still there. Now and then happens, the undercurrents and all. So how this is going to work in that context. And my last point as of now is that whether we are ready, she's answered the community, we are ready, that we are ready or not. Just a report, I think, last month, a kind of a report that has come in is that Assam, you again know that Assam is the biggest state in the northeastern region. There is a report that has come out in more than 18,000 telecom towers in Assam is so vulnerable to disasters, natural disasters. And that report has been brought out by the Coalition for Disaster Resilience. There is a national global coalition, as you know, and by the Department of Telecom joint report has come out. It has flagged that so many thousands of telecom towers are disaster prone, and anything can happen because of cyclone and floods and all the stuff. So in that context, how the communities are also vulnerable, are ready or not ready in terms of investment being done, but the readiness of the community to use that infrastructure, because half of the 6 months the region is under flood or landslide and whatnot kind of a thing. So these are some of the instances, and also what Rishi has already mentioned that in his studies in Jharkhand, the coal transition that is happening. Certainly the just digital transition is only not one contextual. It has multi-dimensional contextual geographies, culture, ethnicities, conflict, fault lines, so many things. So I think with those lenses, we need to understand whether the DPI readiness or not readiness for the people, not people, has to be understood. So it's not about just we design, we outlay budget, we invest, but also we need to see those other nuances from the ground for the community, from the bottom up. That is very, very important, even to justify that we are taking, even to justify, as I mentioned initially, it has to be just and fair. The whole thing is very, very important. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Syed sir, for the insightful thoughts. रेणुका जी, मेरा अगला सवाल आपसे है, क्योंकि आपने इस स्टडी पर काम किया और ऑल्सो आप सोशल हैं, डिजिटल पे बहुत टाइम से काम कर रही हैं, आपको क्या लगता है कि और मतलब स्टडी पे काम करते टाइम पे आपने दोनों ही सवालों से डील किया है ना? आपने ये भी पूछा कि आप डिजिटली कितना रेडी है, पर आपने ये भी पूछा कि अगर आप ट्रांजिशन करना चाहते हैं तो कैसे करना चाहते हैं. तो जब आप सवाल पूछ रही थी कम्युनिटी से और खुद भी एक सोशल होने के नाते आपका क्या ख्याल है, अगर आप दोनों ही कम्युनिटी का पर्सपेक्टिव, एंटरप्राइजेस जिनसे आपने बात की उनका पर्सपेक्टिव और अपना पर्सपेक्टिव हमसे साझा करना चाहें कि आपको क्या लगता है कि एंटरप्राइजेस और साथ साथ में जो लोकल बिजनेसेस, लोकल कम्युनिटी, हाउस होल्ड, क्या हम रेडी हैं इस ट्रांजिशन के लिए, और अगर नहीं है तो फिर मतलब क्या ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जो कि कम्युनिटी से बात करके आपको समझ में है कि हम उन चीज़ों का ध्यान रख सकते हैं ट्रांजिशन करने के लिए अच्छे से. जी. Yeah, so Renuka ji is one of our socialpreneurs at Digital Empowerment Foundation. She sort of facilitates by providing information on like schemes related to digital at the grassroots. So, and she also worked as a server on our Just Transition study. So my question to her is, because she talked to a lot of enterprises, a lot of households, and different stakeholders. So my question to her is, what did she gather when she talked to these enterprises, talked to these people, and being from the community herself, what are her thoughts on how we can transition? What was the community's feedback on the same? So yeah.
जी सबसे पहले मेरा सबको झारखंडी जोहार। मेरा नाम है रेणुका और मैं झारखंड बोकारो से हूँ। और मुझे तो पहले ये मोबाइल के बारे में भी जानकारी नहीं था कि इसमें हम और क्या काम कर सकते हैं। सिर्फ बात करने के लिए हम यूज़ करते थे। लेकिन जब डिजिटल एम्पावरमेंट फाउंडेशन में जुड़ने के बाद मुझे एक सर्वे करने का मौका मिला, तब मुझे पता चला कि इसमें हम बहुत सारे काम कर सकते हैं। और लोगों को, कम्युनिटियों को जाके हम लोग ये भी बताते हैं कि मोबाइल के जरिए हम लोग व्हाट्सएप, फेसबुक, इंस्टाग्राम, ऑनलाइन बिजनेस या तो बैंकिंग, बहुत सारे ऐसे काम हैं जो हम लोग मोबाइल से ही कर सकते हैं। बैंकिंग का भी बहुत सारा काम है, जैसे ऑनलाइन यूपीआई का उपयोग करना, जैसे हम लोग का उसमें समय भी बचता है और बैंक में जाके लाइन लगाते हैं, वो भी मतलब थोड़ा मेरा सबसे बड़ा चीज़ ये है कि मेरा समय बचता है, उससे मेरा घर का काम भी हो जाता है। और बच्चों को शिक्षा के स्तर पे हम लोग ऑनलाइन क्लासेस भी करवा सकते हैं। स्वास्थ्य के लिए भी हम लोग इसमें ऑनलाइन बहुत सारी दवाइयों का भी हम लोग मंगा सकते हैं, शॉपिंग कर सकते हैं। और यूट्यूब के माध्यम से भी हम लोग अपना चैनल बना के उसमें महिला लोग बहुत सारे अपना रोजमर्रा के जीवन में जो भी काम करते हैं उसको डालते हैं, उससे हम लोग अपना इनकम भी कर सकते हैं।
साथ साथ में ट्रांसलेट करेंगे तो थोड़ा सा टाइम देना है, ठीक है? हाँ, I'm going to translate for her. She said that she belongs to a community as an information agent where she provides digital services to the community members. She also showed you her phone because she realized the power of the phone once she got access to it. She never had access to it before. And when she got the phone, she realized that it's a powerful tool and she didn't want to use it only to consume information. She also wanted to learn how she can provide information.
और ये जितना हम लोग अगर डिजिटल ढांचा हम लोग का जितना मजबूत होगा उतना हम लोग आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। बहुत सारी जानकारियां हैं जो हम लोग को ऑनलाइन मिलती हैं, उसको हम लोग समुदाय में भी जाके बता सकते हैं। जैसे ऑनलाइन पेंशन, बुजुर्गों का पेंशन भरना और इंश्योरेंस करवाना, बच्चों के लिए स्कॉलरशिप का फॉर्म भरना, आधार कार्ड बनाना।
She says that there are a lot of schemes and entitlements that the government has launched which do not reach the grassroots level because of a lack of information system. What she gets through the phone or through digital devices is access to these information that she then provides to the community members, including giving them access to health insurance, for example, or getting them their pension schemes that the government has launched, or any sort of relief scheme as well.
ऑनलाइन के तो बहुत सारे फायदे भी हैं और नुकसान भी हैं। जैसे हम लोग घर में अगर 4 व्यक्ति हैं तो हम लोग के पास अगर मोबाइल है तो चारों हम लोग अलग अलग बैठ के मोबाइल में ही देखते रहते हैं, कभी एक दूसरे से हम लोग बातचीत भी नहीं करते हैं। तो इसके हमको लगता है कि ये एक नुकसान है, काहे कि हम लोग घुल मिल के बात नहीं कर पाते हैं खुल के। और पहले हम लोग क्या होता था कि एक साथ एक कम्युनिटी में बैठ के हम लोग एक दूसरे का सुख दुख साझा करते थे, लेकिन अब वैसा नहीं है। मोबाइल है तो हम साइड में बैठे हैं, अपना वीडियो बना रहे हैं, कहीं गए हैं तो किसी से बात भी नहीं कर रहे हैं, हालचाल भी नहीं पूछ रहे हैं, किसी का परिचय भी नहीं ले रहे हैं, ये भी होता है। और
She said that while she is aware of the way that digital can connect you, there are also disadvantages that the community members in her village have started feeling. For example, before they had access to a digital device, there are 4 people in her family. They would at least talk to each other, they would communicate with each other, but now all of them just sit on the phone and they scroll, and that human connection is being lost. She also says that she is aware of the fact that through digital, they can also be victim to other kinds of digital wrongs.
और इस ऑनलाइन अगर हम किसी को फोन पे भी पैसा भेजते हैं तो हम उसमें अगर एक नंबर भी गलत कर दिए तो वो पैसा दूसरे के पास चला जाता है, ये एक नुकसान है। अगर हम बैंक में डालेंगे तो हम जाके बोल सकते हैं कि हम डाले हैं, लेकिन ऑनलाइन का ये नुकसान है कि मेरा पैसा अगर इनके पास चला गया तो इनसे हम मांग नहीं सकते हैं कि सर हम आपको पैसा दिए हैं दीजिए, ये तो बोलेंगे नहीं कि आप तुम्हारा पैसा मेरे पास आया है, ये भी एक नुकसान है.
She says that another wrong that she's aware of is the fact that through digital, especially when people in the villages or grassroots communities use it, if they enter a digit for an online transaction, for example, that is wrong, then the money goes to someone that you have no trace of. At least if you had deposited in a wrong bank account physically, you could go to the bank and raise a grievance. But when it happens online, the channel of redressal or grievance is, completely invisibilized.
और इसमें हम लोग अपना बच्चों को भी अच्छा से पढ़ाई करवा सकते हैं, ऑनलाइन क्लासेस करवा सकते हैं, और खाना बनाने का भी सीख सकते हैं. ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग भी महिलाएं करती हैं, पहले ही हम लोग को पता भी नहीं रहता ना. इसमें फीडबैक भी दिया हुआ रहता है कि हम लोग कैसे पता करेंगे कि ये साड़ी अच्छा है कि खराब है. उसके लिए हम लोग को कुछ जानकारी ही नहीं है, तो हम लोग कैसे जानेंगे. हम लोग ऑनलाइन ऑर्डर कर देते हैं, अच्छा या बुरा कुछ पता ही नहीं चलता है. लेकिन उसको भी उसमें कुछ तरीका होता है उसको सीखने का, उसको जानने का कि उसका प्राइस इतना है तो वो चीज हमारे लिए अच्छा होगा.
She says that especially the women in the community would never even imagine the things that they now do with digital devices. For example, they learn how to cook from different ethnicities and culture. They also consume information online, and they also use it as a tool where they don't have to now depend on mobility or transport to be able to get out to purchase goods. They can now do it on their phone, and they can also see the way that the quality has been described. So like holistic information development as well as consuming can now happen in the for the women in the community.
और कोरोना के समय यही मोबाइल था जो हम लोग को एक साथ कम्युनिटी में जोड़ के रखा था. उस समय तो हम लोग घर से बाहर नहीं निकलते थे, लेकिन इससे हम लोग मनोरंजन भी करते थे और एक दूसरे से बातचीत भी करते थे.
The community members realized during Corona that the mobile phone is the link that holds them all together, because there were government restrictions on going outside and actually having conversations. So the only way that they were connected were through digital devices.
और हम लोग जितने भी अपने फेसबुक, व्हाट्सएप, इंस्टाग्राम जो भी है उसमें हम लोग अपना प्राइवेट लॉक लगा के रखते हैं ताकि किसी को पता ना चले. और
And she said that in her program, especially, what they do is also teach them different platforms as well. So there is no dependency on one particular platform, or they do it in a way that's more democratic. So they teach the women about using WhatsApp, for example, for a particular reason, or Telegram, or even Snapchat or Instagram. And it happens in a way where the women can also understand what platform can be used very beneficially and critically for what.
Okay.
Thank you.
शुक्रिया रेणुका जी डिजिटल का पोटेंशियल बताने के लिए. थैंक यू रेणुका जी फॉर लेटिंग अस नो द पोटेंशियल ऑफ डिजिटल. नाउ सर, माय नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज टू यू. Now that we have heard that technology helps people, but we also know the challenges it brings, right? So the question is that how can we ensure that digital technologies, that we're using to, build climate resilience, are also addressing, challenges like e-waste, rising energy demands, and risk of digital exclusion?
Thank you, Maitri, for the introduction before, and a good afternoon to everyone here. So to get into the question, I think technology, when it's made intentionally, can be a great leveler in terms of climate resilience. And at TraceX, which is the product I'm coming from, we basically help trade renewable energy certificates. And in our experience, we found that tech should not just be an optimizer; it should be an enabler. And kind of leading on from this example, I would even go on to say that what does renewable energy certificate trading do? It just helps in the uptake of low carbon electricity, right? But when we build a platform without thinking of user centric designs or support for local languages, then we basically are perpetuating the same digital divides that we're trying to break. So that's definitely not great. And in terms of e-waste, I think having lightweight interoperable tech that doesn't increase the cost of devices over time would be the way to go. And lastly, in terms of exclusion, I would say access is something that should be embedded into the system that we're building, and we should be very critical in thinking about it. And also, finally, I think inclusion. I think it's in the digital space, inclusion's a buzzword, and I think it's not a feature. Inclusion. I think it should be baked into the system architecture from the grassroots level, and I think policy should dictate that as well. Yeah. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughts. Siddharth, sir, my next question is for you. You're exactly working and supporting the kind of technology that Vignesh sir just spoke about. My question to you is that as an institution, as an organization, who supports technology and sustainability, how do what are the regulatory frameworks that are in place that sort of take care of the vulnerable communities when you're setting up these centers at the tier 4 cities that you work with?
Thank you for the question. Thanks. Before I answer your question, I just wanted to give a different flavor of things, what I've heard from Mr. Syed Qazi and my other Renuka ji. So, the entire digital race in India actually started like about 15 years ago, I would say. Back then, probably 10 years ago also, your data consumption was not more than 1 gigabyte. Today, the per capita data consumption is closely about 25 GB per person. And, it's astonishing that we are going to add another 50 GB by in under 3-4 years or so. So the amount of data consumption has increased so rapidly, and with the advent of technologies like Industry 4.0 and AI, we are going to consume way more data and way more infrastructure that's required to power all this technologies that we are building. So currently, one thing that we are doing differently is, we are not only focusing on major metropolitan cities, but we also further fragmented into tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4 cities to start off with. Majorly, there's lots of, background to whatever Mr. Syed Qazi was saying. There's a lot more basic infrastructure that is supposed to be built. Apart from the infrastructure, there's a basic ecosystem that is required to be built in these tier 2 and tier 3 cities, right? So, when you say internet, when you're talking about internet, there are 5 basic elements of internet. One is your, content creators, content consumers, content delivery networks, internet exchanges, and data centers. Now, if you have to build a data center or an infrastructure, you need all these 5 basic details of an ecosystem to be present. And currently, we are the pioneers, at least in India, we are the pioneers moving it into tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And as a first initiative, we have started in Lucknow and Patna this way. Now, how are we doing it differently in a more sustainable way is basically all the water that we are consuming today, probably to power the entire data center capacity in India is today about a gigawatt. And, the milestone that we have ahead of us is about 4 gigawatt in under 5 years. Now, building everybody's assumption there is that all these data centers and this AI technology is going to deplete the resources of planet. So moving away from the conventional thought process, what we've done is, today a megawatt is consuming closely about 40 kiloliters a day of your regular water. Now, we have moved away from regular water. We are using recycled water or the drain water for the cooling technologies. And alternatively, we have switched to renewable energy. But however, most of the states today have constraints at a policy level that unless you don't hit a megawatt, you can't use renewable energy, or you can't be on an open access. This is majorly because, again, we can't blame this completely on the state, because if at all you look at your power bill today, you have something called as cross subsidy charge. Any commercial building or any industrial building has cross subsidy charge. So if I'm consuming 1 unit, if you're paying 6 rupees at a household level, we pay about 8 rupees. So that additional 2 rupees is going towards the socio-economic benefits to bridge the gap between the different levels of the society. But now, how do we do it differently is going to be a very big question for lots of thought leaders present here. But at a societal level, if at all we are able to address or bridge these gaps better, I think the policy level implementation would move a stride or a notch above than bridging gaps, but to actually lead in the technology front and promote the technology to get better, or provide better for the citizens here. So yeah, I think at a policy level, we need to think about how do we promote these renewable energy technologies or sustainable technologies better. But yeah, I guess that's about it.
Thank you, sir. Darshana ma'am, my next question is towards you. So while sir did explain and talked about how private sector is also now creating their policies, working towards sustainability, but what are the lacks in the system still that are persisting? What are the things that we're still lagging, like what are the things that we're still lagging behind, and and how we can address them?
Hello, is this working? Yeah. Thanks, Maitri. So in terms of the lags that still exist, I think the 3 main ones I see start with the data. So we've kind of already discussed in the equity by design session how important it is to essentially look at the problem you're solving and really include the right data and the right designers in the process. And those are typically the people that are using the solutions that we're developing. On the renewable side of things, that typically includes solar farm asset managers, people who are looking to balance grid operations, etc. But yeah, I think those are the kind of critical things. So with biases in data, so for example, if we're looking to build those type of renewable solutions for the global south, they're not necessarily going to look the same as what we see in Europe, for example, because the satellite data, all of the data that's based on that type of predictive modeling is going to look very different according to the environment that's going to be drier in the global south. A lot of other things, the growth of vegetation will happen at different rates, etc. So that really needs to be baked into the solutions. Likewise, the other thing that I think is critically important is behavioural changes. So climate change challenge that we all face is a huge problem, and there's a lot of psychological research that shows that us as humans haven't quite evolved to look at threats on that level of scale. We're very much tribal creatures still, very much focused on our local environment, and that is a major challenge because we kind of need to collectively come together to build effective solutions because they're all interlinked. We live, the Earth is one planet, it is our home collectively, but we need a lot of effective localized solutions in order to make the whole more effective. In terms of some of the recent research that has kind of worked on these nudge techniques to kind of get more people included in the design of effective sustainable solutions, there is a great research paper by the World Resource Institute and Tide that was actually done in India looking at domestic energy use. And they basically started to use a lot of personalized AI to promote specific usage consumption on energy bills. And they had a control group and a use case group. The use case group received their position relative to their neighbours and where they sat in the community in terms of energy consumption. And the control group didn't receive that. They just received the standard usage bill of what they consumed. And what they found is in the use case group that actually energy consumption reduced by up to 7% by just being able to understand where they sat relative to their neighbours and their community. And it's those type of nudge techniques that I think can bring us closer and involve more people. And I think that cross-section of bringing more diversity into the conversation will enable us to create more effective solutions.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I definitely had very little idea about that, but I'm going to read more in that. And thank you so much for the insights. Ritvika, ma'am, the next question is towards you. Now we're talking about AI and data centers and data and how it's helping us and not helping us. But at the same time, but because, there is also this other kind of transition happening where we're also, putting a lot of our data that was offline before to online. However, it also, leads to a lot of risks. So, what are the risks that you as a person who's been working on this topic for a very long time that you have, seen, and also how we as a country, we have resolved them, and also what are the challenges that are there for future? Yeah.
Thanks, Matthew. That's a very relevant question. I must appreciate you for that. But before answering you, I would like to ask 2 quick questions for the audience, if I'm allowed to do that. I see many of us are busy with our smartphones, our laptops, and other devices. Just wanted to ask, is there anyone who is aware of the latest trend which is actually running across all the social media in a very viral way, which is called Ghibli art? Have you heard about it? Just if you can raise your hand, please. I see almost every hand going up. Well, my second question then, have you used your photograph to create your own Ghibli photo, Ghibli art? Yes, no? It's a mixed response. Good. So people who have raised your hand saying that as yes, if you have used it, can you just imagine how much of your private information you have just exposed yourself just for the sake of fun? You have exposed your facial data, your skull data, your skin tone, your body type, how you look, how you behave, how you smile, everything. So this is the level of data exposure we are having every day. That's the answer to your question. So whenever we are using a technology, or rather developing a technology, it is also our responsibility, our social responsibility, to ensure that this technology is not being used just for progress. It should also have a human benefit. Progress not only defines our humanitarian development. It is, of course, important. I'm not against it because I'm a hardcore techie. But at the same time, it is also important for users and creators that every technology that we build should also take care of our social well-being. Right? Now, coming to the second part of your question. So whenever we do a risk assessment, the main or the first and foremost question that comes to our mind is, who is going to own the risk that I find as a risk assessor? When I go for risk assessments for enterprises, we have a defined structure there, be it terms of team, be it terms of ownership. I mean, we have a complete structure there, as well as the infrastructure, so that whenever the outcome of the risk assessment is published, there is a clear-cut definition who is going to own it, who is going to implement it, and who is going to come and check it for audit purpose, whether it is being appropriately implemented or not, maintained or not, executed or not, updated or not from time to time. But enterprise data management, enterprise risk management, I'll say is pretty easier compared to when you look forward towards personal data, the risk or the exposure of private data. Ghibli is just one example which I gave. I don't want to highlight any particular application for that purpose. Any free application which you are getting on social media or on the free internet, please remember you become their product. You are exposing yourself with your own consent for free, just for the sake of fun, just for seeing yourself in a very good avatar, which is being created with your own facial information and other personal data. So as a cybersecurity expert, the question which I often keep getting, because every day technology is evolving and AI, as you rightly asked, Maitri, AI is already in an ever evolving state. So every day something new is coming up. It's completely in R&D phase even today, and there's a major blast which is going to happen in the next 5-10 years. That's what the report says. But are we prepared to embrace that change? That is the question I have for you all. We have people, representatives from governments, from different technology organizations, from different countries. My question to everyone here is, as a guardian of privacy and information security, I have a question. Are we prepared the way, the speed at which technology is being evolved vis-a-vis the readiness or the preparedness of the users? Are we equipped enough with the other side of technology? Please give some time to yourself before you start experimenting with new technologies, because every technology comes with both abuses as well as benefits. We tend to look only into the benefits when we start using it in the beginning, but only after we become victims, you come to people like us, and at that time, things have already gone out of our hands. So please think twice before you use any technology. Be responsible towards the usage. Thank you. That's what I would like to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we have 2-3 questions for the panelists? We only have 2-3 minutes, please. Yes.
Thank you. That was a very wonderful, insightful discussion. My question is for Ritvika. So you spoke about Ghibli art, and I think a lot of people in the room would be able to relate to Snapchat. Yeah, Snapchat is being used for years now. And not just that, we are using Google Maps, we are using WhatsApp, we are using, I don't know, multiple number of apps. Today, when we give away our data to any food delivery or any e-commerce app, we are giving away all information. So we are being their product. So where does the balance lie is what I'm trying to ask, because this is the way forward, which is shopping not in the retail but online, using apps, making life more and more convenient. Where is the balance, and how do we protect ourselves? Perhaps not using the app, or may not be the right situation right now, or may not be a practical situation, but perhaps using it in a more informed way is where I'm coming from, and that's where my question is.
That's a very relevant question, Niti. First, I would like to, there are two parts to your question. Let me answer the first part. So can we prevent ourselves from using new technology? No. The answer is clear-cut no. We have to embrace technology because that's the way forward, as you rightly said. Now, coming to your question regarding where lies the balance, that's the question I was raising in my while answering to Maitri as well. Here comes the main role here is from both the parties, the one who is creating the technology, and this equally it is important for us who are using the technology as well. We can't blame it only to the creator saying that, look, you have to create a secure technology for us. Like, if I have to give you an example, when I'm crossing a very busy road full of traffic, is it that I only depend on the traffic signal? I don't look both the sides and just blindly cross it? No, right? My life is my responsibility as well. I'll definitely depend on the traffic system, but I also take double security or double safety on my side to check both the sides and then cross the road so that I'm safe. Similarly, when we are embracing a new technology, it is also equally important for us to check whether it is safe for usage or not, whether it is safe for me or not. What is good for me, what is risk-free for me may not be risk-free for others. What is something which is like has a risk of exposure for me may not have a risk of exposure for others. So that is the education, user education level where it is very important, the skill gap. So right now, the pace at which technology is evolving, vis-a-vis the speed at which the curriculum or the overall user awareness level is, there's a huge skill gap. And that's where I would like to point out that it is important that we also upgrade ourselves from time to time. If we can learn how to use a technology in one day, I should also learn the same way how to prevent myself. Without knowing how to protect myself, I should not be using that technology. Give yourself some time, learn what are the nuances, and then use it or adopt it. I hope I could answer to your question.
I may. I'd just like to add to what Ritika has put in her own words. We have a new compliance that's coming into picture, which is ISO 42001, which is called as responsible AI, which would actually do a sort of background check. It's going to skim through quickly about the terms and conditions, how the data that is being consumed from you, the user, is going to be used by the app, and where exactly they're going to use it, how they're going to use it. So probably those guidelines, once they come into an implementation phase, probably that would lay a better path or a better understanding for the users, saying, okay, if there's an ISO 42001 certification on a particular application, probably you would be at a little bit more comfort to quickly glimpse through those or use them.
Hi, this is Joshi. I work in the clean energy space, especially with the utilities. So my question comes from, like we have this digital public infrastructure that has been built. So now there are talks about leveraging this same infrastructure for energy also, and in terms of making green energy accessible to more and more people. How can we make this transition more inclusive in terms of how we can make the stakeholders who are not, so far been of the focus, the consumers or the customers who can be empowered using the digital infrastructure to kind of trade the energy with there are peer-to-peer trading platforms that are coming up, and how in turn this will increase the pressure on the digital infrastructure. So if you can share some light, maybe Vignesh or Siddharth sir can. Thank you.
I can take that one. So I think we're getting to a stage where there's not just consumers, but we're having prosumers who are producing electricity, and there's sometimes an excess of it, right, in the middle of the day. And what you just described, peer-to-peer energy trading, is basically where someone's having an excess and someone who is in a deficit or is in need of it is able to buy it. The problem here is that most countries, even developing countries that are adding renewable energy, are doing it in an indiscriminate manner. And this comes with a lot of problems, voltage fluctuations, frequency issues. So it must be done in an orderly manner with the right sort of technologies, including smart batteries and inverters. And by doing this, the customers who were only customers can now actually interact with the grid. The grid's been a monopoly for millennia, right? And I think it's high time that these customers or prosumers are able to participate in the grid and actually reap benefits out of it. The only problem to this transition is policy. Utilities and government don't want to let go of this power. So I think there needs to be a strong policy in place and advocacy as well. Maybe that's Rishi's fort as well to tell us how that can happen. But yeah, those are my 2 cents. Thanks.
I think it's a little bit more complex than the policy itself, because if you look at the current regulatory bodies like CERC, the Central Electricity Regulatory Authority, the reason why the renewable energy policy is still restricted to 45 to 50% only, like currently Maharashtra is the most progressive state of all, where it allows you to bank the energy and also consume the energy only up to about 50% or so. Now, if at all you want to do anything more than that, you will have to have your own off the grid or behind the meter kind of structure to consume more amount of energy. Now, to answer your question, to bring more people or bring more inclusivity into it, probably if we start doing that, our grids would be not sufficient to cater to all the loads that are coming in back and forth. So probably some sort of microgrid structure, which is currently available in countries like Sweden or in Norway. They have a microgrid system where if at all you have a bulk consumer, a separate grid is constructed, a separate renewable energy platform is created where multiple generation units and consuming units come into a different grid. But I guess that would be a probable solution, because currently, if at all you look at the generation landscape, it's still very much nascent in India. But going forward, probably we're going to add another about 90 to 180 gigawatt in the next 2 to 3 years time with the current projects that are in that. I guess that's a inevitable question that everybody needs to answer.
Rishi, would you like to add to that?
So for more than consumer, I want to bring your attention when this clean energy transition will happen. So what will happen to the people and who are involved in the production or dependent on the coal enterprise for their business and livelihood. So for them, the digital integration will help to ease the ease of doing business indicator, which is major challenge in the central and eastern India state, which has a very lower state capacity in comparison to the southern state, which has the state capacity. So these people and these enterprises can be integrated to the overall DPI, and that can be prioritized to fasten the energy transition and equitable and just transition in the coal producing region.
Thank you, Rishi. Do we have another question?
Hi all, thanks a lot for the information. Another good challenging part is the financing. So climate transaction takes billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars, whatever agency you take. But do the state and central governments have such budgets to meet those requirements or the net zero targets? Because even if you see the most optimistic scenario, it takes trillions of dollars. Where does that financing comes? Where that's where the challenges, I think, are there.
Yeah, so if I can take this question. See, there are a lot of untrapped money with the government, and you have to not see the climate transition funding from the one source. So, for example, for every district, there is a district mineral foundation fund, which is roughly $3 billion. You have a CSR money from the big coal company. You have around 32,000 crore rupees, which is $5 to $6 billion that is going to the GST compensation that need to be rerouted for the green energy. And in all the process, you see what are the initial thing apart from the deployment of solar or wind or any energy sources is the scaling component, infrastructural development. So you need the convergence of the multiple fund. So until unless there will be convergence, you get some portion of the money for the transition from those convergence of different schemes. For example, DDU-GKY scheme train people in the hospitality sector, and tourism could be one of the potential sector when the eco-tourism will develop and the circuit for the tourism will be developed in those districts. So those convergence will help. And then the private investment would be needed, but for increasing private investment, you need to improve all the ease of doing indicator, because these state or where the investment is required a significant infrastructural development. So the untapped money, which are for the different purpose, need to be diverted to the clean energy. Then you need to attract the private sector, and at later phase, the multilateral fund can flow in. But the solution like JETP and other don't work, because we have seen in South Africa We have seen in Indonesia, we have seen in other country that JETP kind of thing doesn't work. And with the current administration, both globally and the current geopolitical order, a fund from G7 country actually doesn't work. This is not my organizational standpoint. This is my personal view. So yeah, we need to untap the local potential first, then the national fund, and later multilateral. But the G7 and JETP kind of thing we should stop right now until unless the geopolitical order stabilizes and we made significant progress on our stability with respect to the energy transition and overall grid and discom thing can be taken care of.
There's some mineral development fund, right?
A district mineral foundation fund. District mineral foundation fund.
District level.
Yeah, it's a district level fund.
Some transition happening also there because they are supposed to have a fund reserve resources. So how that is being utilized? So of course I don't have so much knowledge.
So District Mineral Foundation Fund was largely established under Pradhan Mantri Khanij Kshetra Vikas Yojana, and it is 10 to 30% of the revenue which is coming from the coal. The number is different on when the mines was open. So for mines open before 2009, it was 10%. After 2009, it's 30% of the royalty will go to the District Mineral Foundation Fund. The fund was monitored by the district collector or district magistrate, and they have to form a committee. And again, there are 18 categories in which they can spend, but a lot of the fund are for the local infrastructural development within certain range in the district. So they have to classify district into the different zone based on how the community will be affected due to the mining. And those can be used. So it's like a community benefit agreement. But those funds can be crucial to set up the infrastructural development in those areas. Most importantly, social and basic infrastructure. And why it could be necessary when the coal phase down will happen. For the Telangana context, Singareni provide 50,000 households to their employee, which are also now inhabited by the local people. For the Singareni has 850 number of bed, and they treat 1 lakh people in their hospital. So for replacing those basic infrastructure, you need DMF money to come in and start developing, because if you are targeting 15, 20 years down the line, you need to use the DMF right now for those work.
So just to add to Rishi, so while that's happening at a grassroots level, at household level, at a commercial gigawatt scale capacities, there is fund that is being generated or being mobilized by Global Environmental Fund or UNDP. There is one more Green Food Fund, and the RBI has further relaxed norms for bringing in external commercial borrowing from countries with cheaper rate of interest like Japan or Switzerland. All the external commercial borrowings have been really relaxed, and the energy sector has been classified as an infrastructure. So where you get a longer tenure loans and cheaper loans from outside. So that's one other policy level intervention that's been happening simultaneously for a gigawatt scale projects.
Thank you so much, panelists. Sorry, we cannot take any more questions because we're running short on time. But before we close, I'd like to just 5 minutes, Akanksha. Before we close, I'd like to share something very special with you all. Towards the beginning of the session, Rishi was talking about, the policy level changes, the policy level, solutions that we need to integrate digital into the climate transition, energy transition. At Digital Empowerment Foundation, we thought of working on that, and I would like to announce that we're setting up a Digital Just Transition Task Force. One of our members is already here, Diksha from Swaneti. She has also been working on the topic of energy transition for some time, and so DF will serve as a secretariat for this, and it will be a multi-stakeholder group which will focus on first how to integrate digital and support local economic diversification plans that will be coming during the process of energy transition. Second, create policy recommendations both at national, district and state levels. third, obviously identifying, promoting innovations, that enhance livelihood and public services. That's all. And I would like to thank all of you panelists. This was a very rich discussion. And thank you so much, audience, also for joining us. I think we can break for lunch. Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mehdi, and thank you to the panelists. Sorry? No, no gifts. Yeah, we're sustainable. We don't give extra gifts. A couple of announcements. In the second half, we have parallel sessions, impact sessions happening on this floor, on the fifth floor, and we also have a data governance forum conversation happening. Oh, no, that's okay. It's next door. So after lunch, which for you guys now is only going to be about 1 hour, please come back to the Pinnacle or fifth floor Marvel to join the winners in their impact pitches, or go to the room next door for the data governance forum. We have a lot of stakeholders coming for that one as well. Thank you very much. And yeah, let's go eat. That's your break. Oh, the lunch is on the ground floor.
Marvel. Yeah, the Marvel room. I don't make the rules. Yeah. Misha? Sorry, guys. Peer-to-peer exchange for ecosystem builders, right? Now, I'm hoping that with all of you and what you do in your daily lives or in your startups or social enterprises, that you're actually working with ecosystems or you are an ecosystem builder yourself. The reason being is what we want to achieve today is to try and share experiences, but also see the diversity and also the fact that we probably all share the same types of challenges in each of our regions, right? So we want to try and do a heat map of the 4 key regions that are present here at WSA, Asia, Africa, the Americas, and Europe, right? And see where our differences are and where our similarities are. We'll just let people move. Okay, so originally it would have been much more of an interactive session, but this was the only room that we could give. So what we're going to be doing is called a fishbowl session, right? So have any of you experienced a fishbowl session before? No? Okay. It's not going to be traditionally a fishbowl session. You'll see a lot of chairs sitting up here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to have initially some level of interaction between the two of you, or between all of you, and then we'd like to see you guys group in your regions. So Asians together, Africans, Europeans, etc. Right? And that's not to segment, it's more of so that we'll see whether within the regions you have similar issues, similar challenges, and similar solutions. Okay? And then what we will do is we'll start inviting representatives, right, and volunteers. So I'm hoping a lot of you will volunteer to come up to represent your region, but you won't be sitting here for a long time. We want to give as much diversity as possible. So the moment, say, for example, someone from Asia is sitting here and they've said their point and someone else from Asia has a point, you tag each other out. Someone else comes to sit down and say what they want and then they go off. Do you understand? Right? So we're just going to have a rolling basis of lots of people coming up. So if you're not able to come up, don't worry, we'll bring the mic to you. Okay? The most important thing that we want to do is to actually hear your perspectives. And we want to see whether or not these perspectives are shared across all of our regions. I suspect they probably will, but I'd love to be pleasantly surprised. Okay? So the first thing we're going to do is a little bit of a warm-up, and I'll let Misha do that.
Welcome everyone from myself as well. My name is Miss Misha Geldareva, and I am one of the team members from WSA. And for the warm-up, we have done a lot of introductions, so we thought to make it a little more intimate. The invitation from us is to find the person next to you, or find the person next to you that you haven't talked to that much. And then the task is to introduce yourself and share briefly, let's say 1 minute, one super cool thing about your ecosystem. One thing that you're like, wow, this is really great. This is what I love about what I'm working with. Is it clear? I see some nodding. Okay. Find the person next to you and you can get to sharing. Should we now do a few shares?
Yeah.
Flo, would you mind?
Yep.
I'll run around with the mic.
Yep.
How long shall we give one?
And let's all these talk.
Hello, everyone. I am director of Indian Kazakhstan Center of Excellence, WSA National Expert in Kazakhstan, Dr. Anatoly Kremenchutsky. And I want to share my experience about Kazakhstan development in the science, especially in quantum technologies and high performance computing. We have a gift of the Indian people to people of the Kazakhstan supercomputer Parambelim, which I successfully upgraded last month. And I can share the resources of this supercomputer with HPC free. So apply for my visit card. I will gladly share it with you. Because you know the AI now is dependent of the high performance computing, and also we now establishing the Asian Quantum Alliance. I mean Quantum Technology Alliance. But now during this global congress, I found that better to unite not only Asian but and Eurasian nations against the current situation with US, because you know the US is a leader in the quantum technologies, and we should withstand this possible problem with United States. So apply for me. If you need such thinking, I will share it with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Anatoly. So here we have it from Kazakhstan, Asian Quantum Alliance, Quantum Technology Alliance. Africa, what's happening in Africa? Anyone want to share? Who is here from Africa anyway? No Africans here? Okay, fair enough. No? So you'd be Asia as well? Yep. Do you want to share something?
Thank you very much. In fact, I'm Somali and I'm from Somalia, but this particular time, actually, I came from Melbourne, and it's a long-winded way of saying. But in terms of WSA, I actually encourage my folks, the university students, startups, to compete. But sometimes it's very challenging, and the reason is, I'm sure probably you know about this, people are either reluctant or they're not really sure, the confidence is not there. They will say, look, how can I compete with someone from IIA or IIT in India or whatever? But we're changing. So from next year, stay tuned. There will be a lot of interesting characters coming up. And that's precisely why I'm here myself. I'm actually trying to learn, although as an expert, I'm advising the people who are trying to compete. So the good news is, from next year, you will see us so watch this space, but at the moment, it's just fact-finding and gathering more information. Thank you.
Great, we'll look forward to that. Maybe let's get to the word cloud, Misha. I'll get one more person to share, and then we can do the crowdsourced word cloud. Yep. Okay. Anyone here from that want to share? Yeah.
Hello. Hey. Am I passing it back? Or was it coming to me?
No,
Oh,
it's you.
cool. Just checking.
Yeah.
Tom from Australia, and I just wanted to share kind of one thing that's happened in our ecosystem recently, which is the grassroots really getting organised in the social enterprise sector. Over the last 5 years, we've seen a kind of ground-up creation of peak bodies for every state in Australia to represent the local community. And last year, Social Enterprise Australia was launched. And it was a really great ground up, the sector getting together, figuring out what its priorities were, and figuring out how to speak with one voice to government so we can advocate more effectively for the support we need.
Very nice. Okay. One more? Yes, of course.
Okay, hello. So Ilkka Kurkela, European perspective this time. So I come from Finland, national expert. So I see this trend of universities coming up with partnership programs in order to enable students and companies to connect. So if you're interested in this kind of collaboration, I'd be happy to discuss more. So thank you, that perspective. Can you hear? Yes, okay. Thank you.
Very nice, the European perspective. Okay, so I omitted to introduce myself just now. I am Renuka Sena. I am from Malaysia, and I have been an ecosystem builder for the past 25 years. Now, I think for any of you who are in ecosystem building, we all know that it's usually an uphill task to try and bring all the different aspects of the ecosystem together. I want to share something really cool that we did in Malaysia. It was something that I came up with way back in 2012, because in the Malaysian ecosystem, essentially all support for Malaysian entrepreneurs was fragmented. No one knew where to go. Each time they went to a different place, they had to restart everything that they did. And I think that's primarily the case everywhere. So we decided, together with the Ministry of Finance in Malaysia, to launch a long-term coaching program where we got peers to coach each other. And that would be over a period of 12 months to build relationships. I'm really happy to tell you that that program ran for 10 years. We worked with over 1,000 entrepreneurs in Malaysia. The entrepreneurs that helped themselves brought a culture to Malaysia of pay it forward. And that's still going on now. Some of those relationships that were built 10 years ago have formed partnerships, have received funding, that have gone and exited together. And I think that the spirit of pay it forward is really something that's very crucial in most ecosystems. So without further ado, I think what we want to get to now is to actually hear about what you guys think we want to talk about. So remember at the beginning of what we started, we said we want to try and see if we can build a heat map of challenges that are being faced in different regions and share experiences that have worked or what hasn't worked, or at least just talk about what are the biggest challenges and what these could be. And I think what Misha is bringing up now is a word cloud. Yeah, Mentimeter.
If you're not familiar, you can go to menti.com and then you put there the numbers 16, 18, 59, 96. And we had few people speaking, but I'm pretty sure there's people who are ecosystem builders who know a lot, but maybe it's not the time yet to speak in front of everyone. So we thought this is the way how to get your voice heard or very much visualized.
So guys, it can be anything that is a challenge in your ecosystem or in your line of work. Okay, whether we're talking about what are emerging sectors or trends that you're seeing in your country or in your region, gaps perhaps in funding mechanisms and funding models, capacity building or lack of capacity building for different stages of growth. Any of these kinds of things that I think ecosystem builders grapple with on a daily basis, just tell us what they are, and then we'll try and see which key topics that we want to talk about. Results are looking so far. Yeah. So unsurprisingly, funding and financing is a key topic we can see. Impact, yes, but perhaps not clear enough. What do we mean by impact? We've got impact metrics, integrated business models for impact, grassroots innovations. Keep it coming, guys, because this is going to determine what we talk about in the next half an hour or so. Okay, shall we close? Shall we close it? Shall we close it? Yep. Okay. So I think clearly funding and finance is one topic. I don't really want to separate both of them. Another one potentially, if I look at what's out there, is probably capacity building, judging from programs and coaching and entrepreneurship, etc. Is everyone agreeable with that? Capacity building? Yep. Okay. I'm only going to pick 3 for investors.
How about something about international overseas investors, national collaboration, national development?
Something international? Yeah. Yeah. Yep. That's fine. Everyone okay with that? Market access, internationalization, scalability, etc. Okay? All right. So those are the 3 key topics. I'm going to divide this session into 2 parts, right? If I can encourage all of you, as I said, not to segment, but more to hear voices from the region and see cohesiveness of these different challenges. Can we move ourselves into the different regions, right? So if I can have maybe the first 3 rows being Asia, the next 3 would be, so Asia meaning Asia Pac, yeah, the whole lot. Next would be perhaps Europe or Africa. Let's have a show of hands first, right? So let's see whether this works or not. How many of you here from Asia Pacific? Sorry? You're part of that. Yep. Okay, that seems to be the biggest. How many here from Europe? 1? No. Even Anatoly is Central Asia.
Yes, Kazakhstan is Europe, that is.
Yep, Europe 2. Africa 1. 2, where's the second one? Oh, nice to see you. Okay. Yeah. Maybe since we've got such a large representation from Asia, we'll separate Asia a little bit. Anyone, so who's from the Middle East? Hands up high, please. Only 2, 3. Okay, so let's scrap that and just sit where you are, because I don't think we're going to get perspectives, seeing as we've got mostly Asians here. Okay, but let's stick with the key topics. Okay, so for the next 5 minutes or so, perhaps in your role, have conversations about, firstly, funding and finance, right? I think what we're trying to get at is to see what are the trends of funding and finance, what are the gaps. Is there anything that is very challenging, like say, for example, stage-based financing? There's sufficient funding for very early stage, but none for the middle, or there's very little funding for early stage to even start. Those are the kind of topics that I think we want to hear from you in your region. So when you come up to talk about it, we can see whether there are key issues that are emerging in particular regions, or are we actually more having the same kind of issues? So perhaps just in your own role, I really apologize. This venue that was given to us is not very conducive to interactive conversations. But what we try and do is basically then get all of you to come up so that you can share your views and there can be more interaction. Okay? Shall I just give you 5 minutes for funding and finance?
facing, and it is connected to the funding issue actually. So what we have seen is that it's super important that the students get opportunities to experience real work-life problems and maybe solve those in order to kind of find their careers and also support the ecosystem and the companies. However, the funding is a problem, and we saw that perhaps government could play a big role here. I was actually very inspired to walk around the area here, and here's how this kind of collaboration here works. But as I mentioned earlier, in Europe, the universities are building some kind of partnership programs that are pretty systematic, and the potential, let's say, challenge might be how to attract the companies and make it very flexible and the funding work properly. But our discussion was about education and companies working together for the benefit of everyone. Thank you.
Help us understand a little bit. Are you saying that there is a lot of collaboration in Finland between the corporates and talent in universities, but you want to see more of these kinds of programs being funded?
Yes, exactly. That was very, very well said. So there is a lot of collaboration, but we would like to see more, and we would probably like to see it more even in an international perspective. So let's say here we have a lot of startups and companies that are facing different challenges. So could we somehow collaborate internationally, like our university, maybe Laura could help some of the challenges that you are facing, maybe something like this. So coming up with new ideas is always good.
Very nice. I'd like to see that happen too. Brian?
So I'll just start now because I have a call in 10 minutes I have to connect to. So maybe in the Middle East, I'll split it into like sub-regions. And here some of our friends from Saudi can relate on what I'm going to mention right now. So one of the challenges we have in some of the countries, let's say the Levant as we name it. So we have Iraq, Lebanon, Jordan, Syria, and Palestine. So these countries are mainly affected by security instability and government changes and everything. So most of the complications that we have in terms of funding is related to, let's say, investors, VCs, or family offices are not willing to invest in companies that are based in security unstable headquarters. So how these companies, and if you want me to get to the solution and how we are overcoming this, I'm not sure if we are covering this right now, but it's being kind of solved in a way by changing the headquarters of a company. And we have a lot of examples of companies based in Lebanon who relocated to Dubai or Riyadh so they can have all their investment rounds right there and collect the funds from different people, because these are still countries in the Middle East, bigger markets when it comes to population, yet they have the security stability. So the home country from where the founder is coming is losing some of the talents, some of the talents we say, and some of the revenue, because the other hosting country is seeing all these revenues, all these investment rounds at the same time. At the same time, these founders are also hiring more people in their home country. So it's reflecting back a little bit, but not as much as it should reflect. And we have a very good example of this, and he's pitching maybe in an hour, one of the Lebanese winners in inclusion and empowerment category. He will be pitching about his company. It's the MENA region's biggest podcast platform. So he started in Lebanon. He launched all his initial activities in Lebanon. Then he relocated to Dubai, then Abu Dhabi, and now he's headquartered also in Saudi and some other places, because if he wanted to expand in Lebanon, he couldn't have collected all these funds and all this support from different VCs. And hopefully I covered this one. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very, very hot topic at the moment, even in Asia, because in Asia, Singapore is the financial hub.
Absolutely, it's the same. So
Yes.
we have now Dubai and Riyadh and like let's say UAE and Saudi as the Singapore of the Middle East.
Yeah.
So by hosting all these startups, the incubators, the ecosystem. Before it was Dubai only. Then we had the wake up of the Saudi market and all the investments, all the Vision 2030 initiatives. So most of the companies are relocating because also of the population and the bigger support they are getting from there.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gustavo from Brazil. First of all, I have to say I'm not comfortable here because I'm speaking in English, so sorry about my English. I speak Portuguese.
It sounds perfectly good to us.
Yeah, I will try to give for you guys two perspectives: a national perspective and a regional one in Brazil. I'm from Brazil, like I said. When we think about the innovation landscape in Brazil, we think in São Paulo maybe, because São Paulo is our financial capital there. And looking at São Paulo right now, we are very used to say that looking behind, in the middle of pandemics, for example, we were used to sell the PPT, the presentation. So we had a lot of potential investors giving money just for the ideas. And nowadays, we are passing through a tough moment there because it's harder to achieve fundings. I think it's a generalized problem, even to the tech companies. If I could, about trends that we are having in Brazil, maybe tech companies in general, like SaaS, services, software as a service, and yeah, the fintechs and edtechs as well, but SaaS in general. I have to say about the regional perspective because I'm not from São Paulo. I am from Brazilian Northeast, the beaches region. It's very beautiful. You have to visit there. I am from Brazilian Northeast, and historically, the Brazilian Northeast is not this good place to innovate and to create a company, for example. It's a very touristic place. So historically, our economics it's centralized into tourism. But now, a very good thing that we are having there is because we are starting our organization process. Not about fundings, because it's very hard to decentralize the money in Brazil. It's very hard, mainly nowadays with the politics problem, because we are very polarized. We have this problem, for example. Another trend that we are having in Brazil is the private-public partnerships. We are having a lot of this kind of businesses. But I have a problem there, because for me, for example, I am involved in some communities building processes. And if you go to a government to ask for some help, you're automatically taking a party. If you go to a company to ask for some help, you are automatically taking a party. So otherwise, we are talking about a political problem as well. So, but just to conclude everything, we are passing through this organization process. We are creating communities of innovation and entrepreneurship in Brazilian Northeast. It's very interesting and very important, but it's still very hard to decentralize the money in Brazil. So I think it's an overview about the landscape there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for giving us an overview.
Yeah, I apologize. I need to drop because this wasn't planned. Actually, I need to connect to a call, but I encourage everyone in this room to connect with this guy, with Brian, just to ask him about the initiative he's leading in Tanzania to employ more youth. And from his background, you can see that the Tanzanian youth are already the skilled ones, and you need to support his initiative as well. Thank you.
Thanks. So can we hear from Tanzania?
I'm taking a deep breath.
You're taking a breath? Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brian. I'm from Tanzania. I currently work with Start Hub Africa. We deal with empowering young entrepreneurs, especially those with just ideas. Can you hear me? Okay. I work with Startup Africa. That we deal with empowering young entrepreneurs, those with just ideas or just trying to find their way into scaling their business, to the moment they, like they have a very good traction and they can really work it out. Then we dump them into our catalyzer where they get extra support, mentorship, and everything. If they need a loan or something, and we even introduce them to VCs and investors, all that. Being in this part, I wasn't in entrepreneurship before. I was working in a non-profit NGO. We dealt with children and youth, and that is where I found my initiative. I call it Michongo Plus Plus. Michongo means a gig that I'm giving to you. It can be temporary, it can be permanent, seasonal, part-time, whatever. Working with these things and being in control of Michongo since 2023, I've learned a lot of things around youth. In the part of entrepreneurship, people are very creative. People have very bright ideas, but the challenge comes to them again. I would say in my country, I thought maybe investors don't really want to fund what we have, but when I came into the ecosystem of entrepreneurship, I found that there are a lot of things that investors are trying to do. I even just recently found out that there is an evening event for fundraising. Like people donate at least 20K and then they give it to one startup that has the best pitch. So you see, that is just one that I recently discovered. So I figured on the part of investment, I don't think that's a very big problem. Rather, it lies on the founders, the young entrepreneurs themselves, how to craft themselves and make them stand out and impress the investor. So where do they start? How do they really structure themselves in a way that they can convince you or anybody who's willing to risk into investing in something and believe in what they do? So that is basically what startup does. And as I'm in a path of learning to becoming a venture associate, I think with the right support, youth can get into somewhere. We're currently supporting almost 25 startups just in Tanzania. Startup is located in 3 countries, Uganda, the headquarters, Tanzania, and Kenya. Just Tanzania, we have 25 startups and more incoming through the projects with our partners. And in Uganda, they have a portfolio of more than 35. When I say portfolio, I mean that they have already passed all the stages and they're into the catalyzer. They're receiving more like a close mentorship support. So I think there is still a chance to invest in youth mindset and ability to create and procreate, because just depending on the employment market,
May I ask a question? Thank you, that was excellent. So I was wondering, how do you attract the mentors and how do you attract the people who might be interested in being an entrepreneur? So, but really good work you're doing. Let's give a big hand maybe to the project.
But before we get there, I think that, so just to summarize so that everyone can hear, I think what you're saying is that the trend in Africa is that the youth, it's unlike other parts of the world where, there's an aging population. In Africa, it's the opposite. Essentially, it is the youth that are in the majority. And so funding for youth is important, which is very similar to what you're talking about, which is how do you give youth more access to understanding what's truly happening in industry so that they're better equipped, right? So in that theme of things, right, and since we have an empty seat, I'd like to invite anyone who has experience with working with youth and funding for youth or capacity building to actually come up and share your opinion before we move on to a different topic. Sorry to cut you off.
Always.
Can you pass it over? Introduce yourself, please.
Hello, everyone. I'm Pranita. I'm from Nepal, presently working in ITU, but I'm not going to share my experience with ITU. But previously, when I was working as an academician and as a professional, I want to share that experience. So I will start my story from the COVID time. During COVID time, people were suffering from multiple kind of diseases besides COVID. So we decided to introduce telemedicine in the remote villages. So we were successful in that, but for specialized diseases, we could not support them. So we moved towards development of a disease prediction model using deep learning. We did a lot of projects for eye and ENT diseases, for diabetic retinopathy, for glaucoma, for various ENT, ear, nose, throat diseases, CSOM, AOM, and many others. That time I used my master's and PhD students, the youth, to develop the product, and the product came out to be excellent. At present, these prediction models are being used in the hospitals in Nepal, but there are some challenges like what they were discussing over here. Initially, we got grant for 3 years, but to scale, to make it big, somewhere in the middle, we lacked fund. And that was a major thing that when I discussed with the WITs, there's youths and the startups and many places, whenever we want some amount of money to scale, they want their stake. We were discussing within our team also there. And they're saying that, they want some, position in the management, and there the innovation goes. They start dictating, right? So I feel in that case, some internationalization is very much required. That means international exposure to everyone. It should be accessible to everyone who wants to pitch and, go up to global scale. If their country, some people from their country cannot provide, some amount of, money for them to scale, they can pitch to any part of the world. If the project is good, they can fund from any part of the world. I think main problem is to scale, I feel, for startups. Thank you.
Is there anyone else here in the youth sector that can share something about funding? So I want to keep a maximum of 4 up here, so any one of you can leave if you want to. 1. Oh, you don't all have to leave. Yep, go ahead. Yes, for you.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Jonan Katende from Uganda. I'm a startup founder, but I also run a studio that helps university students, taking them through the different processes of innovation. Now, when you talk about the youth, Uganda has 70% of its population being youth. And that means that most of them are averagely between 15 years old and 25 years old. Most of these guys have energy. They're at a level and the stage where they're learning about Fortune 500 founders like Elon Musk, like who, and so they are extremely motivated. At a university, they are studying courses like medicine, vet medicine, social work. They have ideas, but they do not have a business experience to run these ideas. They do not have the financial experience to raise money. They do not have any experience whatsoever. They are at the ideation stage. I've been there before, and so what I did with my friends was to start innovation clubs and an innovation society that brings together youth in different universities. And what we basically do is to give mentorship advice. We created a work plan, sort of like a value architecture that people can follow alongside their innovation process and the best design thinking practices, so that they are able to receive the right kind of knowledge and scaling, not just to prototype their idea, but also to be able to bring it to life with the best business practices. So on the other hand, there is some little funding that some of them might need, especially those that are dealing in embedded systems. That is like hardware programming projects like motion sensors and stuff like that. Now, what we usually do is to work with existing large-scale incubators that have like PC 3D printing models, PCB boards, where we can get them for free, and then we're able to bring them to these kinds of students that need these sorts of tools. Now, in our part of the world, funding is a challenge, not just for these students, not just for us ourselves that are running startups, but even for companies that have existed for a long time. And what the organization that Brian has talked about, StartHub, it started in Uganda. It was actually started by some guy from Germany. It's called Matthias. So such guys are trying to create an ecosystem of many startups, and then they raise money at a vertical level. So they'll come and say something like, we have 10 startups within the hospitality industry. They're covering this kind of gap. This is their total addressable market. Their total addressable market is probably $5 billion. And then they're going to do it cumulatively across the region. In Uganda, East Tanzania, so that they make the market wide and large enough to appeal to an investor in Europe who would otherwise not have seen sense in a total addressable market of $10 million. It doesn't make any sense to any serious investor. So pretty much there is some bit of partnership and joining forces, even among ecosystems and incubators themselves, because it is becoming very, very tough. And one of the challenges is that these incubators, like the one Brian is working for, are competing with startups because they themselves are new. They're looking also for funding to sustain themselves. So there has been a very huge challenge in Uganda, and that is why most of us, like myself, I moved out of accelerators, incubation hubs, because these incubators are going to spot that you have a solution that is solving, let's say, crime. And so they go to the United Nations Office on Drug and Crime, which has funding, and then they tell them that we have a solution in our acceleration that is fighting crime. They get that money, and then they give you like 10%. The rest of the money, they calculate it as mentorship or stuff like that. So for us who've walked this journey for like more than 7 years, we are extremely tired of such shenanigans. And you cannot find us in that, for the lack of a better word, nonsense anymore. So that is actually a very big challenge, because even these hubs are acting and run like startups. They're applying for grants as you're applying for grants. They're looking for investors as you're looking for investors. So it's not really making sense. And that is not to discredit his work, by the way. Something straight.
Yeah, that's very true what you've said, Jonan. And maybe just to correct you, with StartHub, we deal with projects, not grants. Okay, it's just an example, and I was just trying to make that very clear. We really work on projects. For example, we recently had a project with UNDP that we had to agree that we raise a certain number of startups, and a certain number of startups are converted into growing startups. You know, like at least 30% of them come up and scale. That's basically it. Anything out of the money that is going to be given to the startups. So there is a money allocated for the startups and money allocated for the program. So those are two different things. There are other incubators, that's true, that are really consuming startup money. Startup is promised some fund and then they don't get it. So it's just utilized, especially when it comes to, I'm not going to mention the sector, public sector, Yeah, so that part, when it goes to that part, then there are a lot of complications. But as with us, we deal with it's a program, and there is a money allocated to startup, then that goes to the startup as it is.
Thank
Just
you.
make sure.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm sure your integrity is not in question at the moment. So I think just to wrap up on funding for youth and talent, what we can see are perhaps some key messages that are coming up, which are essentially that youth are taking control. They're setting up innovation clubs and starting some of their own initiatives. But what's really needed is perhaps not so much general accelerators or incubators, but perhaps more ground up innovation that is coming up where they can work together with corporates, with clubs within universities to actually then increase this amount of funding that becomes available, but more importantly, experience. I don't want to leave out the voices from non-youth. So anyone who wants to talk about funding or gaps in funding for micro enterprises or women enterprises, we'd happy to hear from you.
So actually, in the ecosystem of startups and incubators, the main thing is accessibility for the funding system. I mean, angel investors, and even for the access to the venues to discuss and present our inputs or challenges in front of the ecosystem builders is the biggest challenges. First of all, access to the funders actually mainly. Language barriers are so many things because of here we'll be representing all the world. So majorly our ecosystem in the English. So I am mentioning in India. Our major language is Hindi. Coming to the local languages also, 80% of the PWDs are located in rural areas. So this, whatever the design system or building the ecosystem is not going to the local, I mean ground level things. So these ecosystem are building in the metro cities and even in the capital cities only. So they are not taking the inputs from the marginalized people. First of all, they are excluded from the ecosystem. That is a major thing. So coming to the innovation, actually. So innovations are often defined by the speed and scale. But the impact ecosystem is defined by the empathy and equity and long-term sustainability. So as builders of this impact ecosystem, our duty is not only creating economical opportunities, but also dignity. In our case, we are not incubating the startups. We are incubating the identity for the persons with the disabilities. So the thing, first of all, these incubations, I mean, innovations are P2 first, develop first, accessible, that even co-working spaces, maker spaces. When we are talking about the accessibility, people are thinking accessibility is building the ramps and the infrastructure. What about digital accessibility? What about the even for the mentor accessibility? So many accessibility things are there. Even they don't know the kinds of disabilities and what is the needs and requirements of the disabilities. One point I will close for the funders looking for the innovations. First of all, is the innovation is only the product which is in the point of venture capitalist, or is the innovation, the product will solve the problems of the people? So when we are talking assistive technology, most of the people are dealing with the assistive technology products innovations. But is that people have end users? No. The end user's perspective, nobody treating. They're only taking the problem statement and they're building the solution. But they are not checking that the solution will work out to the end users. So, and they are putting their price is very big. Even we can't afford a wheelchair. If I need a wheelchair with the multiple options, needs, so I need to spend at least 1 lakh to 1.5 lakh. And I don't know, is that even I spend 1.5 lakh also, that wheelchair will is a solution for all my needs. Like, transport, one place to one place, and my independence, give independence. I don't need to throw my wheelchair. I need no one to throw my wheelchair. So if I go with electric, that will not work out for transport one place to one place. I need a big car for that. So like this, so many things. But sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the founder of Different Entrepreneurs Hub. It is a first India business incubator for PWD. So we finished our first cohort with 5 beneficiaries. When I entered into the ecosystem, incubator ecosystem, I thought that my beneficiary, first of all, you need to an innovative idea. Then only we will take you. So after 2 weeks of orientation program, they come with innovative ideas like adaptive clothing boutique and also vegetarian food court business, e-commerce website with tribal products like that. Okay, now they are ready. We train them 4 months. Everything, even the language barriers also we give a solution. Now we present them in front of the investors. They pitch themselves, whatever the language barriers, we translate that also. But in December we pitches their ideas. Still, we are not getting any kind of support. Again, people are asking that we need to train them according to our needs. So these kind of issues also there, and the knowledge we need for, first of all, investors. This impact kind of incubators, what they need, and even metrics, measurable impact. We need different, knowledge metrics, what kind of knowledge they're gaining, how much their life transforming, these kind of metrics, not the numbers, how many people getting skills like that.
First of all, I want to congratulate you for starting a cohort for PWDs and actually helping them. And we give them a big hand of applause, please. So, and unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time, sorry. But I hear a lot of what you're saying in my daily work, right? And I think that there's a couple of things that I want to share with everyone just to kind of close this session. There is a vast variety of entrepreneurs, whether they're social enterprises, whether they are micro entrepreneurs, women, youth, tech, deep tech, hard tech, you've got every kind of tech now, right? And I think that there are also an equal number of investors, but there seems to be, I'm not sure why, there seems to be some kind of enamorment with venture capital. Now, venture capital only invests 1 in 1,000, not necessarily 1 in 10. There's very little funding in the venture capital segment, whereas there's a whole bunch of funding for different kinds of things that you need, even financing, right? So you have obviously grants, you have foundations giving programmatic funding, you have equity crowdfunding, P2P funding, you have multiple areas in which you're funding. So I think the key reason why there's this disconnect between funder and fund seeker is because just like a dating app, it's the wrong match. So I would encourage all of you to not be so enamored by venture capital funding. And they're not really the bad guys. To be fair to them, they have raised funds themselves. They have promised someone else that they will take those funds and make money for them. So when they say no, it's them thinking, is this one investment going to give me the total amount of returns that I promised my funder? So that is the psyche of a venture capital investor. And that's why they say no more than they do yes, right? So with all of you and those who are going through pitching sessions, those that are in incubators, that are in accelerators, also have your expectations that you don't get funded at a pitch session. You never get funded at a pitch session. Anyone who's going to receive funding, especially if it's private funding, is going to be based on relationships. So when you come to events or you go to events, do the best that you can, but adjust your pitch to whoever it is that's listening. In addition to that, have no expectations of getting funding, but what you should be doing is actually making the first introduction to yourself so that you can keep all of them involved in your progress. Start building a database of people that you are going to build and tell them about your progress and how you're doing. That person may not be your funder, but he may be impressed enough to introduce you to someone. So those are the opportunities that you should be thinking about. I usually don't like to give this kind of lecture, but I feel that there's a lot of diversity in the room and there's a lot of different funding sources that are available. So the first thing and the last thing I'd like you to take away from this session is that if you're looking for funding, remember what the funder's motivation is and not what your motivation is. Because if your motivation and the funders don't match, it doesn't matter what you say, it doesn't matter how great you are, you're not going to get those funds. Okay, I'm sorry we couldn't get to all of the other topics. And I know we've got sessions coming up now, which is why Misha's coming up. But thank you so much to everyone who actually contributed to this conversation. I think we learned a lot about different regions and what's happening there. And for that, I thank you.
Before we get to the next session, I just wanted to say that moderation and how you were getting all the key information to make sure that that's what really resonates in the room was fantastic. So if we can get one big round of applause for Renu. What's coming up next are the winners' pitches. The same as yesterday, there's going to be one pitching session here and the other one downstairs in the Marvel. And the session here is going to be environment and green energy. If you're interested in culture and heritage, now it's the time to move downstairs. Thank you so much for being in the session and sharing and being active participants.
Awesome, we're all here. For once. So, Misha, start now. All right, a very good afternoon, everybody. My name is Gloria Mangi. I am from Tanzania, and I'm super, super excited to be moderating such an amazing panel. This is the environment and green energy. We have some amazing projects, startups that have been doing a lot of work and are excited to share their pitch as well. But before we begin, a few housekeeping things for the jury, just to remember. We are evaluating the solution and whether or not they have addressed that in terms of the local context, the problem. I'm sure everybody has the briefing, so please try to keep your questions in line with that, okay? And as for the startups, you have 3 minutes, as you're aware, over here, and then we will go on to the questions. But first, give me some jazz hands to show that you're awake. Oh, we are awake. Okay, so first up, we have all the way from Telangana. This is Coral Innovations. They're going to be pitching for 3 minutes. Let's give him a huge round of applause. Make him feel welcome.
Yeah, this should.
I'm Sikinder Reddy, co-founder and CEO of Coral Innovations. Bharat Smart Services. This is our brand name. Okay. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah. I'll do. Yeah. So we have been empowering utilities with our AI-powered, meter reading platform. So today, almost like 75,000 workforce using our platform across the country who are helping to utilities to get their meter reading done. So we have come up with an interesting concept to leverage this workforce and create a significant impact on environment. That is our pitch today. Yeah, and similarly, we help consumers on bill optimization, energy conservation and bill optimization. I'm sorry for this. Yeah. So how we help utilities is just one photo. We auto extract meter reading, value, unit, whether it is from an actual meter or not, all is happening in one snap. So that is how we are able to ensure absolute accuracy. So that workforce we want to further leverage. There's a video I think may not be playing. Okay. So we have a smart device which will help user to identify appliance-wise consumption. Today we get utility bill as a whole. You don't get the breakdown. So we help you to identify that breakdown. Then we have again smart devices to control that. In a combination of a Bijli auditor and a smart plug, absolutely without any loss of comfort, we can enable the a reduction in their usage and reduction in the emissions. And we made our app, Bharat Smart Services app, so engaging. Like we brought a concept of green days. So where we are bringing the reward mechanism for conserving less. So we made the entire concept very engaging, so that it is easily users will be able to adopt to it. And last Independence Day. See, like as a India, if you see from Bharat, so before independence, we all collectively fought for it. So the common cause was freedom. If you see in current scenario as a world, what is the biggest problem what we have is climate change, and it has to be managed collectively only. So I cannot do alone, you cannot do alone. It is a collective action. So that is a synergy we had, and with all our good thoughts, we could start our journey of climate Yoda during our last Independence Day, and we are continuing that effort. So we are trying to empower as many people as possible, and onboard as many partner network as well. Where we are creating not only employment opportunity, but at the end of the day we are quantifying their effort with the impact. From the same venue we had this event in place. So how we are trying to figure out? I'm sorry for that. Yeah. Home appliance audit. With this workforce, we want to ensure somebody will be doing self. Through this dynamic workforce, we help people to identify their wasteful consumption and reduce that. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Amazing work that you're doing. Can we give him a round of applause? You can go back and have a seat. Thank you so much, sir. All right. So now we're on to the WSA pitches. I know you guys are excited. I am. These guys have been working so hard, and I know some of them may feel a little bit nervous, but we're in a room full of friends, colleagues, partners, so we're absolutely here to support. So as everybody's getting seated, can I ask Trace X from Australia? Can you give them a huge round of applause as they come down onto the stage?
No, I should be fine with this one. Yeah, and it's to go forward.
Yes. Just put.
Yep. Cool. Hey guys, I'm Vignesh from Australia, and I'm here to talk about TraceX, a revolutionary marketplace that deals in renewable energy certificate trading.
Can I just ask you to put the microphone up, speak into it?
Yep. So let's start simple. When a solar or a wind power plant generates electricity, it flows into the grid. But it's impossible to ascertain if you're using electricity from a coal power plant or a wind turbine. And this is why RECs were created. They help verify the use of renewable energy and the production of renewable energy. Think of it as a batch of so much renewable energy was created and so much was used. RECs are instrumental in fighting against climate change. They help local businesses and corporates and governments back clean energy facilities, helping us move away from fossil fuels. But the market is extremely cumbersome, manual, and outdated. REC trades today take up to 20 days to process and involve a lot of manual processes, including long contracts, emails, and even faxes. And even worse, local governments and smaller businesses are alienated from the market, and they have to hire expensive middlemen to actually participate. It's a market built for a few and not for the future. But the opportunity is massive. Over 400 corporates in the US have pledged to go 100% renewable. And over 50% of the clean tracked electricity in the world is underpinned by RECs. Yet the entire market's running on paperwork. And this is why we created TraceX. It is an all-digital platform that automates the REC trading process from end to end. Contracts, payments, KYC, credit checks, you name it, we do it. And TraceX is completely automated in the sense that it settles transactions that normally take 20 days in just 3 days. And buyers without registry accounts can also access TraceX and use our platform. And we also run a blockchain layer that helps with auditability and keeps us future-proof. And it's not just about fancy metrics and efficiency. We're also extremely climate resilient and help for the cost. Our users save up to 72% on admin costs, and our sellers are able to sell their REC 60% faster. They're able to funnel these proceedings back into clean energy facilities. When clean energy is easier to sell, it's easier to build more of it as well. And our buyers are able to, support high impact, high quality facilities, and this helps us, basically support the SDGs 7, 9, and 13. Currently, we're integrated with Emirates, the largest green energy tracking system in the US, and we're looking to launch in Texas, which is the largest renewable energy market in the US. And over the next year, we're also looking to expand to both the East and West Coast in the US and integrate with the registries there. We use a nominal transaction fee per trade, and we also charge a premium for buyers for helping them with sustainability certification. And we're underpinned by a Solana blockchain that can process up to 50,000 transactions a second. And in the future, we're looking to enable 24/7 REC trading, where RECs are matched down to the hour and down to the location. And this is critical for industries like green hydrogen and data centers where timing matters. And in the future, we want to also include other asset classes like green hydrogen certificates and carbon credits, because the future of clean energy should be verifiable, digital, and inclusive. Thank you.
Wow, round of applause. Verifiable, digital, and?
Come again?
Verifiable and inclusive. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
All right, to the jury, do we have any questions? Please remember, keep it short and concise.
So what is the verification method you follow to verify its origin and its authenticity of green energy that's generated?
So we don't actually verify it. The registries that are state-appointed entities verify it. The producers send metadata to them, they verify it, they issue the recs. The recs are simply imported onto our platform for sale, for being sold or to be bought. Yeah, it is just a marketplace layer on top of the registries.
Okay. Any other questions?
How much are you selling in Australia itself?
We're actually launched in the US. We're just Australian based. We're launched in the US. And this quarter we traded over 2 million recs, which is 2 million megawatt hours.
Leva has a question. Go ahead.
Thank you for the pitch. My question would be a bit on what I see on the screen. We all speak a lot about, in that slide which you had.
Can I ask you, Leva, to put the mic closer?
The second point was about next generation needs. And energy. Can you elaborate a bit more about that? And because we all know how AI is demanding more energy. Is it about
could you actually repeat your question? I didn't hear you very well the first time.
Okay, so can you elaborate about that second future plans if you have about gen buyers?
So we don't believe AI would be a great fit for us yet. I think it's still a buzzword. And if we are using AI, we would use it only when we truly understand its potential and ensure that it's fit for purpose. But 24/7 matching can benefit more from machine learning than AI.
All right. Do we have any more questions from the jury? Perfect. All right. You did amazing.
Sure.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
guys.
Give them a round of applause. All right, so we have more people that have entered the room. Just to get a gauge of the energy, can we have some more jazz hands? Are we excited for the next pitch? I know I am. So all the way from Poland, we have Waterly. Please give him a huge round of applause as he comes on stage. Let me give you the clicker. Here, you can start.
Oh, it works. Okay. So, hi everyone. In Poland, we got clicker not works. This screen? Okay. In Poland, we got well-organized air quality monitoring network. When you, for example, go for a walk, you can check the air quality in your phone. But what's with the water? You can't do it because water quality monitoring in Poland not exist. And a similar situation is in more countries. Our waters are being polluted every day without early warning of treat systems, without anything about the waters until it's too late. Dead fish, contaminated water, healthy risk, everything impacts for business. US loses in 2023 for this reason over $10 billion. India loses $1 billion for this reason. My name is Patrick, and I will show you how to stop guessing what's happening in the water and start to know with using Waterly. This is a fully autonomous IoT system for real-time water quality monitoring based on our smart buoys, which constantly monitors selected water parameters and sends the information to the cloud system. When something goes wrong, system alerts the users, and in app, you can check the water quality in real time. It's designed for rivers, lakes, ponds, and retention tanks. With our solution, we can increase frequency of water monitoring by up to 26,000 times, and we are cheaper than traditional monitoring methods by up to 25 times. It's easy to use, and with artificial intelligence, we can predict the threats. In the whole world, there is more than 100 lakes, 100 million lakes. We started in Poland. We developed the product, optimized production, built a solid deployment portfolio, and we are going abroad. We got two models of sales. First, classic hardware and subscription. And second one is water monitoring service is in a software as a service model. In the core team, there is Tomek and Rafał with me. Tomek is an IoT pioneer in Poland with over 30 years of experience. Rafał deals with cloud technologies, and we work together for over 10 years. In the future, we want to be the largest water data bank in the world to be used by governments and private institutions. And the best is that Waterly works well. You can right now scan this QR code and you can check the water quality parameters in some places in Poland. And in the future, your favorite lakes, your favorite rivers will be available in our app for every one of you for free. This is our mission. Thank you.
Good job.
Yes, I'll use this one. So, great job. Do we have any questions from the jury? We have a few. Okay, Rodrigo, go ahead first.
So only fresh water or salt water as well?
Right now, only fresh water, but we deployed our solution in that place where you can see where is red point. There is a freshwater lake in Poland, but their salinity is over 2 more bigger than Baltic Sea. So yes, we are ready to go to sea or ocean. We can make a pilot.
All right, Eva, go ahead.
Thank you for the pitch. So you have technology, you have hardware. What about the impact? Can you tell more about what it really does, what problems it solves in real life?
So again to red points. Last year in Poland there was ecological disaster. Over 200 tons of dead fish. Because in Dzierżno-Duże Lake there was accident because there was much pollution from the mines and factories because this industry region in Poland. And we installed there our 2 buoys to help local society. And with using our solution, they could control condition in water to save another 100 tons fish. That was honor for us to do that.
All right, thank you. Any more questions? Sachi. All right, can we start with him?
Who is your basic customer? Who is the main subscription for your app? And did you have a lot of clients on the way? Or?
Yeah, we are selling to public and private sector. In public, we got local governments, we got national parks, landscape parks, NGOs, and foundation. In private business, in B2B, we are selling to mines, to factories which are using water in their technology process, for fishing farms, for shellfish farms, for hydro plant electric, for wastewater plants. And right now, we got paying clients. We got, for example, British American Tobacco. We got the biggest producer of caviar in Europe and the second one in the whole world. We got some landscapes and national parks. We got savage plant in a big city in Poland. That's our clients.
He's got it covered. All right, any more questions? Yes, go ahead, Sachi.
Hi. What exactly is the business model and how do you price your product as a SaaS?
You can buy our water monitoring service in fixed cost, and right now it's the based version of our buoy with approx 10 measure parameters. You can buy in $590 per month in 24 months contract with us, and the best is that the buoy is in our site. This is not your problem. You just use the data, and everything what's going on with the device. For example, if someone who steals the buoy, this is our problem. We are giving you the access to the data. It's okay for you, or okay?
All right, thank you. We'll take one more question if anybody has a question. Only from the jury. Yeah, you're from the jury? All right, can I ask you to please come down, sir, if you don't mind? I'm really sorry, but the jury needs to be down, so it's easy for Misha to give them the mic.
Just wanted to check up. You're just able to find the parameters, or are you able to come up with a solution also? For example, if something is there, you find out that yes, there's, let's say, potassium level is high in the lake, right? So are you also looking at coming up in some kind of a recommended solution for it using AI or any other tool?
Can you explain, because
Can you just speak a little bit slower, sir, and repeat the question?
Sure. So you're able to come up with this fantastic parameters, etc., right? Where we are able to understand what is the situation of that lake, correct? Whether it's dead fish or whatever else is poisoning it. Once you have understood this, are you able to also recommend how it should be, cleaned up or something else using some AI model?
Okay, so he's saying that once now that you got the data using your device, what's the next step? Are you able to give recommendations about how to clean the water?
Yeah, we are giving all support for our client. If you have some lake and you need to get help with us to make strategy where we need, where you want or where you should to install our buoys, we help with that to you. We help with that what's going on with your water, with your parameters, what you should to do after something is going wrong. We got AI algorithms, which is right now in the first phase, but we are using forecast of weather and actually water parameters, and we give an prediction possibility of exist of threats in the water. So you got full support from us.
Amazing work. Thank you so much, Poland. So if you want to know what is in your water, you're the person. All right, all the way from Finland. Super excited. We have crowd, and I hope I'm not butchering this, Crowdasara? See, I butchered it. Please give them a huge round of applause and welcome them on stage. Do you prefer the microphone? Is it the two of you?
I think this is better. Mic check. Does this work?
Yes.
All right. Hello, everyone. We are Crowdsourcer, here presenting our innovative concept of crowdsourced invasive species control.
So invasive species, they're one of the major threats to biodiversity globally. They cause over $420 billion of economic damage each year. And every year there's a very short time window to repel them after they start growing and before they produce seeds. And this means cities need a lot of workers in a very short time window when they don't necessarily need those workers after that. So that's a problem.
And the solution is our mobile game that engages the citizens to go and search and remove these invasive plants around their local environments. Not only is our solution very fun and rewarding, only fun for the users, but it's also very rewarding for the users because we pay real money for their participation. And it also fosters great awareness on this important topic of protection of the biodiversity. And if we compare it to the other existing methods of getting rid of invasive species, we are proven to be the most cost efficient, and also we have delivered very sustainable results to our client cities. Let's have a look at the app itself. So the game always starts from this so-called mission lobby, where we instruct the users on how to participate correctly in the mission. Then there's the interactive map, which updates in real time as the users do their submissions. And now we can actually simulate the situation. So let's imagine that Tony is a lupine here waiting to be found. So I take my smartphone, I start recording a video around the sighting. And while doing that, the app has drawn a polygon on the map. And from that, we can get the exact area size of the sighting, and also we get the density of it. After that, I only need to go and remove the plants from the ground and then make another similar video to document that the repelling work has been completed. And then I just upload these 2 videos through the app. I get paid for my efforts and I rank higher on the leaderboard.
So usually this kind of work is done through volunteering events when people participate, but the problem is that there's not many people who do that, and the young people are missing. So when we introduced the solution, the numbers went up in Finland by 20 times, and our biggest user group is teenagers. We repelled over 1 million squares of invasive species in 2024, and we've now also expanded to Canada and Sweden, where we already have many cities. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Crowdsourced. I got it this time.
Yeah.
All right. So amazing job. Do we have any questions from the jury? Okay, we have one.
A great job, by the way. I've never seen a solution for this issue so far. So I have like a couple of questions, actually 2. I won't take long. First of all, you said that you guys are like offering money for these kind of volunteers. Do you offer such that? And where it's like, would the farm pay them for this kind of services, or who pays that money for them? The second one, just I won't take long. Yeah, do you have like data prediction and data-driven results about what's going to happen for the next step? And do you have like data for how many who got participated in this program so far? Thank you.
Sure.
A loaded question. Did you guys get all 2?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay,
so,
go ahead.
So the business model is so that city pays us a lump sum of money. Out of that, 35% goes to the rewards to the users, 65% to us to run and develop the business. So that's the business model. And over half of the cities in Finland are already using this. And the second question on the user numbers. So if you want absolute numbers, it was about a little less than 200 people that were participating in these volunteering events organized by nature protection associations. And with us, it went up to 4,000, which is a lot of people for a country of Finland's size.
All right. One more question? Yes.
Just wanted to find out, what's your model? How do you increase the number of volunteers? Do you work with schools, colleges? How do you increase that?
Sure. So we have a media strategy that for that. Whenever we do a project, we publish a media release. Actually, we make the media release for the client, who then publishes, because their cities, there's the authority, and we get media coverage. There's been hundreds of stories written about this, so we also kind of create awareness about the problem. The biggest was on BBC. It was featured last summer. So that's how we build. So we haven't actually had to pay any money for user acquisition. It's always through media.
All right. Okay, we have Renuka. She has a question.
I have a question about your impact. What is the actual measurable data and impact measurements that you use? And once a species has actually been eradicated in that one particular area, what do you do to ensure that it doesn't come back?
Sure, it's a good question. So when someone repels an area, it turns red in the application. Then after a few weeks, it turns green. So someone else can go there and either repel it again or document that it's empty, that there's nothing in there anymore. Sorry, what was the first question?
What is the measurable impact?
Oh, sure. So, well, we measure it in the total surface area of the polygons that are being drawn to see the area that we've cleared. And actually, in the Finnish database, it has usually been expressed as just these coordinate points. But we have these polygons, which is clearly the clear areas, which also has the density as the metadata. So we managed to even improve the kind of documentation for the whole process itself when we are delivering the data to the Finnish national database.
And we also have the historical data for each sighting because of the repeat repelling that the users do.
Okay. We have a couple more questions. We'll take 2 more. Leva, go ahead.
Thank you for that pitch. So I guess you are targeting not just these beautiful flowers, which us also have back home, and it's also the same invasive. There are different kinds of invasive plants, and some of them are quite dangerous to touch, for example. So do you advise your users, especially if children, for example, because the some are quite impressive, so how do you ensure they don't harm themselves in the process?
Yeah, that's a good question. Actually, that lupine, it's everything that everyone in Finland knows from their childhood kind of already. So been there for a long time. It's beautiful. But yeah, for poisonous species, we don't touch them. So there's mainly giant hogweed, which you can cause third-degree burns if you don't know what you're doing when you repel it. So we just leave it out. So how we ensure the safety is also we don't include like sites of highways. So we make sure before we publish the mission that the game area is safe, that people can then safely go and play this. And these other plants, they're fairly easy to remove. So that's another criteria that needs to be with the plant.
Okay, thank you so much. We've run out of time. Thank you, Finland. You're making Finland an amazing place, one picture at a time. Give them a huge round of applause. Alrighty, are we feeling good? Are we loving the pictures so far? Yes? Alright, alright. Okay, so from Malaysia, we have Global Sera. Did I say that correctly? Thank you so much. Alright, give a huge round of applause. You prefer this? No, let me put it on.
Hello? Yeah. Hello.
Here's your clicker. Forward, backwards, point it there.
Wait, you try.
Okay.
So hi everyone, my name is Willy. I come from Global Chera, and I want to tell you some bad news. There are 8 million tons of organic waste annually in Malaysia and 150 million tons in Southeast Asia. And most of them come from agricultural industry, and there is only 4% recycled properly. Why? Because most of the farmers, plantation owner only go for disposing their waste using landfill or incinerations. And that's what has consequences to the environment, to the farming community, the soil degradation, the emission of greenhouse gas that lead to climate change and the air pollution. What about like this? Instead of waste disposing, what about we do waste disposal? Waste circulate. So we collect the agri waste, come into our system, we process it, treat them, we find them as an alternative feed mill and fertilizers, and we sell back to the agri industry. Can we do that? Of course. Using our integrated system, combining the organic waste management and the production of feed mill and fertilizers into a sustainable solution supported by our D. Very simple. Means that all the procedures from the waste segregation, treatment, refinement until recycling are all fully automated and is controlled by the server. So you can increase the efficiency. We can achieve the economy of scale, and most importantly, to get the high nutrition feed mill and fertilizers that we recycle from waste. So currently we are in Malaysia. We have licensed our technology to Philippines and Indonesia because our ultimate vision is to build a regional circular economy. Well, for our final products, we are sell beyond the region. We have been accredited by EU and by FDA due to our high nutrition and organic feed mill and fertilizers, our final products. So looking at our business model, we happen to make some revenue already, and we have started with the sales of the feed mill, the treatment fees, and we also diversify into consulting services and licensing, which I mentioned earlier. We can get royalties in returns. And here is a team of diversified expertise from agriculture and business. And here are the impact. We have treated 50,000 tons of waste since 2021, converted them into feed mill and fertilizers, saved 30% farming costs for these local farmers when we give them a subsidized feed mill and fertilizers, 10,000 tons of greenhouse gas reduction, and last but not least, farmers beneficial from our solution in terms of environment and also subsidy. Thank you, everyone.
All right. So, amazing job, Malaysia. Do we have a question from the jury? Go ahead.
Wonderful. How big or small is the size of your plants where you are processing? How big or small? How easily can you put up a plant?
Okay, so so basically our agri waste, right, we are focused on fruits, vegetables, and crops. So the one that we can generate by one day, like we do all the circulation treatment, right, we can take one day like 5 to 6 tons. 5 to 6 tons. And mostly we need to make it to powder first, so that everything is on the system, so you make it to powder. It's much easier for us to do the treatment and also become the female fertilizers. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Sachi.
Yeah, I would like to know what are the biggest challenges you're facing in scaling the company at the moment?
Well, I think that's a very good question, because right, for waste management, right, even though we use a lot of technology to support to increase the efficiency, but the geographic barriers is a very big issue. That's why we use a licensing method. It's a much better method for us to license our technology to work together with the locals. The second also is due to we are brick and mortar. So that's why, right, we try to use the best technology. That's why using an AI to help us to do the treatment is much easier for us to can increase our efficiency and cut down the additional cost when using a labor-intensive method that widely practiced in the industry.
All right, we'll take a couple more questions, just 2 more. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Bagus sekali. Tell me one thing, what are the challenges that you face while expanding across? And how do you intend to transfer it, or, if it can't be scaled, replicated?
He just answered that question right now, so we're just going to jump to the next chair, please. Thank you so much, sir.
It's okay. So, do you partner with the municipal authorities or municipal administration, city authorities to kind of do this? So not just the farm waste, right? The organic waste is also coming from several other sources.
Yes.
Are you sourcing it from different places?
Okay. Yeah, okay, that's a very good question. That's why it's very crucial that why farmers is our main stakeholders. That's why we give a subsidy program. So the subsidy program is very crucial that because if they can give a consistent level or volume of waste for us, then we will give them subsidized. So we encourage them to give us their waste. That's number one. Number two, we work with logistic partner and also local authority to help us collect waste from different farmers. So we have a collection point, so they will do all the logistic transportation before we can just get from the collection point. So I think it's very important we have a different stakeholders, the farmers, the local authorities, and the logistic partner to work together.
All right. Do we have one more question? If not, okay. Yes, ma'am. Will you be the last one?
How suitable is this for small farmers? We have in Southeast Asia also, South Asia also, small farmers.
Yes.
Farming is basically like that. So how do you aggregate? What are the challenges of aggregation?
Okay, yes. So for farmers, right, for small farmholders, first of all, we use a subsidy program to get their attention. Because frankly speaking, for most of the farmers, they care more about economic benefits. So there's the attention first. We get them to have a win-win situation. That's number one. And number two, we actually work together with local authorities and cooperative. Cooperative is also another stakeholder that is very important to be part of the supply chain, because they are our KOL, our influencer among the farmers to make sure that they can work together with us. That's how we can aggregate them together. Thank you.
All right, and Malaysia doing some amazing things, providing alternative solutions. Give them a huge round of applause. Great job. Okay, last but definitely not least, all the way from Spain, we got Cyclo Green. Let's see if you can say that. All right, give me a huge round of applause. You prefer this or this?
Okay. Thank you. Hi. We promote sustainable mobility using gamification to reduce CO2 emissions. Why? Because there is an increasing need to decarbonize commuting trips. Sustainable mobility is becoming a high priority for large companies. However, more than 50% of them still don't have a sustainable mobility plan, something essential to understand their mobility needs and to implement the most effective actions to decarbonize the mobility of their employees. They lack mobility data to calculate CO2 emissions, and they are not able to change the mobility behavior of their employees towards using more sustainable means of transport. And the pressure on these companies is increasing because, according to the Spanish regulation, for example, they must design a sustainable mobility plan and implement actions to motivate their employees to engage with it. And this isn't a problem only in Spain. The European Commission introduced new regulation over the last few years, so we have more than 46,000 large companies all in Europe needing a solution today, facing fines of up to 50,000 euros. Well, CycloGreen provides an end-to-end sustainable mobility solution where we analyze the mobility needs of the company, design a curated mobility plan, and help the company to implement it with our platform. Employees get rewards for the sustainable trips thanks to our gamified app, and the company can analyze the mobility data, adapt the plan to their employees' needs, and reach their CO2 emission reduction commitments. We are scaling this impact thanks to a highly scalable business model, B2B software as a service. We provide a customized platform to companies, but also to city councils and universities. And thanks to our gamified programs, 60% of our users change their mobility habits, shifting towards more sustainable means of transport for their commuting trips. Thanks to them, we have been able to save more than 3,800 tons of CO2 emissions. That's equivalent to 600 football fields, absorbing emission for an entire year. And our sales, our impact is growing. We are already working with more than 30 customers, including some of the biggest European companies, and we will continue growing sustainably to become the global leader solution for sustainable mobility and have a significant impact accelerating the transition towards more livable cities. Thank you.
Amazing job, Spain. CycloGreen. Do we have any questions from the jury? Yes, sir. Go ahead. Can we give him a mic, please?
Okay, I'm sorry for asking this, but how do you know if that person is using the bicycle? Okay, for example, I will just go by any road, or you would never know. How do the customer know that?
Yeah. You are making that question, of course, and that was years ago when we implemented anti-cheating mechanisms. So based on your speed, maximum and average, we are able to tell the user, hey, you are going faster than you should be, so you are not using a bicycle. And then that data is not saved, and the points for the rewards is not accumulated.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions for CycloGreen from the jury? Yes, Liva.
Thank you for the pitch. The numbers that you showed about the impact, what is the period, or is it per year? Is it since you launched it? If yes, so when did you launch?
Is from the launch, it was 2016, and it's based on a survey, annual survey we made to our users. Our impact has been certified by an independent consultant, is EQA.
All right. We have time for at least 2 or 3 more questions. Yes, sir.
You don't have to be very precise, but what is your customer lifetime value and the customer acquisition cost?
Sorry, that was difficult.
Your customer lifetime value and the customer acquisition cost.
Okay. Yeah, lifetime value is around 60K now, and the acquisition cost is around 4,000 euro.
All right, thank you. Any more questions from the jury? I think we're good. Amazing. That means you did a great job, Spain. Thank you. Making sure that we use our bicycles. All right, so that is all in terms of pitches. Can we give all the contestants who just came up on stage a huge round of applause? And I would like to invite them all back onto the stage really quickly. Trace X from Australia, Waterley from Poland, Kraus Sorsa from Finland, Global Sira from Malaysia, and CycloGreen from Spain. Welcome back on stage. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to allow these lovely group of winners over here a chance to say what are their challenges and what is it that they need. And if that is something that you feel you can offer, just raise your hand. And Miss Misha over there, the lovely lady in blue, will write down your name, and then you guys can connect right after. Is that clear? Give me a thumbs up. Awesome. All right, so does anybody have a challenge or something that they need from the community?
I could go first. Yeah, I'd love some warm introductions to utilities and corporates in the US who actually need help in procurement recs or want to improve their rec upsale process or rec life cycle. That's the first thing. And also introductions to regulatory experts in Europe. Yeah, so we can basically penetrate those markets and see what it's about. And in terms of challenges, the biggest challenge we have is basically understanding what the customer wants, that they don't know they want, and convincing them they need it. Because they think that using intermediaries who basically rip them off is easy because they can get on the phone and call them up and broker a deal. But we have to spend a lot of hours, demos, case studies to convince them that they would actually save a whole lot of money and actually help the environment by helping the renewable energy facilities actually by funneling more funds through our platform.
Amazing.
So the challenges and
thank you. Okay, so before we go on to the next one, is there anybody who can connect in Europe in terms of governance, in terms of regulation, to help him get his project or answer any questions?
US.
Or even in the US? Is there anybody that can do that? Please raise your hand. All right. So that's all right. I'm sure that there may be somebody afterwards, even Leva. Can you possibly help him or connect him in terms of Europe and regulatory practices and policies? Okay. All right. Is there anybody else with a challenge or an ask?
Yes, so our challenge is related to our user acquisition. So in Finland, it has been extremely easy to get users to participate in these missions that we organize. But for example, if we go even as close as the UK, the culture seems to be somewhat different. For example, we are not able to get our social media posts if we go to, for example, to these local Facebook groups to market our missions. The people don't seem to be that receptive to the message, or they may not even be published in those groups. So we need to find some different ways to contact these potential users and hopefully not too costly methods.
Okay, so anybody in marketing, an expert in marketing that can possibly help him market his product? Raise your hand. All right, can you please tell us your name? Yeah, okay, so we shall write that. Is there anybody else? We have a gentleman at the back. Can you tell us, let me sure you already know his name. Anybody else? There's a person right at the back over there. Can you say your name really loud? Yes, yeah, you. In a brown shirt. ADIPHYA? THYA. Amazing. So you got quite a few. All right. Is there anybody else? Really quick. Let's keep it really short, concise, and so it's clear to who it is that you're asking.
Okay, so fast. If any one of you wants to live in clear environment with clean water, let's contact with us. We want to test our solution in any countries, in Europe, in Asia. We want to make a pilot in India here, because here is a huge problem with water quality. If anyone wants to go with us for this travel, let's go.
All right. So he is offering to run a pilot program in any country. Do we have any takers? We got quite a few takers. Just keep your hands up. All right. So gentleman over here, can you please tell us your name? Yusuf. All right. And gentleman in back? Seth. And gentleman with the nice hat, Thomas, because Thomas lives matter. I remember. Rio? And Rio, yes, from Spain. And again, you already have his name, the one in the brown shirt. You got them all, perfect. All right, so Go ahead.
Well, we only can have one request, right? Okay, very fast.
Go ahead.
So, because waste issue, like touching on agriculture waste or food waste, right? I think happening in a lot of different country or continents, right? So we would like to look for like a business partner, a local business partner in any country you guys have, you guys from, and what the issue that what is the waste issue that you guys have, and we can share our solutions, just like what we have did. I start from Malaysia, I already share my solution with my counterpart in Philippines and Indonesia. But we want to expand beyond the region. So yeah, we are looking for a local business partner for our solution, our waste management solution. Thank you.
So he's looking for a local business partner that wants to tackle waste problems in your country. Is there any takers? We got quite a few takers. Please keep your hands up really high so Misha can see. Which one can over here? Check. Just keep your hands up. Once she writes your name, you can keep it down. Is there anybody else in the panel that hasn't asked? All right, so we'll just give her just one more minute to write down their names, and you'll be the last one.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so from Spain, quickly ask your ask, and let's see if there's any takers.
We are exploring new markets, so happy to talk to anyone related to a company, city council, or university willing to promote sustainable mobility.
So, we got an applause. Is there any takers who want to expand or help him expand in terms of sustainability or has an interest in sustainability? Raise your hand. We have a gentleman over here.
Any potential customer or person that who connect us to a potential customer or understand the market and who can help us to understand the market.
All right, so
thank you so much.
Amazing. Okay, so we're gonna wrap it up. Thank you so much. Can we give these lovely young men a round of applause for sharing such an amazing solution? Thank you for making our world such a better place. And everybody else, we're wrapping up. So I don't know if there's another session happening over here. Yes. Do I need to announce the session or am I gonna let everybody kind of rest and go?
Thanks for moderating.
You're most welcome. You're welcome. Amazing job. Amazing job. You're most welcome.
They know, but I'm going to give them the name. They'll try to search for you. But I think it's better if you. Okay. I'll just search just like just so that it doesn't get lost. Hello. Yes. So the best is like the first rows. Maybe somewhere here. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, guys, this is how you use the microphone. It doesn't start, you just keep talking, then it will pick up the signal and it works. For the next pitch, so you remember, if you have this here, do not go like this, like this, like this. Just keep on talking and it will start. My name is Tanya. I'm from Vienna. I'm with the WSA Board of Directors and Grand Jury. I run a big social company at home for home care and social work. And I'm really excited to be your moderator today for the inclusion and empowerment category, which is the SDG number 10. Here, you know what it is. Digital innovation and creative content help to reduce digital divides by supporting integration and self-help, strengthening social cohesion, and enabling active participation. Reduce inequalities, this is what we talk about. Today we have 5 pitches. We have 3 minutes per pitch. After 3 minutes is going to be over. So please take it really seriously because I will be very strict. We have then 3 to maximum 4 questions. Please keep them short and sharp. So jurors and audience, please listen closely and form your questions already while you hear the pitch. We're on the mark. We have our pitch from the local here, and her beautiful name is Hima Bindu, and that means snowdrop. It is beautiful. Please give her a hand. And Hima Bindu will start her pitch when I tell her to. And she is here with Easy Life Mobility Innovations, and she is the founder. Hima Bindu, please start.
Hi, my name is Hima Bindu. I am a doctor and founder of Easy Life Mobility Innovations Private Limited. Today, I want to share my journey, a journey shaped by challenges and triumphs as I navigate my life through a wheelchair. Since childhood, I faced mobility challenges that greatly influenced my perspective towards life. Having these obstacles, I have a dream of becoming a doctor driven by passion to change people's lives and to make a difference in their lives. I understand the importance of having a powered wheelchair that enhances independence and quality of life. Today, I want to emphasize a critical challenge that need greater accessibility and support for people with disabilities. In India, although there are 5% of population who are having mobility challenges, less than 1% are using powered wheelchairs due to high costs, lack of post-sale service and customization. As the founder of Easy Life Mobility Innovations, I manufacture powered wheelchairs tailored to the needs of individuals. By collaborating with the users, we create customized solutions that empower them to use their wheelchairs according to their environment with confidence. Over a period of time, we developed various products. One among them is, today what you are seeing is the height adjustable wheelchair. And we also have a distinctive product which is called self-operated ground lifting wheelchair, a person who can be lifted from ground level to different heights, and it can be used as a powered wheelchair. So far, we have distributed around 500 wheelchairs across India, and there are so many people who are living their lives with independence. Yeah. So to conclude, challenges do not define us, but our passion and determination. I'm here, standing here, not just as a doctor or an entrepreneur in a wheelchair, but as a testament to resilience and the spirit of human life. Let us join us to work together to create a world where everyone, regardless of their mobility, can lead life with independence and dignity. I thank WSA and VHub for giving me an opportunity to share my journey here. Here, I want to introduce my husband, Jinendra, who is co-founder and backbone of my company. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much. Hima Bindu, Snowdrop, for your wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. Okay, guys, if you all want to come in, you have to make it quick, please. Come in, close the door behind you. Okay, guys, I already told you who I am. And now back to inclusion and empowerment and the pitches. We are going to see Podeo from Lebanon, Save Bangle from Uganda, Serge from Australia, YY Systems from Japan, and the Poverty Stoplight from Paraguay. Each time I stop a little when I talk, it's for the applause, for the people. Okay, we're there. So, we're going with the first pitch. I see Podeo from Lebanon. You want to tell me your name?
Thank you.
Tell me your name.
Stefano Pala.
Stefano. Yeah. Okay, Stefano.
Wonderful.
You want to have this microphone or you want to stand here?
I'll have that one.
You have that microphone. This is your...
No slides.
No slides.
Just podcast style.
Good.
Yeah.
Everybody is instructed?
Yeah.
That was kind of like... No, I'm just kidding. Okay, you go, Stefano.
Perfect. So I'll take you back to 2020, where Beirut was just struck by the largest non-nuclear explosion in the world. And this led to lots of fear, lots of grief, and lots of silence. And something unexpected happened back then. Podeo turned into a megaphone of truth, a megaphone of stories, and lots of prayers as well. And that really eliminated the need of real storytelling and genuine, raw, authentic narratives. And this was really something that actually led me to drop out of college and really double down on that mission. And what led that was, I think it was really ingrained in my soul, because coming from a Palestinian family, people are left with stories that were erased, stories that were stolen from them, and rewritten from scratch. And to us, that was where Podeo was actually born. It was born from inequality. It was born from a place where you and I and millions of us want to feel part of the conversation. We want to be a part of the narrative, and we want to own our own narrative and own our truth. And effectively, we did that because we have billions of people and that have silenced their stories. Reason being, media is still controlled by one of the most powerful and the most powerful people. And so Podeo was born, and we are the biggest and most inclusive podcast platform today. The numbers show it. 100,000 creators in less than 3 years, 50 million listeners, uniques in 180 countries, and $6.5 million raised and deployed to support creators in empowering them with tools such as distribution, monetization, and end-to-end product that helps them focus on their voice and just let everything else happen on the platform. And we did that because we realized the power of voice, and we realized the power of stories. And what we're talking here is not just about inclusion. It's a storm of narratives that are being fed across the entire world. So Podeo started from a place of negativity. It started from a place where voices were trembled, but then we turned that around. We ignited the storytelling culture in the Middle East and North Africa. But our mission does not stop here. Our mission is global. We proved it in the Middle East, and we're replicating that wherever and everywhere stories need to be heard and need to be told and need to be spread from every single corner across the world. Thank you.
Hello, Stefano. Guys, 3 short questions. 1, 2.
Thank you for a great presentation. This is very interesting.
Please speak up.
So my question is, what is the business model? What is the economics?
So we have we do not charge subscription for creators. That really aligns our mission of empowering more stories to come from the region and from wherever stories are told. We monetize by helping creators reach more audiences. So the more we plug in distribution channels such as radio station, we have exclusivity deals with airlines, radio stations, taxis, all streaming apps. We have our own distribution network, our own content delivery network, whereby we inject ads programmatically, serve them in the episode, and programmatically push them across the entire distribution network. We revenue share with the creator, so that means we don't consolidate audiences. The more we help creators expand their reach, the more listens they get, the more they monetize, the more we revenue share. That's on one end. On another end, we have all of the usage AI-based tools that we monetize from to help creators better output their content.
You good? Thank you. Please. Keep talking.
Okay, now works. How many users you have daily, monthly, per year?
So we have 120,000 creators across predominantly across the Middle East and North Africa. Average creator output is about 10 minutes a month. Average unique listens across the entire inventory per year is 52 million unique listeners a year.
Last question, please, Sashi.
What's your competition and how unique are you in comparison to them if you do have a competition?
So we've positioned ourselves in a very unique category, and that category helps us to be really aligned with what creators want and need. That means we're not a media company. We don't compete on the share of ear, because our model is completely aligned with what creators need, which is more reach, more money, more revenue. And so from a competition perspective, there are different media companies that obviously do podcasts. There are different podcast apps, but we are not a podcast app. We power 95% of podcasts in the entire Middle East and North Africa. If our servers are down, you have 50 million listeners that can't access 120,000 podcasts on Apple, Spotify, YouTube, any Apple podcast or any podcast app across the world. So that really gives us the power of being a centralized distribution network and being able to align ourselves in our mission with what creators need and want.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Give another warm hand to Prodeo Lebanon. Thank you so much, Stefano. Everybody who wants to talk to him, he will be here and he will be back on stage. And he will be here in the evening, and we have more pitches to go, and save your questions also for those. So next one up here, Save Bengal. Big hand to Save Bengal. Sol. Okay, here you go.
All right.
Just a second. I'll tell you when to start. You just go over here. Do you want to take this or this?
I'll do this.
You will take this, then here are your slides. Do you need slides?
Yes. Yes.
Hold on. Hold your horses. Yeah.
Okay.
Breathing lessons.
Okay.
Are you set?
Yes.
We're set.
Okay.
Go.
Good afternoon. My name is Sol Kavali. I'm one of the co-founders for Safe Bango Technologies, and we make safety more affordable and accessible to the most vulnerable communities. I want you to imagine in any situation when you are in danger. And this happened to a 19-year-old girl named Jane Chris. And when this happened, she didn't have anyone to call for help. She didn't have any phone, and she didn't have any internet. In Uganda and around the globe, at least 1 in 3 women will experience violence at some point in their life. And the people who actually have access to this help and support, response usually takes over 45 minutes to come. And those ones who are able to afford, the security services, they are always not on time. And today, we wanted to introduce you the Safe Bangle, a wearable safety bracelet, which you can all have all the time. What makes us different from others is you don't need to have internet. It works without a smartphone. And when you're stuck, when you need one, you give us 3 people online, and this we put them at the back of the server. Whenever you need help, you just press it for 5 seconds. It collects the physical location and sends it to those people. The bit about it is very many people in Uganda don't have smartphones. So with a feature phone, they are able to receive a message with the text and the location of where the person is. And once they receive this, they are able to coordinate your rescue. Over the past 5 years, we have been able to start. We have deployed over 1,000 pieces in pilot studies, and we are in 3 different cities in Uganda. And because of the global award we received and the recognition they gave us, we managed to bring Makerere University on board, and they are going to start giving the Safe Bangle bracelets to their students. Again, we have been able to bring on board different partners who have been giving us trainings, support, as well as introducing to other partners who can support these users whenever they need help. The best way we make money is our bracelet starts at $30 each, but we also have the one which goes for $200, and lastly, the one which goes for we have the bracelets which goes for $30, and the premium version which can be customized like this, which goes for $200. And with these ones, we are able to offer you the integrated security and over 9 people who can come to you. We welcome you to learn more about us by scanning the code. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Safe Bangle, Uganda, big hand to you. Great product. Thank you. So, 3 questions, and I'll take 3. First come, first serve. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I have just one question. What are you going to do about scaling? How can another country adopt this?
Another country can adopt this by they can choose to come on our end, and we set up the same system we have set up here in Uganda. Why we say this is we tried imported other bracelets like the Samsung, the Apple, they were not working at all. So we realized we have to come back from scratch to ask people, what do you want? That's why you see we have leather, rubber, and we have also introduced the one where you can put on the waist on the chain keys. So we believe when we go out to the other countries, we first ask them what works for you, what works for your community, and then we roll it out. So we don't just bring them. Thank you.
Do you think wearing your contraption, this bangle, will actually prevent?
Please speak up. It's not.
Do you think that wearing your bangle will prevent violence? Is your bangle identified as something that will lead people who are thinking of violence into some kind of a soup, so they will not do the violence they are thinking about?
Our bracelet is a complementary product. So what happens when someone is kidnapped? You can take 2 hours or 2 days or 2 weeks when you don't know where they are. But when you press this one, an event which would have taken like 2 days when you don't know where the person is, they are able to know where they are. But lastly, what makes us is innovative is this web system. With a lot of activations in one place, you are able to determine that maybe the places is missing a night light, and that's where people are activating. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I have 2 questions. I think one was answered because she also asked. Second is regarding expansion. Second is, what are the current alternatives present, to this problem, to this solution to the problem?
Come again.
What are the current alternative solutions that are being followed? So let's say without the watch, if the watch is not there, how do women alert when they feel there's a danger?
Okay, so others, we have mobile applications like SafePal and Tiambeba Mama. These ones, they use them, but the challenge with them is they use smartphones and they require you to have mobile internet, and the monthly subscription makes them very expensive. And then in Uganda, they are teaching women and girls karate, which is usually not there. And the last one, they are given whistles so that they can call for help. However, these ones do not reach to the right person. And we have had people saying that with the bracelet, I'm able to call my uncle, my auntie, who actually goes out and tell the police, and then they come give you help. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. See you later. Thank you, Save Bangle Uganda. And we have the next pitch from Australia, from Serge. Please come up here. Serge. You're both coming up? Yeah, of course. Well done. Yeah. Okay. That's wonderful. Okay, you want to just get settled in?
Yeah, sure.
No stress?
Okay. My name's Chris and this is Victoria. Hi.
Hi. Giving a massage. Okay. This is here.
And you have the
slides.
Click up.
You're going to do it? You want to try it out once? Yes.
After 7 years in the Royal Australian Air Force, I was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder and anxiety. I asked Chris to help develop some tech that could make me feel confident again. What helped me has become life-changing for people just like Brodie. Brodie, who is non-verbal with muscular dystrophy. The effort it takes to visit somewhere new is immense, and the fear of how he'll be treated when he arrives is overwhelming. More than anything, Brodie wants to be treated and met by his name and with respect. But being non-verbal and unable to shake hands means he's often ignored.
Brodie's story is global, with 1.8 billion people seeking additional information to know before they go and assurance of a warm welcome on arrival. Our strategy is simple. We're going to create digital tools so that all people, irrespective of disability, can participate. So Brodie might want to use the virtual tour so he can figure out, can his wheelchair actually get into the accessible bathroom? Or if I'm with autism or intellectual disability, I want to study that accessibility sensory guide in absolute detail to have confidence. Or perhaps blind, low vision, I want an audio guide. If I have non-verbal, I want a communication board. But hey, let's make it fun and engaging. Let's have an AI wayfinding tool so I can communicate and have a detailed conversation, and let's make it inclusive in over 90 different languages.
Our companion app helps deliver the second promise, assurance of a warm welcome upon arrival. It lets a person discreetly notify a venue before arrival with essential about me information, so staff feel confident delivering an empathetic and inclusive experience. Brodie's profile, for example, teaches staff to greet him by name and offer a closed fist for knuckles, not a handshake. Search has now delivered over 5.2 million verified digital engagements. That's 5.2 million moments of dignity, independence, and confidence. In fact, 94.7% of users rate their experience of 10 out of 10 for increased confidence after visiting a Surge-enabled venue.
Every engagement with our digital tools represents that a person's intention to participate in the real world. And the engagements on our platform are up to 65 times more cost effective than the similar engagements on Google or LinkedIn. There's over 50 million venues around the world that people like Brodie would love to visit each and every day. We grew 150% year on year last year, and we're transforming the concept that access and inclusion is a cost centre into a revenue generator.
Today, when Brodie visits the local cafes and restaurants, the staff greet him by name and wait with a closed fist for him to bump, knowing before he goes an assurance of a warm welcome has changed his life.
Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you so much. On the point. Thank you so much. So, 3 questions. You go first. Yes, perfect. I have the 2 of you, please.
So, is it available in India?
Yes, so we've actually launched our first venue in India, which is the Tea Hub, on Saturday. We arrived Saturday, went live on Sunday to represent how scalable our technology is. So if you scan this QR code, that will show you all the details, virtual tour, AI Wi-Fi, etc., of the entire facility. Also, that you would have known that there wasn't a lift to get up onto this stage today.
Yes. Okay.
Super.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a quick question.
Please speak up.
How much time you need to 3D modeling one building like T-Hub?
So we arrived for T-Hub on the Saturday. We left the venue at about 2 p.m. It was live the following morning at 9 a.m. Our fastest is having it live before we left. So being able to showcase and demonstrate to client what the venue facility looks like in a digital twin perspective before we've actually left, thanks to the back-end AI, machine learning and processes to make sure it's a global scalable tech platform.
Thank you so much. One more question, possible here. Please, sir.
Fantastic thing, really required. What were the challenges that you faced while creating this thing?
The question is, what's the biggest challenges we've had when building this?
Too many to list.
That's a really good question. Probably that the stigma of disability that we spend all day, every day pitching to busy executives, governments, councils, that they need to do better. And so getting through their busy lives to prioritise their customers, patients, students, athletes with disability is what we do all every day. And so what we've discovered we need to do is make inclusion sexy, that we need to be speaking to the people who actually have the budgets, where as opposed to, yeah, you can use a stick with legislation and compliance. Yeah, it works, but it's not going to excite the person with the checks to go and do the infrastructure piece, to do the communication and information and customer service piece. It's got to be sexy.
Okay, thank you so much.
And
see you later.
Victoria, big goal, come back here. With her anxiety and one of her life goals was to stand in front of a large group of people and present. And so a shout out to this wonderful woman of being able to achieve that life goal today. So thank you, everyone.
Fif 15 more seconds for the nice. It's also got to be said every once in a while in front of a large audience. Okay, guys, 2 more to go. YY Systems Japan. Next on the stage, you are Masaki. So I'm very happy to meet you here, Masaki. You want this or we'll speak here? Speak here?
Yeah.
Okay, well then I'm gonna I ask if you want this or this. So, slides. Wanna try?
Okay.
You good? Okay, then just a second. Don't waste the 7 seconds. Maybe you need. Okay, guys, here's YY Systems from Japan. Go.
Hello everyone, konnichiwa. My name is Masaki Nakamura. I'm from Japan. I'm developer of YY System. YY System is a speech recognition system that supports people who are deaf and hard of hearing, as well as the elderly and non-native speakers communicate more smoothly. One of its key features is that doesn't recognize speech and show as text. It also detects important sound like laughter, applause, and sirens, represents them through animations and vibrations. we have with the deaf and hard of hearing community and continue to develop it collaboration. And then we developed the YY system together with their needs. Our work has been recognized globally. We received several international awards in these few years, and we received WSA award this time. Thank you very much. A week ago, we had special chance to present our recent activities directly to Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella. Some people may know that he was born here in Hyderabad. Our apps has downloaded 1.4 million times in Japan, and the number of corporate users is gradually growing and becoming more established. We also developed My Engine, which learns voices to assist with both listening and speaking. As one user, Mrs. Kato-san, shared, being able to have conversation is the joy of life. It was not easy to recognize her speech. However, this solution helps the listener to understand more smoothly, clearly what she's speaking. Another news, the Deaf Olympics is coming to Tokyo on November. In Tokyo. We are official support member this event. And we are expand YY system to global, starting with Thailand. In conclusion, our mission is to create a world where everyone can communicate more freely. We will continue evolving and supporting more people. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, YY Systems. And it's up for questions. Who has questions? YY, please.
Yeah.
Right here, 1, 2, 3.
Sorry, my English is not good. May I?
Well, good enough. You want to translate? Yeah, okay.
Support member.
My voice is loud. Please proceed.
Thank you so much for a great presentation. Could you explain the business model and the unit economics here?
You have to speak up a little.
The unit economics.
She said business model.
Yes.
And unit economics.
Okay, so for these YY system apps, we have two models. So one for free model and one for paid model. So actually, for our intention, we don't want to charge to the people who have a deaf or hard of hearing. So they usually use the free model. Then the business model, so we offer to the company and also the local government to use the paid model because they also want to hire the people who have some disability because that's quite the regulation in Japan, and it also support the people to make some communication. So that's the one of the business model, and he didn't explain the number, but now we have 130 companies and local government is implemented this YY system in their companies. Yes, thank you.
Two more questions. Possible.
Thank you for a good presentation. We did not realize you did not like to speak English, so very well done. Can you tell us, in the words of one of your users, what was the greatest impact for them from your app?
アプリを使ってまるで耳が聞こえるようになったような感覚になったっていうことですね。
So he just explained. So one of the user we got some the voice that actually she didn't hear anything. However, once she used this YY system, now she felt like she can hear a lot of voice. As she explained, we could not only showing the word, but also the applause or in the sounds. So now she feel like she can hear a lot of things, and she can understand it, like a circumstances, atmosphere where she living. So she said her lifestyle has changed.
One more, please. Yes.
Great thing, but do you think then sign language is going to completely die?
手話となんかバッティングするのか。まあ、バッティングはしますね。だけど、使い分けをして選んでもらう。使い分けをして選んでもらうっていうことが大事だと思ってます。
So to be honest, we don't have any intention to compete with sign language. It depends which case, like YY system or sign language. So user could decide whether they want to use. So we don't have any intention to compete with them. And one of the case, we also trying to show not only the words, but also in the sign language in the YY system. Then both the people who only can understand the sign language could understand using the YY system. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Later. Thank you. See you later. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Take it all. So, last pitch from Paraguay, the poverty stoplight. Please come up on stage. Here you go. Do you want to settle in? Stand here? Okay. Yes. Hold on. Go ahead. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Ready for the last pitch? Okay.
I'm missing seconds.
Go.
Thank you very much. The world is moving really slow towards achieving SDG number 1, poverty elimination. Still so many people in poverty. And we are throwing money to the problem. And there are governments and NGOs and organizations working on it. And there are experts working on it. But we're not inviting the main expert, the expert that really knows about the problem, which is the poor family. And even worse, for poor families, multidimensional poverty is a gray cloud that overwhelms them. So they don't know where to start overcoming poverty. It's so confused, so complex that they feel condemned to be poor. We are using technology to help them understand this complex problem, to help them raise awareness and move to action towards solving their deprivations. So we use color codes and drawings and pictures for families to self-evaluate their level of poverty in 50 different indicators, and having a broad map, a dashboard on how their poverty looks like, families can easily prioritize their priorities. This is the version that comes from the software, but we do prefer the printed version because families can keep this in their houses. So having in one hand the family map to overcome poverty, the family plan, implementing partners can also aggregate information so to better deliver customized solutions to the family problems. And having both, we can link the solutions in the menu with the family plan through both AI and also physical mentors. We are working with more than 500,000 families around the world. This is a movement. This is a social franchise model. So we have partners paying for our services. And it's working.
Families using our tool overcome poverty 3 times faster than those that are not using the tool. We are implementing the stoplight in 60 countries through 1,000 partners, and we have it in 24 languages. We work with NGOs, local governments, but also private companies that are using the tool with their own employees. So humanity has cracked the DNA code and is making progress toward molecular medicine. We believe that in this way we can crack the poverty code and overcome poverty indicator by indicator.
Thank you so much. To the point, 3 questions. 1, 2, 3.
How is your tool different from all the other tools for the past so many years that have been trying to track poverty?
There are very powerful indexes informing governments, informing NGOs, multilateral agencies, but no one is informing the main stakeholder, the family. What can a family do being 7 out of 10 in any given index? How do they eat that? They cannot, but with our tool, they do know what exactly to do to move from red or yellow to green.
Okay. I love what you do, and I think that it is a global movement. It should be grown a little bit. But with the indicators that you have and what you give the families, how many have you seen, or what is the percentages that you've seen who have started using these indicators have moved from red to green?
It depends a lot. It depends a lot on the program, where it is implemented. For example, we run a microfinance program that provides solutions for income generators. In this specific program, every year we see 9 indicators per family moving from red or yellow to green. We also work through partners in slums in Bolivia. And they, in their cases, because they are poorest compared to the microfinance families, they are just moving 3 indicators per year. In companies, it's different as well, because in companies, they work with their employees, and all of them has a salary. So this is a very important part of the solution. So the spectrum is very broad and is equivalent to people using the apps to lose weight. Some of them just use the app and lose weight. Some of them need a nutritionist. Some of them need a personal trainer. And some of them are not even losing with any of those.
Thank you so much. Last question. Please keep it short.
Have you seen any patterns by country, or maybe a difference between male-headed household, female-headed household? Do you see any patterns that policymakers can now learn from?
The main pattern I can tell you is that houses led by women are making better compared to houses led by men. But we're studying the correlation between the different indicators, because our final goal is to have kind of Google map on how to overcome poverty for families.
So thank you so much. A big hand. You please stay with me. The other pitchers, please come here. We have one question, one wish that you can ask the audience for advice, for help, for pitching in, for whatever you want. We have to keep it really short and strict. I'm sorry for that. This is... And I didn't even think you're the last one. I thought there was another one like right after us, the young ambassadors, right, pitching, but whatever. So while coming on stage, you think about the question you want to ask. A big hand for the pitchers, because those were all great, great, great solutions, and it is going to be really, really, really hard to pick the global champion. They're all global winners. I just want to remind you of that. So, who goes first with the question? Save Bangle Uganda. Your question. One question.
One question.
Monologue.
Okay. Our request today would be introducing us to companies with corporate social responsibility when it comes to electronic devices, because now they are becoming expensive. Thank you.
Very well. So, who can help? Raise your hands. You didn't hear it?
Introducing us to companies who we can partner with to make the bracelet even cheaper. Thank you.
Who can help to make the bracelet cheaper? Who knows companies? Who can help? Who wants to meet? Thank you so much. You're the best. A big hand. Okay. What do you need?
So we're rolling out our global expansion outside of the Middle East and North Africa, and we're looking for brand ambassadors to help scale our ecosystem in relevant languages and new languages, emerging languages, wherever and however we can have people to help on the ground, scale supply, scale demand. We're hiring.
That was an offer, not a question. Thank you, Stefano. Okay, yeah, here. Yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3. So we have 3, 4 hands up. 5. Can you just keep them up, please? You see them back there, Misha? Up there? Yeah, oh my God, oh my God. Yeah, of course, you can also raise your hand. Yeah, you can get together, of course. That's best idea here. Okay, your question, YY system.
Thank you. Our apps is used by many deaf and hard of hearing people in Japan. And we believe it could help people in other countries as well. We'd love to connect and exchange ideas to better understand different situations around the world.
Did you understand?
Yeah.
1?
Can you repeat?
I cannot repeat, no. Did
Just what's the scale?
okay. 1, 2, 3, back there. Woo, here. Yeah, great. Great. Sorry, this is impolite standing. May I merge in? Okay, so your question. You did so well. Ask the question.
We have some very large programs of work in Singapore and India to support both the 25 Para Swimming Championships in Singapore and the 25 Para Athletic Championships in Delhi, both in September. We're looking for large corporate sponsors of para games or traditional games, or large facility operators or sports ministers who want to make both of those games the most inclusive in history. Any introductions to those types of individuals will be warmly welcomed.
Thank you so much. Really great. Can we see some hands right now? But I think this is going to be a good connect anyway, also with a couple others out there. So you're the last one with your question. Poverty stoplight. Take mine.
Thank you. So we hope to reach 10 million families in the next 5 years. So we need partners and ideas. We run out of ideas. So please, anybody that can help us, please.
Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here, 6. Okay, I lost track. Misha, are you? Yeah, me too.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so while you still have your hands up, or do you think you got me too? Yeah, super. Well then, I think we did it really well. I said we're gonna be done by 5:55, and you made it happen because your pitches were wonderful. They were great. You're all winners, let me tell you that. And one is going to be the champion, but you're already all just global winners. So a big hand to those wonderful solutions and pitches. See you later. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Off you go.